Hit record and live chat. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, people. Setch here.
Oh, hey, we started without any audio issues or anything this time. I remembered to record. It's on live chat. Wow, I think
Yeah.
this is. Hey, it took us 10 episodes, but we finally got it right.
Amazing.
Yep. So,
One of the first comments in chat, racism.
yeah.
I mean,
Dude, we've got some stuff to talk about. This is going to be more painful than I anticipated.
yeah.
I think that's a good kind of like buzz, like clickbait thing. This is going to be way more painful than any of us anticipated.
Yeah, because that's the thing. When I first watched the show, I really liked it. I had some issues with it. I think we mentioned on stream before that there were some issues on it, which was what kind of led to this. But,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And it was funny, like, obviously my memory of the comics had, like, faded over time, like, quite a lot. Oh boy, going back through the comics for this, there are so many things that we've got to talk about with the show.
Yeah, there's some big issues, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, you try. Trust me, there's plenty of stuff we can dock the show for. Now going back through it again, there's plenty of stuff we can dock the show for by itself. But when you look at it with the source material as well, oh my god,
and
it's really bad.
Yeah, and something we should say up front that changing things from the comic, we don't have an issue with changes alone. It's more the negative impact those changes have upon the characters and the storylines and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I think we were talking about before, but it's like how in the Game of Thrones book, removing the entire Lady Stoneheart plot, because of that, Brienne has nothing to do in the show, so she just kind of
hovers around and fawns over Jaime the whole time, which is fucking weird.
Yeah.
And because of the Lady Stoneheart thing is done, and Jaime's no longer trying to be fucking Golden Hand in the books, or like in the books, he just sticks around with Cersei, even though he knows Cersei's evil to him, but he's so whipped in the show, he doesn't care.
Yeah, by the end of the books, he fucking despises Cersei. It's really interesting seeing his entire character arc. But
dude, yeah, but she calls for help in a letter, and he reads that letter, and he immediately crumples it and tells him to burn it. He doesn't fucking care. He hates Cersei.
Yeah, and that's just an example of how changes to an adaptation can cause issues with like character motivations and where their character arc goes and everything, because yeah, Brienne has nothing to do after that point in the show, so she just kind of
here's a better example.
There.
Here's a better example. By removing Jane Poole.
Oh.
When they removed Jane Poole from the show, it actually fundamentally fucks with everything that happens later on, because Jane Poole is actually incredibly important later on in the books.
Very important.
Because, let's just say Sansa ain't supposed to be a fucking Winterfell.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, boy.
Yeah, so I guess we should start getting into this. So, first impressions, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't really have much in the way of first impressions. I didn't read the comic first. I heard about it earlier in the year, when my brother watched a trailer for it, and he seemed interested in it, and I thought, yeah, whatever. And a few months later, after it had been released, I ended up checking it out, and I binged the entire show in one night. I think except for, like, maybe the first episode or two. That might have been the night before. The point is, I watched it pretty much in a sitting, and I fucking loved it. Aside from a few things I had issues with. To keep it short, I guess I would have given it, like, a 7.5 out of 10 on my initial viewing. When I rewatched it in preparation for the stream, that number kind of dropped a little bit. fuck. I'd say maybe like 5.5 after rewatching it, and there's probably room to drop more considering how much we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, so when we get to the end, we'll definitely do our final like thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Pagan, if you would like to go next, we just keep going from left to right.
Yeah. So I read the comic back in like late 2018, and I have not had a chance to refresh myself on it. And then I watched the show. I've watched it like 3 times now. First by myself, then a couple times with friends. Uh, Initially, I really liked it. Then after about the third viewing, I was kind of like, now that I think about it, a lot of this stuff doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you look at the actual comic, because I started to remember more and more stuff from the comics. I get some of the changes they made. Some of them are like I understand them, but I think they're really dumb. Overall, I still like the show, but it could definitely have been a lot better, and it could definitely do without a lot of these weird changes that they make. That's about my pretty much my whole take right now.
What would you give it as a rating out of 10?
From your initial things.
Yeah, your initial and your current.
So my initial, I would probably say like an 8 out of 10 when I first saw it, and then by the third viewing, I would probably say probably a 6. And ever since we've been kind of like talking about it and stuff, I'd probably say now it's probably sitting at more like a 4 or a 5.
Okay, so I'm gonna be the total asshole here. When I watched it initially, there was, there were little issues that stabbed me here and there, but I kind of brushed it off because they were throwaway lines. They weren't like important or anything like that. And I had read the comics beforehand, but way back in the day. We're like talking 2008 fucking era. So over time your memory kind of fades. You remember the big highlights. You forget a lot of the in betweens. And the show had the big highlights. The show had the big highlights in it. So I was like, yeah, this is pretty fucking good. There was one character, and we're definitely going to be focusing on this piece of shit, who kind of knocked me down to a 7 out of 10 as my initial. Rewatching it, it went lower. I was probably a 5 out of 10. And having reread the comics and rewatching it now, I almost want to call this in name only Invincible. I am really, really soured on the show, like horrendously so. All those little things that were little nitpicks or stuff that poked at me at the start, they become much worse in hindsight after you reread the comics and you remember everything that happened. Like, oh god, Mark refusing the call to help people is so fucking oh my god, I don't even want to get into.
Yeah, that's one of the most annoying things
really
with superhero properties is the ignoring the call to action, or especially since in the show the events around that are so different. It's really annoying how it plays out.
Yes, and there are so many things there are things that I like that the show does that the comic doesn't do. There are things I do actually like. That's a huge improvement. And I guess we can get into that when we go through episode 1, because they kind of show up near the start.
Yeah, and that's something I first noticed reading through the comic too. I'm not done the comics yet. I'm about 25, 26 issues in.
Yeah, I'm about 36 issues in now. Again, we're going to go through all of it because eventually they'll do a season 2. I mean, I would be shocked if they didn't.
Yeah, and we'll probably be covering that at some point too, because they can either save it now or it's going to get a whole lot more worse.
Yeah, it's all going to revolve around a certain fucking character.
Oh boy.
And yeah. But yeah, it just...
But
There are
yeah,
so many issues that if we just even go with the show, there's so many fucking issues that it just, oh boy.
yeah. And like I said earlier, the issues aren't that the show changed anything from the comics. The issues are how they changed them, where it's causing issues. It would be issues with the show regardless of whether the comics did it or not. But
Yes.
the comics are there for comparison to see how it was done better, and that's the main point.
Yeah, and again, like I said, there are parts of the show that I think do a lot better
Oh,
than
yeah.
the comic.
Yeah.
But
That's what I was starting to say
Boy.
before when you mentioned that is my initial take upon starting to read the comics is both do some things better than the others, but the things the show gets bad is a lot worse than anything in the comics.
yep.
$5 from another Texan Bull. Thank you. Well, if it ain't the Simps terrorizing anime girls. That's a good one. Hey, well, that'll probably be a good name for when we cover Bebop flicks.
Oh god, I rewatched the opening thing again for live Bebop.
I haven't rewatched it. I haven't rewatched the opening, and that run still haunts my fucking dreams.
Ooh, it's so fucked.
I
don't know what they were thinking.
I said it last time I said we talked about it, and I'll say it again. How the fuck does the movement of the animation look more realistic than the actual live-action people?
I know, it's so... oh, and fucking Valentine when she's trying to be like, oh, I'm so seductive. Bam, got a gun, and it just looks so fucking
Yeah.
goofy.
Like,
I'd have
they're
to look
clearly-
at it again, but I don't want to.
they're clearly trying to like make it
They want
like
to mirror
animated and cartoony
it. Yeah.
because that's what they think anime. Well, because anime is animated, therefore it must be kind of cartoony. But I don't know.
It throws things off so bad.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate when people do that with anime when they make it into a live action adaptation. Well, we need to make it cartoony. No. If it wasn't cartoony in the anime, don't make it cartoony in the fucking
Yes.
show. It's so stupid.
God, when we go in Bebop, when we go to Cowboy
Oh.
Bebops and do the comparison, it is crazy how like grounded Cowboy Bebop was. That's why it took off so well here in the West. It was because it was more fucking grounded.
Yeah, I'm actually probably going to watch more episodes of that once we're done here because I think
Yeah.
I was like 6 or 7 episodes in. Last one I saw was the Space Trucker Woman episode. And yeah, I've been really enjoying it so far.
All right, so we're putting it off. $2 super chat from the King of Jordan 1. Thank you very much. My favorite anthropomorphic animal enjoyer podcast. Ah, yes. I can hear Creetosis seething from here.
Yes, you can. Anyways, I guess we
I
should.
guess we just go into the first episode, and again, it's going to be kind of jumping around, guys. We're not going to watch the full thing
Yeah.
or anything like that. You aren't going to be able to actually really see the stuff. We're using
Yeah,
it as a backing to talk about everything.
Yeah, and so people who are watching this have something to look at too. And we have a filter on top so we don't get booped by copyright. So yeah.
Yeah, and there'll be no sound from it either. So
Yeah. Well, it would be hard to talk about it with the sound going in the background. So yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think it'd be perfectly fine to talk over it when we hear people screaming and shit.
Anyways, I guess we should get started at the beginning of episode 1.
Yeah, so
Why the fuck
this-
are the Mahler twins trying to kill the president?
I have no idea why the fuck the Mahler twins are trying to kill the president. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Debbie even calls it out as he probably doesn't even live there. And like, why would you? It's a huge fucking target. I don't care what defenses you've got. It's a massive target.
I think...
Also, these two chuckle nuts we're going to get into as well.
Oh boy.
'Cause these guys are literally here for a line in episode 2 that actually destroys a really good joke from the comics. And this is kind of when we're full on board on the fucking agenda train.
Oh boy. And yeah, that's going to be a big part of this, unfortunately.
Yeah. Again, it's small little things you don't notice because they're infrequent and in the background kind of thing. Or like it's called out for a second and then they just move on without like lingering on it.
Yeah.
Then when you start doing it more, when you start watching it more and more, you're just like, Oh no. Oh no, it's so bad. And of course, the thing I want to point out here, these two chuckle fucks would be fired, by the way.
I'm just
They
turning the
aren't paying
opacity
it.
up on this a bit because
Yeah.
a little bit sketchy. We're still public, so it's fine.
Yeah, they aren't like doing their job at all.
Yeah, they just waved someone in.
He didn't turn to look back at their ID or anything like that. No, he doesn't. Like, these two fuckheads are fired.
Yeah. So when I watched this with friends, we were basically talking about like the fact that episode 1 and the way that like this whole White House plot and all this shit, it's literally just here to like trick the audience into thinking like, oh, it's a standard superhero movie or TV show. It's just going
Yeah.
to be, this kind of thing. And
Wait.
then obviously you get the twist at the end, which changes. And then, it's completely different after
Yeah.
this.
But
And what's the weirdest part about this is, and we'll talk about, I guess, kind of with the mix of the comic, is they do this to set up the Guardians of the Globe, and it feels so much worse setting it up this way, because in the comics there's a build up to the Guardians of the Globe.
sort
Like,
of.
you just hear about them.
Yeah, they're mentioned several times.
Yeah.
I think one of the differences I do like with the show is that we get to see the Guardians in action before what obviously happens. I guess we should say up front, full spoilers for comic and show. We probably should have
obviously.
started off with that, but yeah.
Maybe you should edit the title and put spoilers.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
But while that's happening, seriously, the Mauler twins, why the fuck are they attacking the White House?
There we go.
They say it so that they can like cripple everyone. Like, if they attack him directly with all of his defenses, the world will cower in fear because we killed the president. Even
not
with
just
all
that,
of this, and it's so dumb.
Isn't there also a throwaway line about getting revenge on him? One of them was angry at the other for not going in stealthily because they were supposed to arrive inside the White House, and that's when the other says, "Oh, we're attacking up front so they can see how strong we are." That doesn't really work with these characters because obviously they're strong, but none of their goals I've seen in the comics so far relate to them.
Yeah, they don't want revenge or anything like that in the comics. It's weird.
One of the early plot lines with them in the comics is about them trying to build a robot army, but that's more for like control and stuff, not to get revenge on anyone.
Yeah. Also, real quick, 10 Polish Zloty from Voden, thank you very much. Long live the Mauler twins. I actually do like the Mauler twins a lot in the comic.
They're great. And I don't know how the interaction goes in the comic, but later on when they're dealing with Robot, I really like their interactions with them. Some Soma shit going on there.
Yeah.
Who watches an in-depth discussion not expecting spoilers? Man, you have
you'd
no
be
idea.
Surprised. Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
You would be shocked. So, yeah, it's better to err on the side of caution because the number of times we get told about, like, fucking spoilers in these discussions is like, really? Come on, guys.
Yeah, it's weird some of the stuff we get.
Yeah.
They want to conquer the world, not just do random things. Yeah, that seems to be it. But
also, I guess here's another thing to point out. Right here, the character you're seeing on screen, they just gender swapped her. And, again, it doesn't fucking matter because the characters, spoilers from the comic too, they kind of meaningless. They just kind of get killed off in the comics real quick too.
Yeah.
So this is one of those ones where like it doesn't matter that the gender was changed at all. It's literally meaningless.
That's the thing too, is I don't really care about that in general as long as the character is still good.
Yeah, or as long as the character still has the same motivations and doesn't like ruin the plot because of the change. And this is one of those examples. It doesn't do anything to the plot at all. Doesn't change the plot, doesn't do anything.
Yeah. And like I was starting to say, it's not an issue on its own, but it's a sign of things to come for sure.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
It is. Which is really sad.
Yeah. So do we have anything else to say on this scene?
Not especially. I mean, it kind of shows that the Guardians don't really trust Omni-Man. Which... I don't know. I know
That
you
would have
never
killed
really
her.
got
That right there would have
feeling.
killed her. She'd be dead. Her neck would be broken.
Oh yeah, that.
That whiplash would be fucking insane.
Yeah.
Um.
Momentum is a very powerful thing.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so again, this White House tech, none of this happens. The comic starts off with Mark getting his superpowers.
Yeah.
And like he literally is like throwing the stuff in the trash, and he goes to give it a toss, and he throws the trash bag in outer space, and he just looks up and he's like, "Sweet."
Yeah. Um, yeah, the comics start off very simply. It doesn't start off with this big bombastic.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's nice to see the Guardians in action. It's nice to see superheroes trying to protect people and do
Yes.
damage control, like for the environment around them.
Which the father will get it. Nolan gets into later.
Yeah, and that's
oh
a
boy,
change I do really like in the show too. Not the one you're referring to. I know what you're referring to there.
yeah.
When Mark deals with Titan for the first time.
Yeah, oh, that's a big one too. But
Yeah.
then in the next, if you want to go to the next scene where it's
Alright.
they're at home, this is kind of another early warning that things are getting fucky wucky, where they're gonna talk about Omni Man.
I just
Oh.
noticed.
It's Seance Dog instead of Science Dog for some fucking reason.
Yeah, I thought they were different, but I didn't remember what it was in the show as I was going through the comics.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's Seance Dog. I don't know why they made that change or anything like that. But again, this is kind of just setting up the family dynamic of how this family operates. They're very laid back and casual about it and everything. But one of the big changes is in the comic, Nolan is fighting a dragon that is terrorizing Taiwan, which
we're
is
banned to
very
China
absent.
now.
Yeah, exactly. Which is very absent in the Amazon show because it would offend Chinese overlords.
Oh. See, I said that as a joke.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider that.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Because remember,
Wow.
if you don't call Chinese Taipei, you are an enemy of the People's Party.
So does that mean they're gonna fuck up Duplicate's origin too?
Oh god, I don't even want to get to where we're gonna go in the origin. Because remember, they make Rex explode a douche nozzle for some reason.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Rex is like a chill dude in the comics for the most part.
He has moments of where he'll antagonize somebody, but it feels like a normal human being thing to do. Like he's being a bit of a dick in this situation, but he's
Yeah.
also kind of trying to inflate his own ego because he's trying out for the fucking Guardians of the Globe.
Yeah. He's actually fucking obnoxious in this show.
In the
Yeah,
show,
like-
they make him a twat because
They
like, he
make
cheated
him-
on Eve, therefore he's a terrible person. Well, boy, we can't wait to talk about that. The difference is there.
And they make him really they make him seem very selfish, which
Yeah.
makes what happens to him later on now that when you've read the comics, it makes what he does later on feel kind of out of character,
Yeah.
because if he was that selfish, he wouldn't do what he does later on.
Yeah, there are things that prove that he isn't a selfish douche nozzle, and the comic character even gives, or the comic creator, sorry, even gives like Rex's backstory and explaining why he is so, like why he comes off as aggressive and hostile to people, and it's because his family life fucking sucked.
Yeah.
He got sold to the government so they could experiment on his ass. And when he finally escaped from the torture, he goes back to his family, and his family has a new son, and they're all happy and everything when they were living in poverty before.
Yeah.
And oh boy, that fucked him up real good.
Yeah. And again, in the comics, he isn't that big of a douchebag. He just kind of goes off now and then. And even then, the comics felt a need to explain like why he is the way he is.
Yeah.
In the show, he's just a massive cunt. There's no other way to put it. He's fucking insufferable in the show.
Here we go. This part right here. William. They had to make him
Oh.
gay because reasons.
Yeah, he's straight in the comics, at least as far
Yes.
as I've read. And
Well, I
he
haven't seen
dates
anything
Adam
yet.
Eve.
Yeah, he actually will date Eve in the comics.
Actually, I want to pause this for a second just to take care of the super chat. $10 from Crumb. Thank you. Hey guys, I really need some positive words right now. My grandma died an hour ago in my own home. Died of dementia. I just need some words to help me get over this grief, if only for a bit. I am
Well,
really sorry to hear, man. That is...
yeah, and just reach out to other people, Crumb. Again, if you're doing that already, just reach out to other people. People will be there to support you. They'll understand. Like everybody, okay, I guess I shouldn't say everybody. Everybody's experienced loss, or at least everyone I've known has always experienced loss. So they'll be more than willing to give you a pat on the back, hold you up high, let you know that hey, things get better from here.
Yeah. I am really sorry to hear that, though. I know what it's going through,
Yeah,
or what it's like to go through losing a family member.
losing family members. Yeah.
So
It
genuinely,
is
all the
tough.
best, man.
It is tough right now, but don't worry. You are a strong person, and you will get through this.
Yeah.
And just reach out to, as you said, it's your grandmother. Reach out to the rest of your family. They'll be experiencing the same thing you are. Reach out with them. Give them a hug. Go out and get some food. Just be together. Experience time with your family.
Yeah. Yeah, that really sucks, dude. I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I guess we should get back to the discussion. Yeah, William.
Yeah, so and the one of the biggest problems you've got paused on the screen right now.
Oh. Yeah,
So
the bully guy never fucks with her in the comic.
yeah, the bully guy never targets girls or anything in the comic at all.
In fact,
And he is way less of a piece of shit in the comics. Way less of a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, they turned him into a fucking 80s, 90s movie school bully villain type character here.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I can agree. He might come out later, Dimitri. I haven't gotten that far in the reread of it. Like I said, I'm on issue 36 and he's still straight.
Yeah, and I'm only going through it in for the first time. I'm on 25.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do make him flamboyant in this show. It's like,
yeah, dude, like
it's
he
like
literally
the stereotypical gay.
Yeah.
Know?
Omni-Man and his sweet mustache. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, that's come on, you got to tone it down. Oh, and there's going to be a line that's going to come up later. That is one of the lines that on rewatching, like when I watched the first time, it was one of those ones that stuck out to me and kind of stabbed me and I was like, what the fuck? Rewatching it is so much worse. And it is a line William will say about Mark's father when Nolan's in the hospital.
Oh god, I don't even remember which one you're talking about, but I'm sure he'll bring it up.
It's the one I posted in Discord. And I was like, oh my god. Yeah.
But yeah, some of these lines, the first time watching it, I was like, that okay, it's probably just a little thing. It probably isn't too bad. But it adds up.
But it's funny because he's so openly and more flamboyantly gay.
Yeah.
It actually ruins a lot of plot points later on because it kind of destroys Eve's character. She kind of gets with William so she can be near Mark. It gets into this whole really fucked up dynamic. But yeah, there are so many things.
Yeah. We're getting to some of the, what I think are positive. So Mark just got his powers in the show.
Yeah.
The dinner scene is kind of...
I'll do a negative on the dinner scene because in the comics... Nolan was instantly supportive of Mark. He always knew he was going to get his powers, and he was always like happy and like, yes, because he figured, yes, he's going to be strong like me. Again, his mind is thinking ahead.
Well, that's
which he's doing in the show too. To be fair, but he's doing it more into like, oh no, I have to go through with this. That is not his.
Are you
I
sure?
don't know. That's so freaking weird.
Are you sure it's an, oh no, I have to go through with this? Because the way I took it was more so that he was realizing, okay, things are happening. I have to start putting my plans forward now, I guess.
That's what I mean. Is like in the show, that's what it is. In the comics, that doesn't fucking happen. Like you get that it's just a side effect. He's happy that this happened, but he had a plan anyways, and he wasn't like accelerating it or anything.
Ah.
But yeah, so I guess backtracking some because the scene went by really fast, but Amber is about as Mary Sue as it fucking gets in the show. It is insane.
Well, we'll get to that when it comes up more.
Okay, because we definitely got to talk about the college thing, because holy fuck.
Yeah, that'll be a big deal once we get there. I want to stick to what's on screen right now because that's where we are. If we need to go back, like if the discussion goes on longer, we can go back.
Yeah.
So the origin of the Viltrumites. Well, at least what Dadman tells Mark. The first time I heard this little speech about what their people really are, I thought it was a lie immediately. Not because anything he said sounded off. This is going to be really silly. The word Viltrumite just sounded so fake as fuck that I thought, okay, this guy's fucking lying about something here. I didn't think that would be the one thing that was true.
Mine was because it was like, oh yeah, we go in and supplant their heroes to be their protector of their planet. Totally, we are totally benevolent and everything like that. It's like, I don't believe you for a fucking second. However, in the comics, it is way more set up that the reason they do it, why they did it, they created utopia on their world. This is his words about the lie.
Yeah.
They created utopia on their world, and then their entire council voted unanimously so that they don't stagnate and they don't fall away from this utopia, spread outwards and try to help uplift others so that our minds can keep being busy, so we can keep working with our hands, so we can keep doing projects. Because the moment we stop, we're going to start regressing. So that made a lot more fitting sense. In the show, it's just we do the good things because we the good guys. It's like, that is completely unbelievable, especially in a show like what they're showing right here. Mark struggling with everything, which I think is a great change from the comics. Mark actually struggling.
Yeah, because in the show, you still have the similar thing where he steps off the roof and he's floating. Here, he's like you say, he struggles a lot. He almost gets hit by this plane here, and then he goes high up in the atmosphere, loses consciousness, and crashes back into the earth. It's showing there's a learning period for getting his powers. It doesn't just, like, one day he's Mark, next day he's invincible.
No. However, in the comics, the way they get around that is, like, his dad is, like, instantly training him, like, off the bat.
Yeah.
His father goes in, like, heavy with him and actually goes out on missions with him, which is another big fucking change from the... I don't know why they had to have it where his dad never took him on missions with him and they weren't working together already.
Yeah, that's one thing that really bugs me. In retrospect, having read some of the comics where, like you say, they're going on missions. Here, there's barely any interaction with them as superheroes that,
Yep. Yeah, it's so... Yeah, and again, as Sakuya Iron points out, it's a lie in the show, straight up lying to his son. While in the lie in the comics, it's sugarcoating the truth. Yeah, it's basically what it is. All he changed was the fact that to get to their utopia, they killed off all the weak ones, and then they decided to share their utopia views with everyone else, which was a fucking dystopian nightmare for everyone else. Again, it was heavy sugarcoating in the comics, whereas in the show, it's literally just straight up fucking lie.
Yeah, and it takes pretty much an entire issue to explain the full truth in the comics.
Yeah. But yeah, so this whole thing, like, this is all added in from... This isn't in the comics. This all adds in, like, what it's like to fly and the whole peeing metaphor, which was really weird.
Yeah, that was really weird.
I get what they were going for. You're so used to not doing something that now to directly counteract what your body and muscle memory has built up being used to gets awkward.
Yeah.
But, man, what a weird fucking metaphor to use. It's like peeing yourself on purpose. Like, what?
I don't get it.
Weird choice.
Yeah, there's lots of things they probably could have picked.
He should have just said it's like trying to breathe underwater. It's something and you fight against because your body is like, no, this is bad.
Yeah.
But you can do it. Like, Mark can't actually do it, but you know what I mean? That would have been a much better metaphor than peeing your pants on purpose.
Yeah. And again, another change from the show. Mark isn't just instantly good. Sorry, it changed from the comics, I should say.
Yeah.
He crashes. It takes time to learn. I think that's a really good change.
I do too. I think it's good to show him learning to use his powers. Granted, it gets explained in the comics because his father's literally like holding his hand and doing everything. Oh, and this is a change that I thought was really weird because of what happens later in the show. This is one of those things that makes no fucking sense to me in the show. And one of the things where if you just take the show in isolation, this is already a problem. When Nolan punches Mark and fucking lays him out, it's supposed to highlight that he is absurdly strong. That Nolan, even pulling his punches, damn near broke all the bones in Mark's body. So the fight with the Guardians of the Globe in the end of the first episode makes no fucking sense because Nolan is like orders of magnitude more powerful than the Guardians of the Globe.
Yeah, that's another thing from the comics. He doesn't get his ass kicked by them and barely survive in the comics. It
is a one-man curb stomp.
He wipes them out with extreme efficiency. No one.
Yeah. Which is what prompts Immortal to tell him that I never fucking liked you. And then Nolan, like, frowns. He's like, the feeling's mutual, and then just fucking off comes his head.
Oh, that was so good. I do like how the fight was longer in the show. There's more to it, but man, if
they shouldn't have been able to hurt. They should have been able to hurt Omni-Man because it sets up this weird precedent where Omni-Man is weaker for some reason.
Well, there's also a bit of an issue with how consistent the powers and stuff are too.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Especially when it comes to speed.
Yeah, that's what I mean though. Is like he's weaker just for some reason. When later on the show like implies no, he's like a Lovecraftian fucking threat. But no, he's just weak in that one part for some reason.
He's not going to drive people insane. He's just like. I guess.
Well, you know what I mean. He is so beyond them.
A god tier threat, basically. They can't do anything to damage him in the comics.
Yeah, like literally, and they even set it up in the show, which is fucking weird when they realize they can't do anything against Vultramites.
Yeah.
They're like trying to do all this weird stuff to be like, how can we kill him and stuff like that, and it's like, what a weird thing. Oh, coming back to the bully again. They made him a cartoonishly evil, like, character in the show.
An 80s, 90s, typical, stereotypical fucking high school bully.
Well, and that's the weird part is going through school in the 90s and the early aughts, this was not how bullying went down, ever. This is like insanity level of bullying. The bullying in like the 90s and early aughts was, they might take your backpack and like throw it over the banisters, and now it's downstairs and be like, haha, go get it, fat ass.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. This is just fucking weird. And again, they do it because they're trying to set up that what Amber does to him is totally justified. Amber fucking blackmails him to show how much of a piece of shit she is. She blackmails the dude with his own nudes. Yeah,
that doesn't come up in the comic at all. She
she
Amber's
just gives Mark
person.
A note.
Yeah,
Amber's a good person in the fucking comics, so she is like evil as fuck in the show.
Yeah, they change characters to fit around the changes they made to another character, which is what I hate so much. It's like, well, we're going to fuck this character up, so therefore we need to do stuff to these other ones to make it look less
horrible.
Yeah, less horrible.
Amber's a totally unempathetic, sociopathic, gaslighting piece of shit. We got to make the bully be worse. Yeah. We got to make the bully be much worse, so it's totally justified that she's doing these horrible, awful things, though you can't really justify the things that she does to Mark. It is fucked what she does to Mark in the show.
Yeah. Pretty much irredeemable, I think.
Yeah, and then in the comic difference here, Mark, he doesn't really know what to call himself yet, but he's winning this fight pretty handily, which kind of gives him an ego boost, and his father comes in and is like, you're going a bit early on this, don't you think?
Yeah.
Because his father wants him to pace himself in the comics.
Yeah. However, I do like that Dad Man comes in and says, like, there's too much collateral damage here in taking this guy down. I do,
Yeah.
again, it's something that I like is brought up. Because
Yeah.
a lot of superhero properties don't even seem to consider it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just hand wave it away, and they're like, "Oh, look, we have people that clean it up.
Yeah,
it's
they have
no big
cleanup
deal."
crews in the comics. They always call out cleanup crews.
Yeah, it's mentioned numerous times, but what I mean is, you could have taken these guys down without all the collateral damage you did, which...
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Which
what I'm
Mark
saying. I never
gets-
liked the
Mark
idea
gets
of
better
just
at
like,
it in the comic. He does get better at collateral damage control in the comics.
yeah. I just don't like, how in other properties they do that. That is like their excuse. Like, whenever like one of their own superheroes like basically destroys an entire block when they didn't really need to, and it's never brought up.
Fucking Man of Steel.
Oh,
my
Yeah.
god.
They just
that
don't
movie.
say anything, and I'm just like, okay, the excuse that there's people who clean it up, that doesn't mean that they probably want that to be happening.
Dude.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like at least try to avoid doing shit like that.
Dude.
Also, if I recall correctly, after this is when they start going on their first mission and when they first meet the Flaxians.
Yes.
Let me make sure I get to that in the comics.
Yeah. Well,
No, there's where he's going to.
Do you want to bring up the comic pages yet? Is there anything we need to bring up from the comics yet?
Well, the big change from what's going to happen later in the show. I guess we can get there.
All right.
But in the comics, it already happened. Oh boy, I don't know how to handle that because they fucked the timeline up real
yeah,
bad.
the timeline is
is
completely fucked.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
Such as up to issue like
35.
38.
No, sorry, 36. I'm up to 36.
36?
On the reread.
And he's still encountering stuff that's happened in the show. And there's stuff in the comics that have happened before Dadman's betrayal of Earth, and they haven't shown up in the show yet.
Yeah. Like, oh my god, there's a part where we're going to have to talk about with the whole funeral and everything, too. Like, that is completely fucked.
Yeah.
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 I'm so worried about how they're going to handle the Flaxians later, because knowing what that leads into,
well, in the
they're
show...
they're going to handle it so bad.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the show fucks up the Flaxian thing, because in the comics, this is, once Mark gets his suit, Dad and son go out on a mission together to fight the Flaxians.
Well, it's not that they go out on a mission to fight them. They're already hanging out and doing missions. And then they stop for lunch. Then they get called to deal with the Flaxians.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I should say.
Do we need to bring up the comic pages for that?
I think maybe. Again, I gotta find the right one. I've earmarked some of the ones we gotta talk about. It's issue 3.
Well, just to go back to the collateral damage quickly. You mentioned Man of Steel. I didn't see that when it came out. I didn't even know that movie was out at the time. It was a few years later where I saw this clip from some movie. I didn't know what it was called, but all these buildings were falling down and like all this insane destruction. Then I found out it was a Superman movie. And I was just thinking to myself, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
It is insane how much damage there's done in Man of Steel. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, okay, so yeah, they're at the, it is issue 3, page 13. They're at the hot dog stand. Nolan gets a buzz on his pager, and he takes off, and then he comes back to me, he's like, I'm gonna need your help on this one. And then, boom, they both go off.
You said issue 3?
Yeah, issue 3, page 13 is when they get the call.
Okay, I have to go through this page by page until we get there.
No, you on the top right, you can do the drop-down menu and do page. Yeah.
You said it was 13.
Yep, page 13. That's when they're eating. He gets the call. Whoosh! They both rush off.
All right, let's get this up.
So again, the Flaxians are introduced very early in the comics.
And not just that, Mark and Omni-Man, Dadman, are out doing missions together, which is, to me, pretty significant, you know?
Yep.
And
And then, of course, the next page it shows them actually like just when they do the initial thing, and they're like, "Whoa, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
Because the invasion is in full fucking effect. So again, in the show, it's the teen team that shows up to fight these guys because reasons.
Yeah, but that's at the
Omni-Man
end.
just wasn't there.
That's at the end of episode 2 or 3, so I think we'll end up coming
Yeah.
back to that.
Yeah, there are a lot of things we're gonna have to talk about with this.
It's a bit of a mess untangling all of this too.
Yeah,
Just because the timeline is so fucked.
Yeah, the timeline is. It is literally like a ball of yarn. The timeline is so fucking just wrecked in the show.
No, it's not a ball of yarn. It's a pair of earphones in your pocket.
Oh no, it's Christmas lights.
Christmas
There you
lights,
go.
yes.
Oh my god, yeah.
Untangle your Christmas lights. Like, oh no.
Oh god.
But yeah. So, God, there's so much we're gonna have to talk about. But yeah, he gets a suit. He has the talk with. Oh, by the way, the talk with his mom.
Yeah.
Really fucking good.
Yes, I love this part because Mark's practicing and obviously still failing, but he has that moment where the power's going to his head and she's like, "Man, you've got school tomorrow. Go to bed." And he's like, "Make me."
Make me. Yeah.
And just
that is a great change.
Yeah.
From the comics. I'm fully on board that change.
Well, not just that. The discussion she has with him after the fact too is like, does that make you powerful?
Does that make you feel powerful? It's not. Does that make you powerful? Does that make you feel powerful?
Yeah, sorry.
Knowing that
I
can't,
that up.
And it's like, oh, that's such a good line.
Yeah, and even the pause there too, because she's just like, those few seconds of her like taking it in, like, did you really just fucking say that?
What'd you say to me, you little shit?
But then they have that like real heart to heart, and I forget how it ends, but he says something like, I'm glad I have my normal, non-superpowered mom. And she's like, yeah, I'm glad I have my asshole son.
Yeah, I'm
my
glad to have
my superpowered asshole son.
He says, I'm glad to have my powerless, everyday, run-of-the-mill mom. And I love my asshole son.
Yeah, it's so perfect.
Yeah. But the most important part is the part on screen right now where it's like, you don't have to be the best superhero ever. You just have to be the best you. And that's like just in general, a really good message.
Yeah, and again, it's obvious. Again, this helps kind of explain even more why Nolan actually does love humanity. Which it breaks what he doesn't want to admit to himself, and why he struggles so much in the comics and the show to tell Mark what he did. It's because he actually does love humanity. He came to respect them and then care about them. So he's gone native basically, and he doesn't want to admit that. And oh boy, there are so many changes we're gonna have to talk about because they make Nolan super fucking insanely evil.
Oh,
which is weird as fuck.
Yeah,
we've got a lot to talk about there when we get to it.
Yeah, it's gonna make it a lot harder to reconcile later, like it does in the comics with what he does here.
Yeah.
Again, killing the Guardians of the Globe, you realize that he's just doing his mission. When we get to that point, we talk about what fucking changed in the thing. Oh boy, there's so much. They make him so much more evil in the show, which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really doesn't fit.
I said it before. I said it before in our private discussion before the stream, but I think part of the reason they did that was gore for the sake of gore more than anything.
It does feel like it. Yes, it does feel like they wanted the gore fest.
Yeah, they wanted something shocking, something that would bring people in.
Yeah, because that's what The Boys did as well. And man, there's another comparison to make to The Boys that I think it's in episode 2. We'll get there.
Yeah. Again, the entire fucking thing, we can kind of just skip to
the Guardians.
I mean, there's that one where there's that part where he gets his first fight with a super villain. It's the dude with the plasma arm or whatever.
Oh yeah, I had a. That's a very small part of the episode, but I do have an issue with that too. You want to skip to that?
Yeah, sure. Because this is a guy that he doesn't appear in the mainline series at all. He appears
Oh, I
in an
skipped past it.
offshoot. No, no, you didn't skip past it.
Well, no,
You're
I
still going.
skipped to the
Oh,
middle
hold
of the
on, yeah,
fight.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, there's a slight delay for you. So, I'll try to skip ahead just a little bit more so we get to it.
That building has a hole in it. Look. Fucking kill cannon trying to tell the cops, like, stop shooting at me and fuck off. I just vaporized that building.
So yeah, I haven't seen this guy in the comics at all yet. So
He
again,
doesn't appear. He doesn't appear in the main line. He's in an offshoot comic.
It's not even an issue that he's an entirely new character. Oh, you said an offshoot?
Yeah, he's in a standalone off the side.
Oh.
He's not in the actual like mainline comics.
Well, I don't even have an issue with him showing up here as long as it doesn't break anything. But my point is, Mark just punched him through a fucking building.
Yes, Mark is doing
and
collateral damage after
like
his
a
father just
motherfucker.
told him.
Like a complete motherfucker. Like,
Yeah,
threw a building across the side
this-
of another one into the corner of another. That is way more
Yeah.
collateral than you need to take this guy
this
down.
bit really pissed me off when I watched the show. I was like,
Dude,
why
you
is he
literally
doing
could
all
have
this?
curb stomped him straight into the ground.
Yeah,
and
exactly. I'm
he
like, why are
just-
you throwing him into all this shit and doing all this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so fucked, especially after the talk with Dadman in the show.
Yeah.
This is one of those things that's a show only issue, but kind of like points out like a lot of the issues in this show when you start really thinking about it. It's like all of this is fucked. Let's do this super chat real quick. $50 from Final Twin. Thank you very much. Hey Stag, just finished Metroid Dread and on my birthday no less.
Oh,
when I
happy
was hit
birthday.
with the thought Fallout 4's plot was done better by Super Metroid on the SNES with next to no dialogue. Bethesda Sub-Zero intelligence.
Really?
Yeah, the original Super Metroid was to find the Metroid baby.
Oh. I'll have to play that at some point.
Um,
Yeah, I don't doubt that it was done better. Fucking Tetris has a better story than Fallout 4.
$5 super chat from Peace was never an option. You guys don't understand. Civilian casualties are fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
blood and gore is fun. Just Fallout gore, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, the more I think about that fucking finale, the more I'm just
Oh.
like, my god, how are they going to do this later? Like, there's
Yeah.
no way.
How do you
There's no way.
How do you redeem Nolan after the changes you made?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
exactly. Like,
can't. Oh,
to just bring him back and be like, oh yeah, well,
I
I'm
actually
sorry
cared
about all
about
that.
humanity and it
I-
changed me and everything.
I
don't think-
Bullshit.
I need to
Sorry.
check one thing.
I love this part. When you don't.
Yeah, I do like this because I like that it comes back later.
It's the same thing in the comics too.
Always-
He throws him in the comics, and even Alan and Mark both look at the body float by, and they're like, "The fuck."
Yeah.
Okay, first time watching through this show, when they did a callback to that when they went to space and you just saw the corpse floating out there, I fucking lost my shit at that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought that was great. I was like, holy shit, that's amazing.
And they do that in the comics too, and it's fucking great. You just see this random corpse floating out there, and anyone who remembers that issue or the first episode will see that and go, "Oh, holy shit!"
So, man, when we get there, I had to check on something, but when we get there, I think
Oh, just a comment
there
in
is a
chat.
major change.
Just a comment in chat. The best superhero ing I saw in episode 1 was the Immortal throwing the Vulture knockoff villain into space. 0 damage to public property needed.
Oh,
That and Red Rush tying the electric guy to the tube.
yeah. So he can't use his electrical powers, and he uses wiring. So again, the electrical powers can't come out.
Yeah.
Wasn't Immortal the one who said, like, when all else fails, throw him into space?
Yes,
Yep.
he says it. He says it in the comic. He's
I
full on, like-
love that. That is such a
He's like,
good...
when you don't know what to do, just throw him into space.
At Creetosis, civilian casualties are an acceptable loss. Sorry, are
Yeah.
acceptable losses. Some shows seem to think they are. It's
Yeah,
really
fucking-
weird.
Yeah.
It's more than just an acceptable loss at the end. I mean, he's actively like doing it. Like it's not just an acceptable loss. He's literally like,
can't, yeah,
I
when
want this
we
to
gotta wait till
happen.
we get there. It is so fucking.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Madvocate did a video on Red Rush. It's pretty good. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, but it's funny because that whole thing of like when in doubt throw him into space gets brought up again and again. Like Mark will even comment to some guys, they're trying to take down this guy who like super jacked himself on trying to get the miracle thing, and he goes, "Man, what would we do without space?" The other guy who's another superhero, he doesn't know Mark or anything like that. He goes, "Man, I hear that." It's like, what would we do without space?
It is a good way to take villains down.
Yeah.
Oh, this part here, the Batman guy, Darkwing, he ties these two guys to like a tube again. And
Yeah.
when I first saw this, I was hoping we would get a shot of this city and just a couple of skeletons hanging there, because Darkwing died and never came back for them. But in the comics, he actually says he called the police to collect them. I don't think they do that in the show.
Yeah, because the whole thing about Night City is that there was a supervillain named like Midnight Magician, I think is the name.
Yeah.
And they suicide bombed the city to cast a curse that keeps it in it's perpetually midnight. Like it cannot move on. If you go a few miles outside of town, it suddenly becomes day. Like it's a snap of your fingers. You step over a threshold, suddenly bam, bright lights. And so the government has just kind of evacuated this city.
Yeah, it's
the
a total
only people
write-off.
here, yeah, the only people here are people that are desperate, which breeds a lot of fucking crime.
And then we get to the big scene at the end of... Also, here's the other thing. In the comics, it's Immortal that they think has called them there, and in the show, it's Darkwing for some reason.
Yeah, I don't get why. Like, again, it's a meaningless change, all things considered, but I don't understand why they think why make that change.
Yeah. But yeah, this also... The problem with doing this so early is the fact that it reveals that Dadman is evil. Well, not evil, but like he's got nefarious intentions early on, a little too early.
Yeah, they really should have put this at the end of like episode 4 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
again,
and like
this should not be an even fight.
Yeah,
No.
that's what I was about to say. I was like, this really like puts a hole in a lot of the storytelling later, because it's like they're struggling so hard in the show to figure out how to defeat him, but it's shown here. It's like if you just hit him enough times, he'll die.
Yeah. Again, it just doesn't make any sense, because even by the show's own thing, when he's literally taking off, when he's literally like fighting elder gods and shit like that, he's totally fine.
Yeah.
But here, for whatever reason, these people that are way weaker than he is is getting whooped on. Like, the dude just has super speed, man. How is he punching Nolan so hard he broke his ribs and is making him bleed?
Yeah. And
this shit is just so fucked on so many levels.
yeah, like we said earlier, he completely demolishes them in the comics with no effort.
Yeah, it is cold, cruel, and calculated in the comics, which is what makes you take him way more as a serious threat.
Yeah, because he's taken so much damage, we know that someone with enough strength can take him down. And since most of these heroes, aside from Martian Man, are from Earth, then it stands to reason that with the right combination of heroes, you could take him down absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so... It
Especially with
undermines
that
him
blow
in a
that
weird
Warrior
way.
Woman just did to him.
Yeah.
Like, he's barely holding his own here against some of them. Well, Fish Dude didn't stand a chance, but...
Yeah, no, Fish Guy was fucking pointless, but...
And here's the other thing that bugs me. Martian Dude gets incredibly pissed off here, and that little ball on him, it rotates around. Why... If that's what is going to kill him, then why wouldn't he keep that out of Dadman's reach?
Yeah, why not put it on
Yeah.
his back and then
Because
keep it
yeah,
there?
it's constantly moving around there, and that's why he was able to get a grip on it.
Yeah, look, it's just so fucking dumb. You're just like,
Oh,
"Nope, dead."
and they also removed the line of "I never trusted you." Instead, it's "Why" or something like that.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
make like they're
it's
trying to make it more sad almost, like we
Yeah.
did trust you, we loved you.
yeah,
Like
immortal especially when you get into his backstory. He, of course, when he said, "I never liked you," it fits so much better for immortal.
yeah.
Yeah, like Deadman barely survives here. He just passed out, so like that
No, see,
weakens him considerably.
your whole thing of strength equals speed plus mass. No, that's the force of impact. He doesn't have enough mass in his hit. He's got the speed, but he shouldn't be able to hurt Nolan. Nolan is ridiculously strong. Like things that are way more powerful that don't even put a scratch on him.
Oh yeah, like the actual fucking Elder God he fights in the show, the
Yeah,
squid dog giant monster thing.
yeah. That for the
Yeah.
fucking government revives to fight him again.
Not,
Oh boy,
not
again, there's
just
so
well,
much.
he
shit.
didn't kill it. He only knocked it out in the show, but they also pumped it full of drugs and other enhancements to fight him in the last episode, and it still doesn't do the damage that these 7 did to him right here.
Which is
it's so
insane.
weird.
Because it like pile drives him into the ground and destroys
Numerous
the earth with its
times.
hits.
Yeah.
Numerous times, not even a scratch on him.
Yep.
But then fucking Immortal shows up, presses on his eyes a little bit, and suddenly he's like, "Oh fuck!"
Which didn't happen in the fucking thing either. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, 100 rubles from Azure Fairy. I guess none of this. I guess none of this doesn't matter. They created such a hype train with this scene, specifically in the first episode, so maybe it was worth it. Yeah, well, like I said, the timeline being fucked makes so many issues pop up, though.
Yeah,
the
like we get why it
consistency.
exists. We get why they did it. We
Yeah.
just don't really think it was the best idea.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good call. And again, we're gonna have a thing to talk about the moment episode 2 starts.
Which is starting right now. Oh boy.
Yeah. So
So
the two characters that don't exist in the comics, they literally put
Yeah.
in the doofuses. Well, one of the doofuses that worked at the White House and couldn't even do his fucking job. And he was put in here solely. Well, it also destroys one of my favorite jokes in the comic. But he's put in here solely so that he can say, "Oh, the current queen may be a nice lady, but she comes from a long line of tyrants." It's like, the fuck, dude, get your head out of your ass.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Literally just put there to say that one line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you called me dad. It's like, oh, fuck off. But yeah, they ruined my favorite joke from the comics, which was the trash bag goes flying into space and then it comes back down and lands, and this like weird group of people think it's like some sky deity has delivered unto them gifts from the heavens. And there's a naysayer that's there with them, and he's like, "Guys, it's obviously just a bag of trash. What are you talking about? This is clearly..." And then he hears something, and fucking Mark's
Graduation hat.
graduation cap comes flying out of orbit, lands perfectly on his head, and he looks up at it confused, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's a sign from our Lord."
He's the chosen one.
Yeah.
It was a fucking funny moment in the comics. And in the show it's used to, oh look, it's a palace made by a line of tyrants. Or no, the
Yeah.
queen comes from a land. Like, yeah,
So
some
fucking
people in history were tyrants. Not all of them necessarily are going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know why this needs to be said.
It's so fucking weird.
An issue I do have, since they're holding the Immortal's head right now, an issue I do have with both the comic and the show is that it's weird that they weren't able to bring him back, but the Muller twins were.
I don't think they didn't even try
But why
in
wouldn't
either of them,
they?
which is it's so weird.
Yeah.
Because again, his name is fucking Immortal. He's been blown up before. Again, when they go into his backstory, and you realize like everything that's happened to him, and he's fucking survived.
Yeah.
Dude, he was literally Abraham Lincoln. Okay, guys? Immortal was Abraham Lincoln. He got his brains blown out.
Yeah, I remember that part.
It is so fucking weird that they don't try. Like, and this is a thing against both the show and the comic. I don't get why they didn't try to bring him back.
Yeah, especially when they show him putting that thing on his neck and his body comes back to life. It's like, okay, well, you know, there's clearly still
there's
some life
signals.
in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do something here, but they just don't. They don't do anything.
Yeah. So that's a mark against both the comics and the show.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're starting to say something there.
Because I know what scene we're getting up to. Because they're all depressed that he's in the hospital and everything like that.
Right.
They're gonna talk about they're doing everything for him, and then the Flaxians show back up.
Well, they haven't shown up yet, but they will. And yeah, none of this happens in the comic because Dadman doesn't get his ass beat by the Guardians in the comic.
Yeah, and also the Flaxian thing happens way before the Guardians thing does.
Yeah, there's again
So-
the timeline is so fucked beyond repair. It's insane. There's
Yeah,
going to be
so
a lot of jumping around from us.
Because Dadman was not in the hospital and he was working with Mark. We showed it already, the comic page. After they beat the Flaxians, it was only a short time for them. The Flaxians had years. They perfected the technology.
Oh,
They pop out of a portal and they kidnap Nolan.
should
They
I
just straight
should I
kidnap
get
him.
that on screen?
Yeah, let's do that. That's a good
All right.
that's a good thing to show, because in the show, Nolan goes into the portal and then maliciously
Oh, that's right.
commits genocide.
Well, we'll get to that when we get to that, but I forgot. There's this entire plot line in the comics of someone.
Page 23.
Yeah, I got there.
Okay.
There's this whole plot line in the comics that someone is taking teenagers from schools and turning them into biological bombs and blowing up malls.
Yeah, or
Dad-
any public area that's like
public areas. A Dadman realizes this, and they head to a mall. And there's not enough time to get any answers from him. He throws him into space, and that's when the Flaxians come back and take him.
Yeah, the very next page, he's like, what the fuck? And then the Flaxians literally just pop in, whoop, and they kidnap him.
Yeah.
Again, he doesn't make a conscious effort to go to their universe or their reality. He gets fucking kidnapped. And then when he explains what happened, like, yeah, I guess we'll get there when we actually get to the thing in the show.
boy.
But it's very different. Again, this whole thing, because the show has already replayed its hand that he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that reveal has much more impact if a few episodes have gone by.
Yeah, especially because it has way more impact in the comic, because he just seems like your normal, average, good guy in the comics. He seems like he is Superman.
Yeah. Just reading a comment in chat, they dropped the whole bomb plot, which I would have liked to see. That's the thing, we don't know if it is dropped or not, because it could appear in season 2, or
Because,
even
again, the
season
timeline
3 or
is-
something.
The timeline is fucking everywhere in the
Yeah,
show.
so just to give an example, the mission to Mars is after Dadman leaves Earth. It's not before.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many changes, it's unreal. Dadman's planet-wide rampage of destruction has the best OST, though. Yeah, I did like the song that played during the destruction, but...
It was
just-
fun to watch. It was fun to watch, and it had a good song to it as well. Like, the visuals were really interesting,
Yeah,
but
it destroyed
you know,
so
that-
much.
yeah, visuals do not save bad writing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's there's just so much that we're gonna have to go through with this.
Yeah.
Like, because again, this was kind of when what sets up in the comics is this is when they're trying to figure out who all is who's guilty of the bombings and everything like that, and it's Robot that does it, because it's kind of highlighting in the comics Mark doesn't know how to be a detective,
Yeah, he's not...
which plays an important role later.
Yeah, he's not the brains of any operation. He's the muscle. Um,
No, it's not that. Again, this isn't one of those. It's not a good adaptation, therefore it's bad argument. That is not the argument we're going for here. The problem is because they remain faithful to different aspects of the adaptation, but because the timeline has been so fucked around, it makes no logical sense in the show itself.
yeah, a lot of character motivations and even some of their personalities are changed entirely. It's not
Yeah.
that. It's not that
Like again,
adaptation isn't faithful, therefore bad. It's the adaptation isn't faithful, which is leading to issues, and those issues are bad.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
you can change it as much as you want. I am totally down if this would have been a thing inspired by the
Yeah.
comics.
Yeah,
However,
keep in mind we've already praised at least a couple of things that the show did better than the
did
comics.
better, yes.
Yeah.
We're fine with there being changes, obviously. And obviously I think most like when you transfer stuff from like books to the big screen, you need to make some changes. When
Yes.
you do literally nothing, it typically doesn't work well. When you just word for word remake something, it just does not end well for the most part. So there
Yeah.
should be changes. It's just
Oh,
don't make
boy.
really stupid ones.
We're coming up to the big one. This
Yeah,
might be
we're-
one of my only times I'll ask you to put the audio on screen so people can hear the fucked up thing that gets said.
If you can find the, if you know what exact part it is, let me know. But
Yeah. It's when William is trying to get Mark's attention.
oh, so it's
Yeah,
after
it's back.
this fight.
It's back. Yes, it's right after this fight,
Okay.
and
so yeah,
the hospital visit afterwards. I should.
By the way, it's going to be something we'll have to say a lot whenever we're covering these things. We'll have to deal with it with Bebop flicks and fucking whatever else. But yeah, things aren't bad just because the adaptation is different. That's something
Yeah,
we're going to have to say
it's,
so many times.
Again, if they had changed more things, they could have made it work in this case. Unfortunately, they didn't change a lot of things, and then the things they did change actually go counter to the motivations and characterization they show in the actual show, which gets fucking weird. We're gonna have to talk about Robot breaking people out of prison. Okay?
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big one.
I just want to get this comment quickly from 010 Last. I haven't played Mortal Kombat X. I can't respond to someone's video on that. Several people have asked us about that recently. It's not something I can cover.
Yeah. We also didn't miss the super chat. It's just there when you got a discussion going, you don't want to just cut the flow immediately.
We'll get to the super chats as they come in if we can, but if we're in the middle of the discussion, we're gonna hold off.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just do it now. Oh no, I had a brain fart. €2 super chat from Lord Odin. How you doing, furry fap?
Thank you for the super chat. It's much appreciated, but no. Anyways,
wait, hold on a second. EFAP has never said that if an adaptation is bad, therefore it's bad. If it's a bad adaptation, it's bad. They have never once said that.
Wait, who said that?
Oh no, they said comparing adaptations isn't a bad thing, which is why I completely agree with EFAP that it's totally fine to look at the thing in isolation because you shouldn't need like material outside of it to make sense of things in the universe.
The reason we're comparing the comics to the show here is because
there's a video we want to talk about that might do this.
Yeah, we have a video to cover if we get through this. If not, we'll do it next time, I guess. But
yeah,
I very much agree with them about the whole adaptation.
The thing should stand on its own merits. I entirely agree with that.
Yeah, because I watched Hill House because of their coverage of it, and I really enjoyed it. And that's one they use as an example numerous times, is that the show is completely different from the books.
Yeah. So yeah, oh boy. We're still there. We're still on Creetosis end. We're still at the Flaxian battle to kind of show that they're out of their depth.
Well, look how long it takes for them to start aging too. That's something that I found weird is that this battle's been going on for quite a while now. But later times, as soon as their protection from the time stream is gone, they just immediately start crumbling.
So look at the way that just happened. They were totally fine, and then all of a sudden, like it's like they aged 50 years in a second.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense in this. Like the moment it happens in the comics when they start aging,
Yeah,
they are already out of there. They're like, oh fuck, they're gone.
Well, not just that. I think Mark and Dadman even comment that, hey, these guys are getting weaker somehow.
Yeah.
And that's why they end up fleeing.
Yeah, well, boy.
Also, this moment, too, where Mark tries to save this old grandmother in that fight in here, it's showing a real care for the people, and I think that's a good addition, too.
Yes, I agree, but the comics didn't really need this addition because you could already tell he actually really cared about people.
Yeah, that's
which is
true.
why he doesn't have that moment of I don't want to be a superhero, which he does in the show for some reason.
Yeah.
It's real weird.
Yeah.
But then again, Cecil also like tries to recruit him at the like goofiest fucking time in here. Again, the timeline, the motivations don't make sense because of the timeline being so fucked.
Oh boy, and here's that part you were talking about.
Yes. So this is the only one I will say. Turn up the volume on this. Let's see if I can get exactly. Are you okay, my dad? When he starts doing my dad.
Well, I can't hear it on my end, so I'm not going to be able to tell.
I'll tell you when I'm watching it.
Well,
I would say pause it
me.
now. Yeah, I'd say pause it now since I'm delayed.
Okay, yeah, Will still looks concerned there.
Yeah, I'd back up a bit and then do the audio for this.
I don't know how much we're going to be able to get away with.
This is literally, we just want to hear one line.
But are we already past it?
Yes.
Oh.
He does it like almost immediately because he does my dad, he got attacked. Says, what? You're kidding? Oh God, you're not kidding. Is he okay? What happened? He's in the hospital. They're doing their best, but it's messed up, William. He's really hurt. Jesus, Mark. I'm so sorry. Did they catch you did it? No, not yet. And then immediately after this, no, not yet.
Oh, well, I'm not that far then. Let's see.
Are you okay?
My dad, he got attacked.
Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead.
So, this is one of the big changes where I'm just like, what the fuck?
William, he's really hurt.
This is kind of where you start seeing the ideology come in full effect.
I'm so sorry. Did they catch you, did it?
No, not yet.
Oh, VLC froze there for some reason.
Speaking as someone who's been attacked in this stupid city, I'm here for you. Whatever you need.
Oh,
You wanna
that
talk?
line.
I'll listen.
Yeah. Speaking as somebody who's been attacked in this stupid city, I can relate. I'm here for it's like the fuck you can, son. Dude, as far as you know, a regular old man is in the hospital, beat within an inch of his life, and you're trying to relate to that by saying your Fifi's got hurt.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
off.
that's fucked.
Did
That's
you get
totally
it because he's
fucked.
gay, guys? That's why he gets attacked.
Yeah.
In this
Well-
stupid
well-
city.
Are we sure we know he's gay yet, or is he just someone who's flamboyant? Because I don't think they actually say that right away.
I know in like I think the next episode he's like openly flirting and hitting on the dude.
Yeah.
That's like trying to show him around college.
Yeah.
And he just straight up admits that, yeah, they had sex at the fucking park or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah. This is a line that was added for really stupid reasons. Again, this is a death by 1,000 paper cuts thing here. This is not this is the smoking gun thing. This is one of those changes where it's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
This
just
is-
really fucking stupid. Like, as a gay person myself, I just find this extremely, like, how dare you put that on the same level as someone who's been beaten to an inch of they're literally in the hospital, they may not make it, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I got called a mean name.
Yes, as somebody who's been
Uh.
attacked in this stupid city, it's like, what the fuck?
Another Texan Bull in chat. He is aggressively gay. Yeah. That's the best way to describe it. To be fair, being attacked can mean anything from Fifi issues to being mugged and beaten in an alleyway. Because William doesn't look like a person who could stand up for himself. Yeah.
Yeah, that is fair. I will give that as a fair, but they don't go into anything about him being attacked. He doesn't mention mugged or anything like that at any point in the show.
And even that still would not compare. Like, oh, I
Yeah.
got my stuff stolen from me. You know, like that doesn't compare to someone being in a fucking hospital, literally on the verge of death.
Yeah, it's so weird. And then the thing he says almost immediately afterward. Let me just go forward a little bit.
Oh,
you
you
want
want
to
me to
listen?
play that too?
A good one. It's when he looks at Eve, and then Mark goes, "Eve Wilkins," and William's like, "What? Oh, yeah, that's her.
Sorry,
I need to talk to her."
I have to read this comment in chat from Lord Odin. Pagan, are you trying to tell me you were not attacked daily in the Trumpenreich? I'm shocked.
I know, right? Yeah.
That's the weirdest thing. I don't understand where, like, it's one of those things, like, you're in especially if, supposedly the red states are really bad for it. And I'm like, never happened to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't get me wrong. I had shit happen to me, but it was when I was younger, not during like Trump stuff. Nothing like that. I had issues
I didn't even
with
have it when I was younger.
I did when I was younger, mainly from my own father, but there were some people like in the town I live near that were very like Bible thumper douchebags. I literally got grabbed by my hair at one point and dragged off my bike because I was playing with other kids.
Yeah. And then what William says there that's coming up, you and all the other straight boys within a 10-mile radius. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why is that a line?
I just want to get this comment from Papa G too quickly. For me, it's too vague for me to have opinions on. Well, the thing we're kind of getting at here is it's more signs of what's to come.
These are like a red flag sticking out of the ground, like one of those things they use to denote like a pothole or something. That you ever seen those tiny red flags? It's one of those, and it's just building up.
Yeah, there's gonna be more. It's not just this
ones.
one thing. It's not just this one thing. There's gonna be more. That's the thing. It keeps building up, and
it keeps
there's more and more and more.
That's like my favorite joke from the comics. The whole, can you take me flying? Oh, this is so gay. And then it happens again when he forces Eve to fly him around when they're boyfriend and girlfriend. And she's like, this is so gay.
Yeah, that panel fucking broke me. That was so good. And it's another callback that's like several issues between each other. Yeah. And then it happens a third time when Mark is flying Titan, and Titan is starting to say, "This is so," and Mark says, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to say it.
It is so good.
But yeah, Amber's entire existence is kind of what instead of being the red flag, it was a red flag already when Amber like was a super strong person and like fucking nut kicks somebody it's totally against what Amber would do in the books. Or sorry, in the comic.
Yeah, in the comic you don't see much of her early on, but she comes across as like
a normal person.
A normal person,
she's
a
normal.
Sweet kid who doesn't seem to want to hurt anyone,
Yeah. And again, you can do this whole thing. This is one of those adaptation things. It doesn't matter. You can change Amber all you want, but her character in the show is openly evil.
Yeah.
Like, she's a really horrific human being.
Yeah, this is one of the problems
so weird that
modern
they made
media
her so evil.
Yeah, modern media really does not understand how to portray like women for the most part anymore, like strong women. Like they clearly wanted to they changed her race and all this because they're like, oh, now she's an independent, strong black lady. And it's like, but your depiction of an independent, strong black lady is someone who blackmails people, attacks them, is
Gaslights
manipulative.
people. Yeah, it's like
You know,
that's you realize how that's not good, guys.
has a horrible motivation for what she does to Mark. I mean,
Yes.
like you are not portraying this in a very good light, which just shows like you really don't understand how people work.
Yeah, it is one of those insanity things. And boy, if we do get to that video, I cannot wait to talk about that.
Oh boy. Did you want to get
especially the pinned comment on that video?
Did you want to get the line about Amber with audio?
No,
Or
the
no?
one about Eve. I guess we could.
Sorry, Eve. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's another one of those.
I had to
Like, what a
restart
weird
VLC.
line.
I had to restart VLC because the visuals froze.
Yeah. But yeah, it's such a weird fucking line. Irregardless of what the line further means, one, it's highlighting, his preferences. But another thing, fucking you and all the other straight boys in a 10-mile radius. Like, what? Who would say that? Like, realistically.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a weird thing to say.
Yeah, they're really going ham with it, which is another problem of like they don't understand people. They're just making these like really overt stereotypes as like character writing, and it's really weird and like awkward.
Yeah. I want to get to what another Texan Bull said in chat. The second Amber realized that Mark was invincible, she should have just gone up to him and the two have a talk. Not this petty, you lied to me. Yeah, it's
dude,
it's terrible. We'll be getting to that. We'll be tearing that the fuck apart when we get to it. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's just
let me
crazy.
Let me just get this line out of the way from the show.
You and all the other stray boys in a 10-mile radius. Good luck with that. And didn't you just...
Yeah, so... Yeah.
What a weird fucking line.
Incredibly weird.
I get it. You're flagging he's gay. Yeah, you're flagging it real fucking hard. It's like,
I'm not sure he could be more of a gay stereotype if they tried.
I know. The whole like, his mustache looks great. So again, he's openly flamboyant, and now like the whole attack thing, which again was a red flag for me. As people said, there are scenarios that could be brought up, but they don't do anything like that in the show to be like, oh no, he actually meant he literally was mugged or something like that. And also, so you can only take it as what the weird fucking messaging always is, and then it's like,
well, here's the other thing. Would there really be that much of a prejudice for gay people in a world where like
with superheroes and shit?
Where supervillains are constantly like destroying cities and trying to kill people, and
where people are like transformed into different beings altogether, and you know that there are like monsters in society. This is one of those weird things that I don't understand.
In fact, if anything, you'd probably see more prejudice towards anyone who
looks like a monster.
Well, not just looks like a monster, but anyone who might show signs of being, a hero. Or, well, not a hero. Having powers,
Yeah. I would expect more of, like, what the X-Men went through. I would expect more of that.
Yeah, actually, that's perfect.
And it's weird that there isn't. The comics kind of bring up that people have kind of come to accept these things because the heroes aren't a new thing in this reality. So they've kind of come to accept it. So they've already gone through all those trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of weird fucking things that don't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, and that makes it even more weird. Because it's like, if they already went through the trials and tribulations of accepting people like this, then they definitely would have already gone through the gay thing, like way long ago. So that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. Oh, they're always going to be discriminatory. We're just saying that the discrimination would go from things that are really petty to things that are more obvious. Like, I'm a normal human man that can fit the normal human clothes. You are a 10-foot tall werewolf. You are bad, evil, fuck
Yeah.
you, doggy. You know, it would become more of the blatant, discrimination.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like his like Will's statement about like this city. He wouldn't be blanket stating like the city. He would just say like some people. He would just say like there would be individuals. But the way he says it, it implies like no, everybody is a fucking bigot. Because that's the time we're living in. It's that kind of thing.
Which
sorry,
just doesn't make sense.
I want to get to something quickly. This just happened on screen. Mark and Eve are talking about their powers, and they're looking around as they're doing so to make sure no one is around them in this show, which I really like because in the comic they're in a hallway. The comic, they're in a hallway full of other school. I shouldn't say kids; they're teenagers, full of other people.
Just call them students.
Yeah, full of other students, and they're like just casually talking about having powers and being superheroes and doing shit. So that's a good change there on the show again.
Papa G says, Creetosis, I agree to an extent, but are you saying smaller discrimination wouldn't exist anymore? Not at all. You'll have the fucking weirdos, but it won't be to an extent of where a guy is saying, in this stupid city, as if to say, like, it happens all the fucking time, and, like, he's getting triggered constantly.
Yeah.
So, again, it would be a bunch of fucking weirdos, but again, the ones that would be discriminatory would have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
And to go back towards your point, Creetosis, in the comics, they just kind of hand wave away that they're being careful, which you kind of have to in the comics, because I get they don't want to like do multiple like new pages of them like looking
there's
around.
That
and
one joke, and we have to show it if we can remember which issue it's in. Because,
yes,
God damn, it's that classic.
One. Yeah, it's the Science Dog one. Let's see if I can find it. There's one where he can't breathe.
Anyways,
wait, no, actually, wait, no, I think you already have it posted in the Discord. Let's scroll up.
Oh, yes, well, I'd rather get the whole page, but
I think you did do the whole page, I think.
All right.
At least I recall. Yes, you did. You did the whole page here. Okay, yeah.
All right, give me that link.
Oh.
Because there's no real time to bring this up that...
It's just a funny
this, right. I love this.
Yeah.
This was great.
This is a classic. So, I had seen this fucking page completely out of context several years ago. And I'm like, God damn, that is funny as fuck.
Yep.
And, oh boy, gotta resize here. And, when I got to the comic, I kind of lost my shit again because I completely forgot about it. Gotta say, man, I'm amazed at how you get these things out on a monthly basis. It seems like so much work to do in such a short amount of time, and you're never late. Actually, a lot of times, I'll just reuse art that I've already done over and over. It's good for dramatic pauses, and when stuff doesn't really change much from panel to panel. Most people don't even notice. You don't think that's kind of cheap? Not really.
That is fucking amazing.
Yeah. And it's funny because once this happens, you start noticing it. If you go back in other pages, you'll notice like
oh yeah,
the characters are in the same poses, the sky is the same and everything like that over and over again. It's really fucking good.
I noticed that several times even before this page, but I noticed it happening a lot after too. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It's a good self-burn.
It really is.
Anyways, I think we're coming up on the next Flaxian attack.
This is the aftermath. This is them meeting with the devil detective. Oh boy, I got a lot to say about him.
Yeah, we'll have a lot to say. This is where they find out the time streams work differently between the Flaxians' universe and ours.
Yeah, which is something that Nolan just immediately thought of. He's like, oh, it makes sense. They're aging rapidly. Their time stream must work different than ours. Like, again, he's got this shit on lockdown.
Well,
I think it's what makes this a weird change to me.
I think it's kind of fair that they don't know what it is immediately, because they did just kind of crumble up and die. You don't know if they've got some kind of virus or something either, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Or maybe that our atmosphere doesn't completely agree with them. They can survive it for a few minutes, but then it starts to wear them down or something, you know?
Yeah.
Gotta find a new segue then anyways. Well, you know, it happens. Anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I liked it more that Nolan was able to show his experience in dealing with things, was able to read the situation a lot more rapidly and come to a conclusion than everyone else. Like the government here says it's taken them a long time. They had to do like an analysis and tests and everything like that. It's just kind of weird to add this scene. Even more weird that this is a thing. So Cecil shows he has teleportation technology here, which would be really fucking handy for a lot of situations.
Yeah, teleportation is probably one of the most useful fucking powers you could ever have.
Yeah, and again, it's not really a power, it's technology, but oh my goodness, there are so many things that could have been done with this teleportation. And I know in the comics they explain it's super fucking expensive and it's really hard to do. In this, he's literally like walking and they can teleport him so they can hit moving targets with and everything. There are so many things that this fucks over. Like in the show, when they show that they have teleportation technology and they can use it on a whim really fast. Well, they don't explain in the show how much it costs. In the comics, it costs $5 million every single time they do it, and he needs to be stationary and everything like that. So there are drawbacks to it. But he just does it all the time because he's like, it's just too much fun. I think I'm addicted. And then he does it again right in front of Donald. And Donald's like,
Also, Damien Darkblood. So I guess he's introduced now. I guess we should just get it out of the way immediately. In the comics, he's played off as a complete joke. There's barely anything to him.
He gets made fun of and laughed at for being so slow and so behind the investigation. In the show, they make him way more of an important part because they want an investigation aspect, which doesn't. The only reason the investigation works is because Nolan is stupid.
Yeah.
Which is really weird.
See, that's the thing, is I do like that they have more to Damien in this, but it costs so much to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's more we'll get to when it comes up in, as we go through this in chronological order, I guess.
Yeah. Man, oh man, there's, there are things. Plus, I guess backtracking slightly for the whole teleportation thing, I love the fact that he is having such a good time, he actually starts treating it like he's in fucking Star Trek. He's like, one to beam up, energize.
Yeah.
You can tell Cecil's just having a good fun. And Cecil's a lot more, like,
laid
human
back
in the comics.
Yeah. But
he has jokes and stuff like that. He knows when to get serious, but he has moments where he's like, oh, girl troubles. Well, I think you should know that a man at my age is really interested in these problems. Let me lay it on me. He's genuinely like a bit of a jokester when he's calm, relaxed, and the world's not fucking falling apart.
Yeah. I don't completely have an issue with the change of him being all serious in the show either, though, because it makes sense that someone in his position would be so beaten down and worn down by the job and having to see the numbers every day of how many people are lost in each fight and all the damage, you know?
All right, so Trico Trooper with $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He says it costs the taxpayer X amount of dollars every time when he's distracting Omni-Man in the show, I think. Never read the comic and heard that. Okay, that's fair.
I don't remember hearing it in the show.
We'll see when we get to that point. I've got subtitles turned on for myself as I'm skipping around in areas to try to get to scenes that are important.
Yeah. We could probably skip this whole teen team meeting, I think, can't we?
Or do we want to talk I guess we can talk about Rex being more of a douche, but we kind of already covered that.
Yeah. He's a bit of a douche here, but it really ramps up when the Flaxians attack again.
Yeah.
Because he just gets obnoxious after that point. So let's skip ahead a bit.
Yeah, let's see. There's the hospital scene. The Flaxians are attacking again. Oh, and Yeah.
What?
No, I just thought of something that's funny.
Oh boy.
Oh, in this, again, a thing that happens when the Flaxians return, and Nolan is fighting once again, side by side with Mark, and they're like, "Okay, how do we stop these guys? They're not getting weaker this time. I don't understand. Well, we got to figure something out." And then Nolan comes up with an idea to get the Flaxian Emperor and start chatting, and he says, "Fools, we will no longer be hindered now that we have these power bracelets on that stop our aging."
No one isn't in this fight.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about in the comics.
Oh.
Because remember, they do the thing where the Emperor gives away that it's the bracelets. He straight up tells them it's the bracelets, and then he has that pause a moment of like, and then the rock comes flying across and shatters it on his arm, and he's like, "Oh poop."
Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh shit." I didn't mean to give away what our vulnerability was. Oops.
Yeah, that I would have a bit of an issue with. It's always stupid when a character reveals what their obvious weakness is that gets them destroyed. I can imagine it happening from time to time if someone's like an incredible idiot or too full of themselves, but not as often as it does in media.
Yeah. So there's the Flaxian fight when they've literally made counters to everybody.
Sorry,
in the show, I mean.
I just want to take care of a comment in chat quickly. At Creetosis, I know why you hate being called a furry, but do you hate furries in general? The purge is coming.
Oh, wow. Shit, I heard that saying of, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, but Jesus, I didn't know I got to start sleeping with a Magnum under my pillow. Thanks, Creetosis.
I had to take the opportunity. No, I don't. Anyways, what were you saying there?
Well, so this is the one, I think... I forget what episode it is in the show where he flies into the portal.
I think
it is this one. It is this episode, yeah.
It is at the end of this episode, but we're on the second Flaxian attack now, and this is where Rex is being an incredible douche.
Yeah, which he doesn't do. It's weird, like, the show is trying to set him up as this really awful person to explain why he cheated on Eve.
Let's just play the audio for a couple seconds. Not long enough for us to get tagged, but long enough so...
Getting old!
Yeah.
They seem to have discovered a way to resist our time stream.
In 3 days?
3 days for us.
Well, I can understand him being surprised there, but for this whole scene, he's constantly going on at, like, the top of his voice, bitching and moaning that, "Oh, great idea," It's really...
Yeah, he's
really
literally
insufferable.
being the team load here. He's actually bringing morale down when everybody should be rallying together because it's a very tough fight. He's actually actively sabotaging his team.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, I feels like they did this in the show to explain why he would cheat on Eve.
But that's the thing, is you don't need to explain something like that. It can just be something that happens.
Yeah, even good people can do that. That's so stupid that you would have to try to explain it this way.
Yep. Again, that's the only reason I can think of why they turned up his douchiness to 11. Oh yeah, and there's the scene of once we get past this, the hospital scene. Yeah.
Should we just skip to that? Because not a whole lot else happens in this. It's just a fight.
Yeah, we can skip to that. This is when his dad gets up and then he starts screaming that he needs his suit back.
Yeah.
And this is one of the big problems with the change. I like that they try to put more mystery in it, but Nolan is an idiot.
Well, that's the thing too. Is how long has he been out at this point? At least 3 or 4 days. Cecil and his team should have examined the suit already and figured it out.
Yeah, I don't get how Cecil and the government didn't examine the blood all over his suit.
Yeah, because even if they didn't suspect him, you would think that would be a major clue regardless.
Yeah, or maybe he injured the guy that killed everybody else.
Exactly.
It's
which would make sense because he's like a fucking god, so obviously Oh my god, yeah, it's so fucking dumb.
Yeah,
I
and
hated this.
then doubling down on the stupidity when for some reason the government didn't run blood tests and everything like that to try to like eliminate a suspect or try to maybe build a profile on who might be out there because maybe there was like weird alien blood
Well,
in there as well that wasn't Martian or
Yeah,
something.
because this would be like a top priority. Your 7
Yeah.
strongest heroes were just killed, and
your eighth guy.
otherworldly alien guy who's stronger than all of them nearly died.
Yes.
Finding out information on this would be top fucking priority. Absolutely.
Yep.
And I don't think they would just give back his suit so willingly. Like,
Yeah, and then
it's evidence. They wouldn't just be like, yeah, sure, we'll just give you your exact. They'd be like, no, we'll just make you a new one.
yeah, and then they give him the suit back, and he doesn't immediately destroy it.
Yeah.
He keeps it in like an obvious hiding. He doesn't like go and put it on the moon or some shit.
Well, yeah, you could put
Like-
it anywhere. You could put it on top of a mountain in some remote part of the world that no one could climb because it's in highly dangerous territory due to like wars and stuff, or like you said,
Yeah.
on the moon, or even throw it into the fucking sun.
Yeah, it's like it don't fucking matter if the suit somehow survives the sun, and nobody getting that suit back.
Oh, this is something that bugs me too. So Nolan just got out of the hospital, and the mother is like, "Oh no, you can't go to space to fight this alien," but she doesn't care later on when he's in a different dimension. And it's
Yeah,
hand waved.
yeah. And what's weird about the whole the alien to space thing again? They Omni-Man is busy in the comic, which is why Mark gets
Yeah,
tasked
he's
to do it.
literally fighting with the Guardians against some other threat when Alan the alien shows up.
Yes, and then it actually is played off for laughs that all you had to do to get Alan to leave was to just talk with him,
Yeah.
and then Omni-Man's like, "Oh, you just talked with him, and that worked." And then the mom actually starts, ribbing Omni-Man. She's like, "Maybe you should have thought instead of using your muscles."
Yeah. Well, I think that happens
like-
in both the comic and the show, doesn't it?
I don't remember him saying like, "Oh, you just talked with him and it worked." Hold on. Oh, I'll find out. I'm skipping ahead to that point.
199 from Spark. Thank you. They didn't suspect Omni-Man because he had his passport. Is that a
Oh, God.
Half-Life VR AI reference?
Yeah, apparently. I haven't watched it though.
Can I see your passport? Why do I need
Okay.
a fucking passport?
Okay, so he goes back to Earth after he sees the view. He's like, "Wow." Cecil just shows up, and then it just goes to the next day at school. Yeah, they don't bring it up at all.
Really?
Yeah, and then it goes into
I was sure they did in the, okay.
yeah, no, they don't.
Huh.
I fought them until I passed out, woke up in your hospital. That's it. Yeah, and then here Cecil is like giving him the fucking third degree. It's just so weird.
Well, anyways, I don't think we have much to say, or much else to say on the, Alan the alien fight right now, do we?
Not yet, because it's stuff that gets brought up.
At the end.
Yeah. So yeah, so the Flaxians come back.
And that's the fight we'll need to focus on, because that's when, Dad Man...
Oh, hang on, wait.
Oh,
Right after Alan the Alien, this is when it gets revealed that Amber is blackmailing the bully to make the bully give her phone number to Mark.
yeah. No, after that, we go straight to, the house with Cecil.
Yeah, where Cecil's giving him the third degree.
Yeah, because he super suspects Omni-Man, and he's not getting any information out of him.
Which is fucking... If you suspected him, why didn't you run any tests?
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, it's showing this early that there's, a lot of suspicion on him, and they're not doing anything with it, which is really fucking annoying.
Yeah. Again, this is one of those. It doesn't matter that it's an adaptation; it's different from it. Like in the comics, Cecil's taken completely off guard, which is why he feels so much more guilty because he hadn't done anything because he didn't
Yeah.
fucking know. But here he suspects him, and because Omni-Man was still present at the crime scene and knocked out and had blood all over his uniform, the only conclusion you can come to is that Cecil, Donald, and everybody that works for the government are stupid, and not a single one of them actually ran any tests on any of the blood or looked into anything.
It is so fucking stupid. It is.
Yeah, and then here's the bully.
The blackmail
revealing
scene.
that he got blackmailed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because our strong independent woman has got to resort to illegal methods to just get someone to hand a phone number to someone else. Like, what the fuck?
Here's the thing, though, is if she wanted, she could have put it in his locker on her own, or she
or just walk
up to him and talk to him. See, the reason,
like she does in the fucking comics.
Well, in the comics, she does give him a note as well, but
But she also turns and kind of like flirts with him. She's like, "Yee," and then she walks
well,
off.
it's done because she's like shy about meeting him.
Yeah, because she has a crush on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, then we go into the Flaxine fight, and this is the one where again they're getting their ass whooped. Dad Man shows up and single-handedly saves the day, and then he flies into the portal.
Oh
and
boy.
This is a big problem.
Yeah.
Again, they make him villainous because we already know he's a villain, so they kind of ramp up his villainy. So he commits genocide on this other world.
Yeah, and in the comics, we don't actually know what happens on the alien world. He gives his own telling of events, but we don't know how true it is.
Yes.
And if we go by his story, then he was their prisoner for a while. Then
because that's what that gadget they put on him, it suppressed all of his abilities.
Yeah. In fact,
And
I can
he was a slave. He was a slave working in the mines and everything like that, and then he led a slave revolt, and the rebellion scientists finally built a way for him to get back to Earth. His Earth, I should say.
Yeah, in the show, I guess we could just skip to the point where Dad Man shows up. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. $5 super chat from ZoraArk720. Pagan, what do you mean by Magnum the gun protection or BD toy, Black Dragon toy? And would you love to have fun with you if you were your Sona? What?
Wow.
What?
I was the one that said Magnum under my pillow. That wasn't Pagan.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
But why are you going BD toy? What? That's a bit weird, Zorark.
Yeah, what the fuck? I don't even know what the hell the comment is trying to say. Okay.
So anyways, this whole thing...
And this is also an issue for power levels, too, because in the comic, he has trouble with them on their first fight because there are so many of them. Here, he just kind of fucking plows through them all with a little effort.
Yeah, and then he's shown like taking out and destroying an entire world easily.
Yeah. An entire world. It makes a point of him destroying their entire civilization and doing as much damage as possible.
Yeah. Oh, but it's weird. Again, this is one of those it's one of those just things that, again, this works against him in the show because now we know he will commit genocide on a whim, which goes against his characterization. Again, it's one of those ones where it's like, that's a bit weird.
A little more than a bit. It is a huge issue.
Yeah. This is, like I was saying before...
This is a show-only, like, thing here. So it's one of those, like, because they've already revealed he's a villain, now they're just making him even more villainous.
Yeah, and this is that thing I was talking about before about, like, visuals and music, while nice. I mean, this kind of thing right here is, this takes a season 1 that was okay to most people and will make season 2 and everything else after absolute shit. This is this kind of stuff that will destroy this show
Yeah.
later.
I haven't gotten that far into the comics yet, but you mentioned the possibility of him being redeemed earlier on, and I
Yeah.
don't think anyone is going to be able to see any kind of redemption for him when you see this,
Exactly. In
level of
this in the
destruction going
show,
on. It's insane.
there's
Yeah.
no way in the show it will make any sense. There's nothing. They fucked themselves. There's just nothing they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very possible that season 2 of Invincible could be season 2 of The Boys.
Yeah.
In what a shit show it turns out to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to like. That's what I'm getting at is how many of these shows have we seen where it starts off strong, but because of issues from the first season, they seem small, but by the time that you get to the next season or so on, it completely ruins the show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
and then-
happens all the time.
And then when he's leaving their world after he's like fucking ruining it, he's literally holding a bunch of Flaxians hostage and waiting for them to open a portal, and then he just drops a fucking basically meteor on them as if as like a final fuck you as he leaves. It's legitimately one of those like these scientists they've capitulated. They aren't going to do nothing to you, and you're like, okay, I got to make sure you die though when I leave. So fuck
Yeah,
you,
just
bye.
casually crushing these scientists that are helping him get back. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Why was that necessary in any way?
Like I said, it's really weird because they try to show that he can be redeemed later with the whole tears dropping from his eyes as he's leaving the planet. It's oh my god, yeah, there's
Yeah. Again, it's more of an emotional aspect rather than an actions. Don't pay attention to what he did, just pay attention to how he feels. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Fuck
And
off.
then
We're not gonna forgive him.
It can't be understated how much damage and death he causes, especially in the final episode.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Killing
final
people for
episode.
fun in the final episode.
Yeah,
he
it
is
really puts the nail in the coffin.
maliciously- Rather than it in the God, when we get there, we're gonna have to go through why the comics do it so much better. And again, it's not an adaptation thing. It just doesn't make sense. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to show that he's crying because he realizes he actually does care and everything like that. It's it doesn't fucking work after what he just did. It doesn't work.
Just getting
yeah,
the
this
next
is
episode up.
so annoying.
Oh boy, we're starting off with the
With
funeral of the
the funeral.
Guardians. Oh boy.
Which, again, in the comics, the funeral gets attacked, and it's not by a supervillain. It is by Black Samson's butler, Sanford.
Yeah, because there's a bit of a build up to Black Samson. In the show, he just kind of comes out of nowhere. But in the comics, they build him up beforehand. He's a He's a superhero who lost his powers, but he's getting a super suit to give him some measure of that strength back. And it turns out his butler steals it because he wants revenge on the Guardians for what heartless monsters they were for abandoning him.
For abandoning one of their own, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that whole thing sets up so many other plot points. It wasn't just that happened. You needed that scene to happen for a scene later on with Immortal to happen and Black Samson when the two of them finally meet up again.
Yeah,
properly.
I haven't gotten that far yet myself, but it sounds like it's a really good scene.
Yeah. So here, the funeral just goes off without a hitch for some reason.
Well, there's another issue that happens from a change they made here. In the show, there's a separate funeral for where the bodies are actually buried. And they say this is to prevent grave robbers. And holy shit, does that
not work? Yeah.
Not only does that not work, that causes issues later on because, well, I guess we could skip ahead to this point just to get out of the way quickly, and we'll come back to it when we get there in the timeline. But the this kid and his friend are digging up the body of Immortal so they can drink from his skull and get immortality. But the problem is, if no one knows where these bodies are buried, then how the fuck do these guys know?
Yeah.
How did these two random kids know where the secret government burial of the superhero bodies were, and specifically
Yeah.
which one was immortal?
Yeah.
It was so stupid. Like, why did you even throw this line in? All that does, by adding this scene now, then,
Causes
it just fucks
issues.
that up. Yeah, it
Yeah.
fucks that whole thing up. You were better off just not saying that.
Yeah, if it had literally just been they were buried where the monument was made, as they do in the fucking comics, yes, it makes sense the two grave robber kids know where it is, and then the Mauler twins show up.
Yeah.
But here, because they specifically said it's in a secret burial that no one will know about, how do two random dipshits know where it is? Two
Exactly.
random kids.
Because now the whole part with the Immortal coming back is completely contrived. No one was supposed to know where the body is. Now they have it. Now he's back.
Yeah. And Riso says one of the kids is the stepson of the dumb security guard. Somehow the security guard knows where the superhero graveyard is. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't fully explain it, though, because that guard isn't here. And remember, he's a White House guard. He's not the guard of this random graveyard. Well, not random,
And he's a really
but you know what I mean.
And he's a really shit White House guard, as we already pointed out. Like, he's not checking anybody's IDs or looking in their face or literally doing anything to actually protect the White House.
Yeah. And yeah, that guy is just completely not here.
Yeah. Oh, man, I made myself sad because I'm looking at Donald now.
Oh, boy.
Poor Donald. So, the spoiler for there, Donald doesn't die in the comics. He's still around. He actually survives a lot because he's a tough son of a bitch. He gets hurt real bad, but he actually, like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I guess we could skip ahead a bit. Not a whole lot else happens in this scene. It's just Dadman talking to Damien Darkblood.
Yeah. Mark from school.
Oh, there is something to talk about here. Cecil talks with Robot and wants him to get a new Guardians team together. It happens a bit differently in the comics. The Robot is promoted to join the Guardians. And
While the Guardians are still alive.
Yeah. And, again, going back to Rex quickly, he's supportive of him. He's like, hey, good job, man. I'm proud of you.
Yeah,
I don't remember the exact lines.
The entire teen team comes together and they're like clapping on the backs and they're happy for him and everything like that. And like,
yeah.
Dude, that's great. And then when Robot says, sadly, I'll have to dissolve the team because I can't be on two teams at once. They're all like, dude, that makes total fucking sense. You live your dream, my dude. We're happy we could be here for you.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was including Rex.
Including Rex.
It's a weird change.
Yeah, he's not just a complete fucking douche nozzle in the comics, and that's what I was trying to build up to earlier.
Yeah. There's the whole Amber thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out where... Oh, Cecil has an outpost set up outside the house, monitoring them the entire time, which... Another thing that doesn't happen in the comics, and...
Yeah, and then there's Amber's weird fucking speech, too. I forgot.
Oh, boy.
The whole, like, don't you mean when I was gonna call? I can think of a few reasons. If I came on too strong, you've got a girlfriend, you're lame and you don't like chicks who kick assholes in the balls when they threaten you. You're terrified of me, aren't you? It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird.
Dude, we know you just fucking blackmailed the fucking bully as well. Like, you're already shown not to be a good person.
In fact, if this were real life, that would be some serious fucking warning signs to stay away from this bitch.
Yeah.
And actually...
What's the most...
I didn't even consider that before. The fact that she already blackmailed someone is, like, further reason you would not want to give this bitch your secret identity.
Yes. She actually blackmailed somebody already
Oh, God.
just for the petty thing of forcing him to deliver a phone number to someone else.
I didn't even consider that before. That makes us so much worse. Jesus Christ.
Yes. And like, again, what's one of the most famous sayings in just reality? Don't stick your dick in crazy.
Yes.
When somebody is that vindictive enough to actually blackmail somebody else to deliver a phone number, you know you ain't working with someone who's normal.
Oh my god. Now that we're bringing this up, that she's like, oh my god. She's starting to remind me of Creetosis will know. You know that chick we watched in that video a few days ago? The fucking, I loved him. I wouldn't have hurt him. I loved him. And she had the butcher knife in her fucking.
Yes.
That's basically Amber.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sent what, like 35,000 text messages to this guy?
In like the span of like, what was it? A week or a month or something. She sent like 35,000 texts to him, and like he wanted nothing to do with her. And then he showed up to his house with a butcher knife in the car and all this crazy shit.
Yeah.
And then she was like, in her prison interview, she was giving, she was saying like she figured out like the equation to love and all this other like crazy like E equals MC squared, which isn't even like correct, but she was saying like EMC squared is like the fucking equation to love or whatever. And, like she claimed that she had solved it and all this other crazy bullshit.
Yeah, just this insane bitch.
Yeah.
Then
we get to Eve getting cheated on.
So I have an issue with this scene, a big issue. Why the fuck does Kate come out of the shower?
So that she could try to play off that she was in the shower.
But
But
if they just not made any noise and one of them just continued showering as normal, Eve might not have gone in there.
Yeah.
Like, it's just...
And then there's this, where it's like, Rex said you guys talked about it. And, dude, this whole conversation kind of fucks up everything here. Because Eve immediately, when she sees Rex in the shower with multiple duplicates, she immediately runs off. There's no conversation. There's no thing like this in the show of him saying like, oh, we talked about it. He said you guys were cool with it. It makes Rex so much fucking worse.
Yeah.
And then his justification is, well, what'd you expect when you're flying off with fucking Invincible and everything? I know you're sleeping with him. It's like, what? Excuse me?
Yeah, the way it was handled in the comic was better because, again, it's just making Rex into this insufferable dickhead. He doesn't need to be an asshole for any of this to work. And see, he even pisses off Duplicate there. Like, why?
Yeah.
And again, I hate having to keep saying this, but it was done better in the comics because, spoiler, the exact same thing that happened to Eve in the comics happens to Rex. He walks in and finds Duplicate, multiple of her, with the Immortal.
Yeah.
And his reaction is exactly the same.
Yeah, it's a callback to be like, do you understand now what you did?
Yeah.
But yeah, then we hit the tryouts, which I don't understand why Eve is there. Because Eve doesn't join in the comics. She's too pissed, so she doesn't join the team. Here, though, it's used to have Eve like beat down a toxic masculinity, literally.
That's his name?
No, it's just what it feels like. You see what I mean? He's like, look at him. He's doing the fucking muscle body douche bro shit.
Ah.
She isn't even present at these trials in the comics.
Well, I think she shows up at the end and sees who gets approved for it, but she doesn't try it herself.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the comics skipped the whole showing people actually fighting each other, and they just announced who the winners are.
Yeah. They showed the final guy, and he was going up against a ton of like murder bots, and he was crying, and he's like, "It's not going well for this guy. We just need to pull him out." Yeah. But yeah, and then they, again, is another thing. They just changed Shrink Ray to be a woman for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's just one of those weird changes.
Yeah, completely random, and it's just, it doesn't make sense. Again, I don't have a problem with changes like that if it makes sense or if it's done well, but just doing it for the sake of doing it seems weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe it.
And then Rex just being a bit of a douche to Monster Girl. Because
Yeah.
like, isn't there an age requirement here? And it's like, yeah, he just says, isn't there an age requirement? That's all he says. He doesn't like mock her or anything like that. He's just curious, and she gets real fucking pissed real fast, and then beats the shit out of him. Because see, she like taunts him back, which is why
Well, actually,
it's understandable.
We could bring up the comic pages again. What issue was that? That was like, fuck, that had to have been 7 or 8?
No, because I think 7 or 8's when yeah, the 8's the funeral. 9, it's 9.
9. Okay, let me see if I can find that quickly, because man, it's bugging me more and more how fucked the numbers are on this site.
Oh, there's the Lizard League who don't show up. I kind of find them amusing.
They're mentioned later on. We only see the aftermath of a fight where Samson is like, okay, here's where all you guys fucked up. And it's good that we at least have that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's page 16. Nope.
Wait, yeah, here it is. It is issue 9, page 15.
Yeah, I just got there.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, because see, she even plays into the thing.
Yeah.
Like, right off the bat. Nope,
Well,
my mom dropped me off.
Yeah, well, Rex is being a bit of a dickhead here. What are you doing here, little girl? Is your mommy and daddy trying out? Isn't there an age requirement?
Or something, yeah.
Yeah. But it's nowhere near as bad as in the show. Did I even pause that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's nowhere near as bad as in the show, because he's just being an unrelenting fucking dickhead in the show.
Yep.
She actually goes off pretty easily here in the comic.
Yeah, like, she has a fucking temper. Like, again, this isn't even a trial. She literally just starts beating the fucking piss out of him.
Yeah.
And again, showing Mark's character in the comics, he's just like, you know, he thinks that, you know, this fucking monster is just attacking Rex. He's like, you know what? I don't like you, dude. Just because I'm pissed off at you for what you did to Eve doesn't mean I want to see you dead.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I'm speaking to you either. Yeah, he's just showing he's just a good guy.
Oh, yeah, and that's right. In the show, Rex is the one who threatens her first. In the comics, she just starts beating his ass.
Yeah, it's just so weird that Rex is, like, such a fucking douche nozzle. And then Robot tries to get everybody from the teen team on, which is just weird, which doesn't happen. Again, as it gets pointed out, it's weird that the teen team, who are shown that they can't handle, like, the Flaxians, why are you, Robot, why are you trying to make them all the Guardians of the Globe in the show? It is really weird.
Yeah.
Combat.
He still keeps most of them in the comic too, though.
Well, the ones that try out, but they, it actually looks like they had to prove themselves to do it.
Ah. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, and then there's the weird Amber scene. This is the scene I'm talking about. So, Nolan is still here. For whatever reason, Cecil suspects him, which I don't understand how Cecil's come to suspect him, but he didn't beforehand. He didn't run any tests or anything.
Sounds like we're skipping ahead quite a bit.
Not too much. We're just skipping past them talking about like all the stuff, and William shows up.
Yeah.
And then Amber stops by, and then Cecil again pops in from the bathroom to yell at Mark. He's like, "That's why you answer your damn phone." It's like, what a fucking, like, are you actively trying to make sure that he doesn't work for you?
Yeah. Yeah, Cecil acts like a dick here. And again, it's understandable that lives are on the line, but at the same time, it's totally unnecessary to... Like, Mark doesn't work for him yet, I don't think. And,
yeah, he even says... he's like, "Do you want to work for me?" Hold on a second. Don't worry, she hasn't flushed yet. Christ almighty, I didn't think she would ever leave. Hey. Oh, what are you... How did you know Amber? Are you spying on me? You want to be a superhero, right? Fame, glory, get the pretty gal? I mean, that's sexist, but okay. Again, another one of those fucking red flag signs.
Yeah. Because...
Well, and the whole concept of personal privacy or me time, that's out the window. When the world needs you, you answer your goddamn phone.
Yeah.
Don't worry, she hasn't flushed yet. I don't even work for you, and you never will. Not unless you show a little respect and decide if you want to be a superhero or not. Cecil, you're not in charge of superheroes. People can... You can't, like, take away people's powers. If they decide they want to help people but not work for you, they can do that. I don't get why he is being such a douche here.
Especially since we already know Dad Man doesn't work for him. He just helps out when he can.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's the weird thing. In this, they already know that Nolan is the bad guy in the show, which I don't get how they came to that conclusion.
Yeah. Yeah, that bugs me.
Because they didn't run any tests or anything like that on the blood or nothing. And I don't understand how Cecil just like magics upon... It's definitely him. Put up a surveillance and everything on him.
Yeah, especially since Damien is investigating it, and he's trying to get Damien off of it, and even banishes them to hell in episode 4.
Yeah, because they say they don't want people knowing that he did it. They already know that he did it. He's guilty.
Yeah, but it's never explained how they know. They just do, which is annoying.
Yeah, and here's a change from the comic that doesn't really matter. Well, one, Mark didn't have a girlfriend at this point, so he could literally go off and do the thing whenever he wanted. But when he's fighting Doc Seismic, it was just Mark alone.
Yeah.
And here it's Mark and Adam Eve, which again, that's a change that doesn't really matter, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a weird thing.
One thing I do want to mention though, and this is something me and Pagan have talked about before, and this is what I was getting at when we said this is what I was getting at when I said earlier that, oh yeah, there's a big boys comparison with the boys comparison here. So Doc Seismic shows up and he starts criticizing Amber Eve's costume, like, oh, what a sexist costume, why do they have you dressing in that? And she says, what? I designed it myself. And, it's played off as a joke, making fun of the ideological aspect, right?
Yeah.
But this is the same thing the boys does with girls get it done, like mocking the whole that kind of thing. But then the boys does it itself.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this before. Like, I liked the Doc Seismic stuff. Like, I thought the dialogue and stuff here was actually pretty good, but it doesn't really. They're mocking something that they do themselves as if it's gonna like shift
Yeah.
the blame off of them, which it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like you're doing the thing that you're mocking right now, so it doesn't really work that well. It's funny for this one instance, but you don't really
It doesn't sit
take it to
well.
heart.
Yeah, it doesn't sit well when we've already had lines like, "Oh, that's sexist," or "Every straight boy in 10-mile radius wants to talk to her," or fucking whatever else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just really weird lines that don't make sense for. Like, they're fighting Doc Seismic, for God's sakes. Why does he care?
Well, it's just supposed to be funny because he's losing his mind because the bracelets are like
Yeah, because it's literally
malfunctioning.
shaking his brain.
Yeah, so he's just saying like I fucking loved the bit where she's like
Oh,
'cause
we can
she
tear down
says
the
like
old
the
power
same
structure. Yeah, here
yeah
he
she says
it.
like the same thing like I thought your main your doctorate was in like geology or something, and he's like, oh well, he's like, I took like minor like women's studies, minor politics, and like African dance class or something. But before
Yeah.
he starts fighting again, I thought that was
right
funny.
there, the scene that Creetosis is on mice, and I mean, look at the costume they've got you in,
Yeah,
and talk about pandering to gender roles. I designed my own costume, and I thought your doctorate was in seismology, underground in sociology and women's studies. I had a minor in African dance, but enough politics.
But-
yeah, I fucking
yeah,
love
it's
that
a funny
bit.
moment because they're clearly mocking that shit, but again, they do
Yeah.
the same thing in the show. So it
It's
comes
so
off
weird.
as really weird.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Especially because the guy, it's funny because it's the guy saying it is the guy who's literally giving himself brain damage. So it's even more like, guys, you see what message you're saying here? And then they try to do it earnestly in the show as well. It's like, yeah, do you not see how weird that is?
I liked his little spin move there too. I thought that was a neat touch that they added.
Okay, what's next? I think we can skip the rest of this part.
Yeah. So here's the two of them talking, and he says, "Dad, you got a thing on the back of your cape."
Oh yeah, because he never fights the giant Cthulhu creature in the comics.
Yep. Well, he does, but it's literally like right before Immortal shows up and starts beating his ass, being like, "You killed them, you piece of shit."
Yeah. It looked like
Yeah.
a bit of a different creature to me there, but yeah. And man,
it might
Immortal
be.
coming back in the comics was so much better. God damn.
Yes. And I love that the Mauler twins were just trying it because they're like, dude, if we can get the one dude who can whoop our ass on our side, whoa, be great for us. And then, yeah. He literally just wakes up and he just screams like, Omni-Man! He's like, fuck you.
Yeah, anyone would be fucking immensely pissed in that position.
Yeah. So let's see. Page 19, maybe?
So, yeah, Mark is back with Amber, and she's pissed. But it's already showing her that, like, yeah, he has shit to do. So, it makes it even less, like, it bugs me that from the very start of their relationship, he's running off, and she still gets to that point in the show where she's just, like, a massive bitch about it.
Yeah. Oh, here. It is a different creature. It's vaguely similar, but here. Post it in the
Let me see quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's vaguely similar, but it's not. It's obviously not the same.
Yeah. And I do like in the show how
yeah, it's funny that we talk about Mauler, and Mauler, the long man, he is great, and then we've got the Mauler twins, and they're bad.
I genuinely really like the Mauler twins in the comic and the show.
I do too. I do too.
But another thing, okay, it didn't freeze, good. I do like how they have this creature and they put it on ice so they can use it for later.
Yeah.
That's one thing I do really like about the show is that, okay, it's dumb that they know the Omni-Man did it already, but the fact that they're proactively trying to deal with it and get power behind them to fight them later on, I really like.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what's next.
There's Eve and Rex talking after this scene. And he's trying to apologize.
We also have this moment in the comics where Eve comes across Mark making out with Amber. In the show, she's like, good on you, Mark. In the comic, she just kind of flies off.
Yeah, because she's depressed.
Yeah. Oh, then we get the prison escape.
Yes.
Are you ready for this part?
So, again, this is a show-only problem.
Yeah.
So,
this whole entire section is handled completely differently in the comics.
Yeah, they don't... Fucking Robot doesn't try to break the Mauler twins out. He just takes advantage of the situation when they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the reason that this is a problem in the show is because Robot is a good guy, and even after the Mauler twins things, he's still a good guy in the show.
Yeah, but the thing is, he obviously has no way to control them or to keep them in line, keep them from hurting or killing people or doing damage. Now, as we're about to see, due to Robot's meddling here to get them out, they're about to hurt the shit out of this guy. We see at the end of the show, well, end of season 1, his arm is in a fucking cast as they're putting them back in jail.
Yep. This dude gets seriously fucked up.
Yeah. And they're like doing stuff to him that could have very easily killed him. So,
yeah.
Already Robot is in a very bad position here. They've damaged him seriously as a character.
Yep. And what gets worse is the part where the guns come out. Like, Robot's already guilty of breaking prisoners out, so he's already, like, morally dubious already.
Yeah.
But then...
One thing I'll say quickly is I do like how the one twin who is free uses his advantage to make the other one admit to being the clone.
Yeah.
It's a nice little moment in an otherwise really bad section.
Yep. So the rocket launcher comes out. I don't know how that rocket launcher deflected the way it does off the wall.
Yeah, it should have deflected off their metal plate shield.
Yeah, because if you notice, the shield isn't even like curved correctly to deflect it. It is really weird that it happened. But again, that's just the thing. It's like, whatever. It's weird that it happened, but who the fuck cares? But then again, Robot is watching this. They move forward. He jumps over the shield, clear a path, and he just straight up fucking just wrecks this dude in the face. Full on power punch, shatters the helmet, dude's bleeding. It's like, Robot, you are directly guilty for this.
Yeah, we're about to get to it in a second on screen, and there we go.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks like he punched it. Oh, there we go. He punched that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, right in the face.
That's something that could easily fucking kill someone, and if it doesn't, he's probably got permanent scars.
And look
that guy
at all
is
the
fucked.
Look at all the people around them that are on the ground. So it's a blink and you miss it moment. But
and that guard barely got through the door too.
Yeah, here's a blink and you miss it moment. When you goes back to Robot's point of view, you see that there are multiple guards that are like down and injured on the monitor. So the Mauler twin hasn't fired the rocket launcher yet. He's lining it up, and Robot's about ready to close the door, and there are guards just laying injured all around. And then, yeah, like I said, if that guard was even slightly slower, that guard is dead.
Yeah.
And, like, if he was slightly slower, he would have gotten crushed by the door and blown up by the rocket.
And here's the other thing too: is Robot obviously wants them to use their cloning abilities. He doesn't know they're going to need them. Like, if you're to go up to them after getting them out, he would have to get them to build all that equipment just for him.
Yes. Which he does in the comics.
Really?
Again, it's explained, yeah. It's explained why he does it, because he doesn't purposely break them out. He just takes advantage of the situation of them having broken themselves out, and then, yeah, because they've already made the clone of it, and he's realized they made the clone, so he just shows up to them and he says, "I've got an offer for you. The price is whatever you want. Name your price."
Okay. And yeah, that's a lot better than this, because it really damages Robot.
Yeah, somehow Robot was so omniscient that he knew that one Mauler twin would use the other Mauler twin as a fucking shield, so that they would now need cloning.
Oh, and the final scene, we get a little bit more with Damien Darkblood here.
Yeah.
Again,
I don't mind they expanded on him, but it's just weird that the only reason they were able to expand on him was because everyone was dumb.
Yeah, and that's really the worst part.
Yeah.
It damages so much. I like that the mother gets suspicious and is starting to investigate things on her own too, but again, man, finding that costume, we'll get to it, but that is so fucking retarded.
Oh, and then the Martian world. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's the next episode, yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out, if you haven't read the comics, they make Robot look much more handsome than he was, and I do mean before he gets transformed. They prettied up Robot a lot compared to what he looks like in the comics. In the comics, he is fucking grisly.
Yeah.
It is horrifying.
Yeah. Watch out for the Mauler twins. They're going to make a 7-hour analysis of the Phantom Menace.
Yeah. Oh boy. And then there's the weird part where she's like talking with Olga. Yeah, so it's them in oh, you haven't gone to the next episode yet. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to be switching. Oh shit, didn't mean to hit unmute there. Let's get this off screen. Wow, we're not even halfway through yet. Jesus Christ.
Nope. As I said, I don't think we're gonna get to the. I don't think we're gonna get to the video.
Yeah, well, we could cover it next time.
Yep.
It's good to get this out of the way too, because there are a lot of issues with the show.
If we did a full analysis of it, like, we're just doing a breakdown and overview of it at this point. But if we did a full analysis of it, oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just so many fucking issues with it.
Yeah, there's a lot more issues than I remembered, because after my first viewing, that was months and months ago, I mentioned it recently in a stream with you guys, where I had an issue with Amber and the graves and the costume being hidden in a stupid place. Man, it was so much worse than I realized.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, and the reason with the stuff with Robot is such an issue, again, the adaptation argument, it's not that they did it differently, it's that he's still treated as a good guy after the fact.
Yeah, he even tries to arrest the Mauler twins and put them back in prison, so, like, he doesn't want the Mauler twins on the loose. It's weird that he would purposely get people hurt and injured and potentially killed just so they could do this one thing, rather than, as, you know, makes more logical sense in the comic, he just lets them, when he realizes they've broken out again, he's like, okay, well, we can just do this. This just, you know, this kind of helps. They're already loose, so fuck it.
Setch, what the fuck is the point of this scene?
Oh, the gets possessed thing, and they have to go there to stop him, I think, or whatever. I
No, this
can't
doesn't come
remember.
up with the show again. You see them drop the door in front of the tomb, and then it's never mentioned again.
Oh, wait, that's right. Yeah, I don't know.
Because now, unless this is something they're building up to in season 2, this is just completely random and makes no sense.
Yeah, they just a mummy comes up, and then he's just like, rah, and it's like, what?
Oh god, at least if you're gonna waste time on this, at least do something with it later on.
Yeah,
Like-
because then he just comes up and he's just moaning. He's like, ugh, and then the door literally slams shut, and he's just trapped in there.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Okay.
I think we could skip this.
Yeah. So let's see. There's the
Oh, and look how cheap the fucking animation was on that too. He's just kind of floating forward, not moving at all. Then the door slams down.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I think the video froze again.
Talking about how came along, and there's the talk between him and Mark.
Oh yeah, the Mount Everest part. So in the comic, Dadman is up there alone trying to figure out how to break the news to Mark, how to tell him the truth about Viltrum. Here they're
Yeah.
just kind of hanging out and... Fuck, I remember there was a line in there that I mentioned to you in our group chat.
Well, let's see if I can get it.
Yeah, it was something like... Oh god, I can't even remember. Look how cheap that animation is, literally gray. That's part of my overlay. It was blocking it out. If you watch the show, you could see how the green glowing guy was just kind of floating forwards, and then he moves slightly when the door is dropped. At Creetosis, 72-hour-long analysis of how bad The Last of Us Part 2 is when? I don't know if I'm ever going to cover that. I don't have a PlayStation 4.
Yeah, we can only talk about the story and only the story.
Yeah.
Hi,
I mean,
sorry, it's okay. I'm invincible. Yeah, poor mountain climber who's trying to like get to the top and have this great win for humanity, and there's these two chuckle fucks just standing on top of the mountain. And he's like, oh,
Yeah, but it's more the line, Dadman
I'm
says something...
looking for him.
Okay.
I was forget how beautiful this planet could be. Too bad the human race is hell bent on destroying it. Good thing they got us, right? Huh? Yeah, I guess. So is Viltrum that different? Oh, it's very different. We've ended wars all over the universe, brought peace to thousands of galaxies, lifted alien races out of the mud and into the future. It's why I'm here on Earth. It's why you're here. I still can't believe you left everything to come help a planet you've never even seen before. I told you I was part of the World Betterment Committee. Yeah, I know. But that's still not a reason. Well, when your grandparents died, I was lost for a long time. Which, boy, I can't wait to get into that line. Because there's, yeah. Anyways, they were the only family I had. Coming here felt like a chance to build something new. You mean like with Mom? Your mom changed everything. She turned this place from a job to a home. Then you came along and changed it all again. Huh. I don't know if I could do that. Do what? Leave everything behind. Hey, keeping the universe safe? Living up to our people's heritage? It takes sacrifice, Mark.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to teach you.
And that's
sure, I get that.
And that's the
There you
line
go.
I was getting to. Making sacrifice, living up to our people's, what was it? Legacy?
Heritage.
Heritage. That line, has such a different meaning with the context of the final episode. Well,
Yes.
not so much the final episode, but the reveal of what Viltrum actually is. Because it's almost trying to set up that Mark is going to have to team up with him to take over Earth. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. So past that.
Oh, I guess I should have had this playing for that. My bad.
Yeah. Well, if we didn't have some kind of technical issues, it wouldn't be STAG.
Yeah, I guess so.
So then there's her talking with Olga. I don't know, but I can tell when people are lying, and people are lying about this, which is why I'm moving back to Moscow to my family. Yeah, again, this is just so weird that Olga just randomly just like, oh, by the way, this character that you've only got to meet from the Red Rush's perspective,
Oh, you kind of roboted out there and died. Hello? And recording and live chat. I don't know where the stream cut off, but my internet fucking died again. I'm gonna have to call these bastards and figure out what's going on, because God, this can't keep happening. It is...
Yep. It died right before, right after we did the whole dad man thing, and it switched over to Olga. That's where it died.
Yeah, because I heard you, and then it cut out, and I thought, oh, Such's audio died, and I was playing it off as, oh, hey, I guess Such died, rip in peace. Anyways, as he was saying, blah, 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 Olga, and then I realized, oh, wait, everything on my computer is dying as far as internet goes. Your internet provider is literally Amber? It might be.
Could be.
Legitimately sorry, everyone. This is kind of bullshit that this keeps happening. It's really annoying. It's really pissing me off, but, gotta deal with it. I guess this is another one I have to fucking edit together and put, re-upload. Thank you, internet provider.
Okay.
Yeah, now we got to give everybody a chance to pile back in onto the stream too. So, give it
Yeah.
a second.
Yeah.
Hello, hope you can figure out a solution to this internet issue. Enjoying the stream so far. Thank you.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call them and see what's going on, because this shouldn't be happening. It makes no sense that...
Well, it hasn't happened the last couple times. Then when it has happened, it just fucking sucked.
Well, it still happens off stream. I'm just basically praying that it doesn't happen when we are streaming.
Yeah, that's
here's a good example. That one time I streamed Dark Souls so far, and I need to get back to that. I know.
Yeah.
Literally, 5 to 10 minutes after that stream ended, my internet went out exactly like it just did. And that would have been annoying to fucking deal with during the Dark Souls stream.
Yep.
Hello there, fellow Ewok. Hello.
What up, my in-laws?
It's been a neat stream, especially since I just watched the show once and never watched it again. Glad you're enjoying it. Anyways,
yeah.
I guess we should just get back to it. You're starting to say something about,
Yep.
Olga.
So Olga, was saying, I'm Russian, my dear. I know how governments works, and yours is no different. Cecil's trying for the killer. Is he? No one is in jail. No one is on the news. They know who did this, and they don't care. Why wouldn't they care? I don't know, but I could tell when people are lying, and people are lying about this. That's why I'm moving back to Moscow with my family. It's like, okay, so What a weird way for her to be like, people are lying. Here, let me give you some key evidence for you to figure this out, Debbie Grayson. It's like, it's so fucking weird.
Yeah.
Oh, and then for whatever reason, you can help me sell my house. It's like, wait, did I miss something when she became like a realtor?
Well, it's something that does happen in the comics, but after Dadman leaves Earth because she has nothing to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, she was a stay-at-home mom, and she was like helping to keep things like in order. So like, I don't remember them in the show, her being a realtor.
Yeah. And again, Damien is a bigger character in the show than the comics. In the comics, he's a complete joke. In the show, he seems like an actual person with more lore behind him than anything than in the comics.
Yeah. Let's see. Then there's their date to a night market. All the best desserts in one. I ate way too many of them in the Philippines last summer. What are you doing in the Philippines? Help building schools. It's like, oh yeah, nice. They got a flag that Amber's such a good person. Again, this
Yeah.
does not make up for the fact that you blackmailed somebody earlier.
Yeah, it's not even an issue that she went and helped anywhere, of course. That's fine. But it seems like the show trying to do damage control on her preemptive damage control that, oh yeah, you know, she's a cunt. She blackmailed someone. She flips out at Mark earlier, but you know, she helped build a school in a poor country, so she's a good person. No, it doesn't work that way.
It felt so good and just made me realize that we're in a total bubble that keeps us from seeing what the world's actually like. It's like, man, where have I heard these fucking nonsense takes before?
I just want to read a comment in chat. Your internet providers are filthy Enwa, and should get a nice visit from the 6th house post haste.
If only. But yeah, it's such a weird, like, because again, she's gonna do even worse things, like when she starts gaslighting Mark and everything. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, also, it's hard for everyone. Here, let me see if I could change the opacity on this quickly. Just so it's,
She does it to the bully. She blackmails him with his nudes so that he will deliver her number to Mark.
Let's drop that down to 80 for now, and I could turn it back up later. So, Dadman is confronting Damien Darkblood. And again, Damien is on the path. He's trying to figure it out. We saw earlier he has visions of what was happening, and he super suspects Dadman of doing it. So again, building him up more and more than he was in the comics.
Yeah.
I was going somewhere with that and I forgot. Let's see. I like how it puts pressure on Dadman for like, okay, people are onto me, stuff is happening, and that's going to change how he reacts to things and how he deals with different situations. I do like that, but again, as we were saying earlier, it causes more damage in the long run than it doesn't, you know?
Yeah.
And also, just him being caught by complete fluke in the comics was really well done as well.
Yeah, because it was something he couldn't control. And again, he let it slip because it was a momentary weakness. He got fucking surprised. And that's how Cecil and them realized that he was a bad guy.
Yeah. Anyways, we're just on the section where the Mahler twins are. Well.
Yeah, he's making the clone, yeah.
Yeah. It's not really twins when there's only one of them right now. New Guardians HQ. I don't think we have much to say here.
Yeah, they do that whole, whoa, man, you missed a spot. Huh, Cecil, you missed a spot. And he's like, that gets moved off once you've proven yourself. And it's just fucking... That's left as the reminder. When you prove yourselves to the heroes who came before you, then it'll get cleaned off. Yeah. Whenever you think you're hot shit, look at this bloodstain.
Which, in fairness, makes sense for him to say to fucking Rex of all people.
Yeah, because Rex in the show is just such a douche. He's a fucking total dong toucher.
Dong toucher!
You've never heard that phrase before?
I think I have, but I fucking forgot about it. It just caught me off guard.
It's a way of saying wanker and shit like that. He's a total fucking dong toucher.
Another scene with Amber, but not much happens here. Now we get the mission to Mars detail. So, again, this happens at a completely different time in the comics. This happens after Dead Man leaves Earth.
Yeah.
In the show, they want to get Dead Man away from Earth for a couple weeks, so they have time to try and figure shit out about him, and he's completely against it for some reason. It's because he wants to defend Earth. That's the excuse he uses, right?
I'm gonna find out. I'm going through right now. He goes to his house. Woohoo!
What?
It was when Mark jumps and he goes, woohoo!
Oh.
About first man mission to Mars? Yeah, I saw that. It's so cool. I need your father to shadow the mission and make sure nothing goes wrong. Only he won't do it. I'm busy training my son, Cecil. And with the Guardians gone, I'm needed here on Earth. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to get rid of me. It's because of the Guardians massacre that I want you on this mission. The planet needs this victory now. Yeah. There's an attack on Earth, and I'm not here to save them.
And
I think they're going to care if the first 4 people to walk on another world end up dead.
Right. And that's the thing, too, is in the comics, the justification is Earth was just invaded by aliens, and especially with all the fear people have of Dad Man now because he's an alien, having people on another planet they think will raise their status, so other planets will attack them less.
And again, it's in the comics, it is highly. It looks like Dad Man showed back up and saved them.
Yeah, because you see something flying through the sky.
A flash of streak, yeah.
Yeah, and that's when the aliens suddenly retreat.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's see here. This is a scene with Eve again at the school. Oh. Mark gets Amber the chest, and he's going to be away for 2 weeks. She's suspicious, but nothing really comes of that quite yet.
Eve's been questioning, like, are you really serious about her? Which is, it's a weird thing to say because Eve only does that later when she's in Africa already in the comics. Again, it's the timeline's all over the place, but
yeah,
there are weirder issues.
And we're coming up on a big one in the second half of this episode.
Yeah.
We're skipping a lot in this episode, to be fair, but I don't think there's too much to comment on in the first half. That's why we've gotten this far this fast. Yeah, so they make it to Mars. The scene in Italy where a monster's attacking and Dad Man just doesn't do anything to stop it because he's on vacation. Kind of letting the mask slip there a bit, isn't he?
Yeah. And she's like trying to get him to do it. She's like, you need to fucking do it.
Yeah, and this is something that only raises her suspicions against him more than anything, so it's a dumb move on his part.
Yeah.
It's not like the creature is even taking out anything that would pose a threat to him. It's just destroying buildings and shit, you know?
All you have to do is trust me. Yeah, all you have to do is trust me. Nolan, do you trust me, Debbie? There's a dragon behind you. Please. Do you trust me?
Yeah,
I trust you. Yeah.
And by the
Which I
way,
need
that
to
was the
use.
dragon too that he was fighting in Taiwan in the
In Taiwan.
comics.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would an Asian-style dragon be attacking Italy?
Italy. Yeah.
We've got more of Darkblood here investigating the family home, and he realizes Cecil shows up, so he hides his notebook in the closet. Which,
Yeah, for some reason.
I guess he realizes he's been caught, and he's hoping maybe... He's talked to the mother a couple times, I think, and at least once. So maybe he's hoping she finds it, but that's, like, risky.
Also, here's the thing that I always find weird. When the guards show up, why do they cock their weapons? I don't understand why in fiction this constantly happens.
Well...
Like, they're already got their weapons drawn,
Such.
and then all of a sudden they're like...
Such. Did you watch the EFAT movies of the first Resident Evil movie?
No.
Oh my god, you have to watch it. They make fun
Okay.
of how every time someone turns around or aims a gun at something, you hear a sound, like gun noises.
Yeah, gun cocking
Like-
sound. I think
like-
that's literally... Hang on, I think that's literally what it says. Oh no, it says weapons cocking.
but literally, someone turns around and they're like aiming around corners, thinking there might be zombies there, and you hear the sounds of like gun noises. Literally gun noises. That's a joke they made.
Yeah. Oh, and here's a weird change from the comics. The whole the sequids.
Yes, this was the big one for the episode.
Yeah, so the Martians, the sequids crash on the planet. The sequids aren't very smart or anything like that, and they want what they want is a host so that they can become smarter. So what happens is the Martians realize that the sequids can't affect them at all, and they're mindless, so they turn them into slaves. They're a literal slave race. They say they're the perfect slave race, and we've been breeding them ever since.
Yeah, they admit this outright in the comics. And they also don't take him at spear point. They kind of escort him through their base to talk to their emperor.
Yeah. No, I'm very affected by that. I can still taste them. Ugh.
But anyways, I guess we should just skip ahead to the emperor. So
Yeah, because he says this is fucking weird.
So yeah, Mark explains that he's a Viltrumite from the planet Viltrum, and the Emperor's like, yeah, I know who they are, and yet he doesn't mention what they really are. It's not a concern to him that this is a race that's fucking spanning the universe, controlling planets, and destroying any who oppose them. It doesn't come up at all.
Yeah.
And, you know, gotta save that twist for the last episode, even though the obvious solution is what they fucking did in the comics. Yeah, we don't know what that race is. We've never heard of it before.
And why would they? They're Martians on Mars.
Underground.
Yeah, they're not exactly a spacefaring race in and of themselves. Like, the Earth is the only one that they've gone to. And so why would they know about the Viltrumite Empire?
Yeah. Especially since Earth doesn't properly know either.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird that it's just never mentioned in the show.
Also, I liked in the comics, after Mark saves them from being executed, they're literally... The female astronaut goes, I don't know who that guy is, but I think I'm going to marry him one day.
But yeah, and that's the thing too, is it wouldn't even matter if the Martians knew about the Viltrumites or not, as long as it was after episode 8. You know?
Yeah.
Because if they knew about them, then it'll be like, oh yeah, but then Mark wouldn't have said, oh yeah, we're a race that helps other races, so it's just fucked.
I guess I could just answer this real quick. 010 Less says, hey, serious question about guns to you guys. I'm writing a story with someone who is smart but weak. There's a gun that screams he can't take the recoil for the gun nuts out there. Yeah, I'd say 44 Magnum, 50 cal, 308. Those are all really good ones. 30-06. It's a 10 gauge, because you can get 12 gauges that are pretty light hitting. It all depends on the shotgun design. But yeah, so there's not really a bunch of them, but it's more of the super high ends. Like if you gave your character a 700 Nitro Express, I'd be like, what the fuck? You already said he's super weak. Are you gonna make him fly like backwards and on his ass? Other than that, yeah, just think of it within the realms of the obvious. He would be able to use 9mm, easy peasy, and everything. It's totally fine. He'd be able to use 5.56. It's fine. And I guess just to end this tangent on a funny story, the way the Marine Corps taught us to not be afraid of 5.56, which is 223 is the caliber. The way that they taught us not to be scared of it was they would make us load it and actually put the buttstock to our groin and fire it, so that you could feel that there was no recoil. It was totally fine. You'll be fine. Stop being a baby. It ain't gonna the thing isn't gonna jump at the back and crack you in the face or anything like that. You'll be fine. Anyways, that's just there's a way just to end off the gun tangent.
Yeah, that was a pretty short one today.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to go too deep into it because again, we got to get through all these episodes.
Yeah, well, we're almost halfway there. We had a lot less to say about episode 4 than I thought. So, you know.
It's weird that, again, as a show problem, he says he knows about
the Viltrumites.
Yes, but then he doesn't warn them that, oh, you have a Viltrumite on your planet? Well,
no,
it's not.
It's not even that. It's that Mark himself is a Viltrumite, and he's not like, oh shit, you've come here.
He doesn't get worried or anything like that.
Yeah, he just completely doesn't care.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. There's a rescue attempt. And again, they kind of had to show that Mars then suddenly gets attacked.
Oh, I forgot to change the latency on this. Shit. Oh no, it's on low latency still. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
In the comics, you don't see what happens to Mars. You just see the dude getting infected by the parasites, and he's just like, what?
Yeah.
Also, I don't understand how they would destroy their society either way, because it's just literally just one dude.
Well, I think the idea is that the one dude unifies them into a hive mind.
Yeah, but they still can't infect the Martians, and if the Martians just attack the one dude... So I don't know. It's one of those weird things. It's in both of them. I need to understand how that happens.
Anyways, Mark has the great idea of giving her a fucking Mars rock and saying, "Oh yeah, don't ever get anyone to take a look at that because it might have weird results." Like, man, that's a really dumb move.
Yeah, he's not very. It is really fucking weird. We had to do a new one, Final Twin, because Creetosis' internet went out there for a bit.
It literally went out for a minute, yet a fucking again, and yeah, very annoying. Very, very annoying. I look about as mad as my icon does. Anyways, they send Damien back to hell.
Earth rock. It's an Earth rock. Make sure you never show it to any geologist or anyone who knows anything about rocks. They might tell you something crazy. Yeah, what a fucking smooth move. And then, yeah, Damien gets sent back to hell, as you said.
And that's something we talked about off stream as well. It really bugs me that they sent him back to hell, not just lock him up until it's not a problem anymore. So let's assume we're in Cecil's position for a minute. Okay, we know Dadman killed the Guardians, and Damien is on the trail, and he's not going to leave it alone. Why not just fucking lock him up until Dadman is dealt with one way or another? I don't get it.
They basically just killed by their standards, an innocent person.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is I don't know if they're going to bring him back or not at all. Because if that's his exit from the show entirely, then goddamn, that sucks. Because they were building him up to be a better character than in the
Yeah.
comics.
Yeah.
Because like I mentioned earlier, in the comics he's treated as a joke. Like literally, he's laughed at for his investigation.
Man, oh man,
Yeah.
just seeing a robot at the end, and he is just so much prettier than he used to be than he is in the
Yeah.
comic.
Yeah, they
He
only
is,
show
like,
him in like
Actually horrifying.
they only show him in like issue 23 or 24 or something like that.
Yeah, and he is fugly as shit.
Yeah, that his fucking mouth, dude. What the fuck? In the comics,
it's
it's
the-
so gross.
It's the mountainous like pimple hairs that are like no.
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. But yeah,
Also,
even the assistant in that one scene is like, because Cecil's like, "Oh, he ain't dead. We just sent him back to hell," and the assistant's like,
Donald.
"Isn't that worse?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that
Yeah.
worse than killing him?"
Yeah, I actually really like that moment. Donald's like, isn't that worse? And Cecil's like, oh, you're starting to care about the demon?
Yeah. Oh, then there's this fucking episode 5. We start with Titan and everything.
Yeah. Fuck. Alright, just give me a minute to get the next episode up.
Clicking safety switches on the guns. Pull them out of their. They pulled them out of their waistbands. Got my. Wait, please tell me it's a fucking Uzi. Please tell me it's just like a straight Uzi. It'd be funny as fuck.
What I missed so far, the first 4 episodes, the stream died and we had to restart it because my internet is fucking garbage. And yeah, that's what you missed so far. There's a lot of issues already. They're piling up fast, and we just finished the better half of the season, so get ready. Because it's going to get a whole lot worse, a whole lot faster now.
Yeah, there's the ending is really like whoa.
Hello, how's everyone's day? I'm doing fine. I'm realizing a show I like is a lot worse than I thought. Even after going through it the second time and comparing to the comics, like what things that each one did better than the other.
Yeah.
My
like,
score is definitely dropping.
Like if I had to do again, if I was doing an analysis, I would look at only the show. I wouldn't talk about the comics at all. But because this is more of a thing of like
I don't agree with that just because the comics are a good comparison of how to do it better. It's like how I compare newer Fallouts to older Fallouts,
that's fair.
Here's how bad choices in Fallout 3 and 4. Now
I guess I would say if I was doing a critique, I wouldn't do the comics because I think the material should stand on its own. Again, it shouldn't get help or hindrance from outside sources.
Well, that's the thing is I'm not saying it's helped or hindered by outside sources. I'm saying
yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm saying I now think if I did an analysis, I would do the comic and the show together. But doing if I did a critique, I would just look at the show by itself.
Anyways, it starts off with Titan taking down this, I guess, enemy drug lab from Machine Head.
Yo, roll that back. I surrender. Yeah, and then they're doing the whole social media thing.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, sorry, you got to get through the whole drug lab thing. It's just a fight with a drug lab, and he just tells this one kid to get the hell out of here after he brutally murders everybody else.
Oh, I thought you were getting to something else there.
No, you were at the point when he was doing the slow motion, and they're like, "Yo, play that back," and they're noticing that the dude says, "I surrender," right before Mark punches him, punches lights out. Oh, now here's Amber being all pissy at Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, he says, hey, she doesn't say anything. She literally walks off. Yes, I'm 20 minutes late, but there's no way you're going to be mad at me. And how do you figure that? Because I brought you Japanese cheesecake.
From 20 minutes across town. You got a gift to apologize for being late for the gift you're late for getting.
Yeah. Is that crazy? Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, I could take it back. Probably just make me even more late, and then she just grabs him, drags him.
And here's something they did with Titan in the show that they did in the comics, where they're trying to make him more of a good guy than he actually is. In the comics, this was after the alien attack, and he did help clean up rubble after Mark showed up. But that's like a small thing compared to everything else. $5 from Peaky the Cat. Thank you. I think adaptations should be critiqued on how well they follow the original source, especially if they share the same name like this. I disagree.
Yeah,
Because you could stray from the original... So, for example, let's say you have an adaptation that adds to the story, or... let's just go with an addition. Let's say there's an entire storyline that could be added to Invincible, for example, that flushes out the characters more, or it's just an entertaining story arc that wasn't in the comics. And
hold on.
And it doesn't break any... What?
As you was just showing on screen while you were talking about that, Mark, yet again, not listening to advice about Collateral as he threw her through a building and now caused it to collapse.
Oh.
Again.
Yes. Let's go back to that quickly, because I missed that.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off. It was just one of those, like, I noticed it was on your screen at the same time. I was like, that's fair. Again, this is an adaptation only thing. She's literally laying on the ground, like, after he throws her. She's in trouble.
In fairness, the entire building shouldn't be falling down due to that corner being taken out, though, but yeah.
It just takes out a big corner.
Yeah, that's absolutely unnecessary collateral.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird.
More of Titan being not quite so evil. Again, we don't get that in the comic. In the comic, when he finally talks to Mark says, hey, with this power, you should join the Guardians, or something to that effect. And Titan has this whole big-ass speech about how there's basically no risk for the villains. If you're a hero, you're getting people, arch nemesis who want to kill you. You're getting, you have to follow all these rules, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, they're so far really changing him up from the comics to be something he's just not. And again, it's not bad on its own. It's just an unusual change, I think.
It's weird because in the comics, he doesn't outright try to kill people in the comics. So at least that's still kind of thing. But he also does try to help clean up some of the mess that happens. So like Mark like literally calls him out and he's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? You're just throwing rubble around everywhere. And he's like, what should I do with it?
Yeah.
And then, they just kind of he helps out a bit. And it's kind of showing that, he does have a side to him, but then you realize it was all an act. He was slowly trying to butter up Mark in particular. So that, because he thought Invincible was like the only dude who could take on Machine Head.
Yeah.
Because he wants to take over the operation.
Oh, here's an issue I have too. You can either die or shoot your guns up into the air to pretend you did something and keep your lives and your jobs.
Does he realize?
Are gonna fucking realize, oh hey, all the bullets went into the ceiling straight up. That's fucking weird.
Yeah. What weird planet. Again, this is totally just an adaptation problem. Or sorry, this is totally just the show's problem.
Do they even have this chip section in the comic? I don't remember.
I never saw it.
Yeah, I don't think it was there. Something. Again, it's not bad that they added it. It's just kind of there.
Yeah, I can't make it tonight. You're standing me up? You tread on dangerous ground, my friend. Oh yeah, this is him.
And then he's late for dinner and she's pissed at him, which at least is understandable. Again, in the comics, Amber thinks he's dealing drugs because the family's poor. And again, this is after Dadman leaves.
Yeah. And again, she doesn't know that he's invincible yet. She thinks that the dad died in a car crash, a horrific car accident. That's what they literally point to.
Yeah.
And he, yeah. So she thinks, she's like, why would he have a pager? This fucking backwards, archaic piece of technology. Who the hell uses a pager?
Well, I don't think that was necessarily the thought that it's backwards and archaic, because the comic was back in 2003. It's more the fact that why would this high school kid have a pager?
Yeah, that's fair. Yes, that's fair. I guess I forgot that pagers were still kind of around.
Just skipping ahead more. Titan has a family.
Yes, in the comics, Amber thinks that he was dealing drugs.
Yep.
Because she couldn't figure out why he would always run off, and sometimes he'd be beaten on and everything like that. He'd come like with black eyes and everything. And she was like, the fuck? He's obviously dealing drugs and he's getting in over his head, and I'm worried about him, and yeah.
Oh, and then the mother finds the notebook, and I guess spurs her on to do more investigating on her own.
Yeah.
It's later in this episode, I believe, she gets Nolan to waste time by flying around the Earth for different ingredients for 20 minutes, while she searches the house. I gotta point out, it's a little thing, but there wouldn't be enough time to do all that searching and cleaning it all up in 20 minutes. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and this whole thing of like the fucking blood, costume, DNA. It's like, who the hell? Why didn't they do this beforehand?
Yes.
Like, again, this only works if everyone was an idiot beforehand.
Oh.
And again, this whole thing, like, you can make the change that Nolan was still there at the scene of the crime and do all this stuff like that to do an investigation. But this is one of those, like,
the basic steps haven't been taken to make any of this work. They just threw it in.
Oh, and
again,
then Eve.
That's the problem.
And then, yeah, Eve yelling at her parents, and her parents yelling at her, because he's a bad symbol of the patriarchy or some shit. I forget what she fucking says. Rex cheated on me. Team broke up. They're both over. It happens. Forgive him. What? All guys make mistakes. Don't be a... He stops. You're an 18-year-old girl. You can't do this hero bullshit on your own. You shouldn't be doing it at all. Yeah, one, I can do anything I want on my own. Literally, I can rearrange atoms on a molecular level. Like, it's easy. And two, I'm not even doing it. I want to do that. I don't even know I want to do this anymore. Good. It's about time. That includes this stupid family.
Anyways, yeah, I haven't actually seen her parents show up in the comics. She mentions they're not going to be happy that she's giving up the superhero life.
Yeah, and she mentions that she gave her phone number so they can contact her in Africa. It's really weird why they added this.
Yeah. Nah. Having less to talk about the first half of this episode than I thought.
Yeah,
Titan explains
they
the
got rid of my
situation.
favorite joke. They got rid of the brick joke, the whole "this is so gay" thing. That's all gone.
Yes. Oh. Why did they remove that? Wow. I guess I can figure out on my own why they removed that. It's dumb that they removed that though.
Yeah.
Anyways, Mark is talking about going after Machine Head, and the mother is like, yeah, you've got to do it. You've got to do what's right. Well, the dad is like putting him off of it, or trying to.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to get into a weird thing. Why did the dad not help? Okay, because we know the dad actually cares for Mark.
Yeah.
So
And he
why...
was there. You saw him floating over it twice, I think. He saw it from above. And then you see, from Mark's perspective, he's floating up there, which doesn't ever come up again. Weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Like, in the comics, he didn't help because he wasn't fucking there. But, you know, here he's actually here. So why doesn't he help his son? And I mean, his son gets a brutal ass whooping.
Oh yeah, it's a
by
lot
Battle
worse.
Beast.
It's a lot worse in the show how badly Mark gets fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he almost dies just like his father did during the his
Fight with the
attack on
Guardians.
the fight with the Guardians. Like, it's on that level. Like, he almost dies.
Yep.
Oh, and this is the part where the Lizard League shows up. They just talk about it after the fact.
Yeah, which is a shame because I actually think they're funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get much of them, but like they're an entire league of henchmen with like these weird like lizard logos on them, and they're all like goofy. They're like making fun of the stereotypical evil villain layer, like as if they come from the game Evil Genius.
Ah. I thought you were going more towards that one Spider-Man panel. You've got the technology to do anything you want. You could cure cancer, but you're turning people into dinosaurs. And then the dinosaur, well, I want to turn people into dinosaurs.
Yeah. Their
Dinosaurs
are
are
just
cool.
so fucking goofy too. The Lizard League. Holy shit.
The mother is getting more suspicious and questioning things. At least as far as I can remember. I only watched this episode last night or a few hours ago, and I don't remember too much to talk about right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think episode 4 and 5 are the ones with the least amount of issues. You think that's fair to say?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
The Muller twins complete their cloning. Robot
Yeah,
shows up and asks for their service. Right, we're getting to the big issue right
the
here.
Soup kitchen. Oh no.
Oh. So she did her timer thing to find the couch. I mean, we mentioned it earlier. And then she just sees it fucking sitting. What fucking kind of hiding spot is that? Why does that space even exist?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a major fucking issue. Dadman gets caught because he's a fucking idiot.
It's just so goofy. I don't understand why he didn't destroy it. And then they try to hand wave it away in the show. This does not work. Well, maybe I wanted you to find it. It's like,
Yeah, it doesn't work. It just makes him look like more of an idiot. Why would he want her to find it? Because let's say she finds it before he does anything. Like, I just don't see any good outcome of her finding it. Because because Mark is going to realize that his dad is a monster who killed the Guardians. And even if he does reveal the truth, then why would Mark side with him? It's a massive issue. I just don't know what else there is to say on it. It's an insanely retarded move.
Yeah. It's this whole thing of like they can't decide how they want to portray Nolan. Is he an indestructible god? Well, no, he gets his ass beat near to death by the fucking Guardians of the Globe.
Mm-hmm.
Is he super intelligent? Well, no, because he fucking hides crucial evidence right in plain fucking sight.
Ugh.
Oh no, it was up on a slightly high shelf. It's like, what the fuck?
It wasn't just on a slightly high shelf. It was in this, like, random nook in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know why it would exist. If this was in a real house, that whole thing would have been flat across. It wouldn't be a dip in there to fucking hide shit in for no reason. Like, a place like that is only going to collect dust.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would have that in your house.
It is. It's just weird.
Yeah, especially considering he's flying around all the time. Like, would it really have been that hard for him to have just drop the bag somewhere where nobody would find it?
Again, you could throw it into a volcano. You could throw it to the bottom of the ocean. You could
Put it on the moon. You
put
could
it on
have
the
thrown it into
moon.
the fucking sun.
You could have thrown it into the vacuum of space in just literally any direction.
Yeah, and now here's Nolan watching his son get his ass fucking beat
Yeah.
and doesn't do anything about it.
Oh, and the electric guy is the one that Red Rush stopped at the end of episode 1.
Yeah.
That's a nice little callback, I guess.
Yeah, this scene really just comes off as, because Nolan's not doing anything, like, at this point in the story, if you don't, because obviously you're not going to know that Nolan is planning on basically taking over the Earth and all this shit. Like, the only thing you're left to assume is that he's being petty over the fact that his son didn't listen to him about attacking Machine Head.
Yeah.
So now he's just being like, well, now he's going to have to learn the hard way to pick his fights.
Yeah.
So I'm going to basically let my son potentially die to learn this very basic lesson. Like, that's literally what it comes off as.
Like, literally, look, fucking Battle Beast has already so beat the shit out of him. He ain't moving right anymore. Now is when you step in.
Yeah. And then the new Guardians show up to take over, of course. And they get beat in the comics too, but it happens way differently as well. It's mostly Monster Girl and Mark who are the ones who take most of the beating here in the show.
Yeah.
In the comics, it's Rex and Black Samson, and Samson is the only one that's in like a really bad position. They think he's gonna die.
Yeah. Which is fucking important, because in the comics at least is important, because after he comes out of that coma, he gets his powers back.
Yeah, in the show he just kind of gets his powers back because he's beaten up. But I assume there's more to it in the comics that he got his powers back.
Oh, it turns out like he, in that coma, his body had a chance to kind of reset itself and heal.
Okay.
But yeah, that goes into the whole immortal thing as well. Like, yeah, there's Black Samson down.
Yeah, everyone's down at this point pretty much.
Yeah, but Black Samson just gets stuck under a pile of rubble.
Oh.
And it's...
Well, his suit malfunction, that you could see it like
Yeah.
short-circuiting, so he literally
But
can't
in the-
move.
In the comics, Battle Beast fucks him up.
Well, if that's coming, he's about
yeah,
to get
that's
pretty
still
fucked
coming.
up.
Oh,
yeah, give it a second.
Yeah, because he, like, breaks his arm open.
Yeah, he goes for like a punch, and Battle Beast is just like, nice hand, I'll take it.
Oh God, that one hurts me when Battle Beast does the full-on
yeah.
two-handed mace right into fucking Mark's stomach. Just like, oh.
Yeah, just splits him fucking open. Like you could see inside it. Oh my god, it's so gross.
Yeah. I legitimately, I can't wait to see more of Battle Beast because he's such a powerful enemy, but oh
Yeah, I'm trying not to give spoilers, not because of chat, but because you're not done, and I really want you to like.
Yep,
Oh
there it goes.
fuck! Oh.
Yep, when he just twists his wrist, just.
yeah.
Yeah, look. Oh yeah, he is fucked up. He is fucking done.
Anyways, we're just kind of watching at this point.
Yeah,
think
well,
we should-
it's a good scene. So
Yeah, it is a good scene. It's ends up being one of the best scenes in the show, I think. But
again, it gets ruined by the fact that Nolan is just watching this.
Yeah.
That fucks it up so bad.
Yeah, and like it really like we're showing the whole thing because it's like Nolan is letting this happen. Keep this in mind. He is watching as this is happening right now and does nothing.
Yeah.
At no point ever does he do anything about this.
Yeah, I think it's not too far from this point where we see Mark's perspective and he sees him floating up there. And he just goes away. He just leaves.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, and it's Mark that takes out Furnace Man, not Rex. But again, it's not even an issue that's different, just pointing out a change.
Yep.
I like how Furnace Man is trying to hold his guts in, basically. I'm just waiting for it to get to the point with Nolan, because that's, like, the most important part here. And the fight is also a lot longer here, too, than it was in the comics.
Yeah, because the whole thing was it was showing how outclassed these Guardians were. This is,
Yeah, because even here they're beating some of them. Ribbon Guy just got destroyed.
Yeah, it goes into the thing in the show, Robot gets fired from the in the comics, he gets fired from the Guardians because he's like, you guys can't handle it.
Yeah, the response time is down. The level of, I think, deaths is up.
Yeah, the level of deaths is up. Your efficiency, like, not only do you respawn later, it takes you 10 times as long when you do respawn finally, and the death toll is much higher.
Yeah. And even if Nolan wasn't there personally, he still knows it was happening and didn't even decide to check in. So, you know. Yeah. And then there's
like right there at that point, he could have flown in and be like, "Oh fuck, I'm sorry I missed all of this. Like, oh shit, I need to fly you to the hospital right now." But he doesn't even do that.
Yep.
And here we see Nolan, and it's coming up. But yeah. I was about to skip ahead a little bit too, because we were back at the soup kitchen for a second there.
Yep, get pressure on the wound, quick check his pupils.
And take a sample in case we need it. And again, it's more Cecil being proactive, which I do like. He's trying to find a way to stop Dadman, but the problem is, again, we don't even know how he knows it was Dadman. They just know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't do any investigating. They didn't even bother to check the suit for forensic evidence. So, Jesus.
Yeah,
He looks up. There's Nolan literally hovering right above when he looks up past the paramedics. He's just sitting there in the sky.
Then we get to the point where, oh yeah, Mark's been in an accident, and that's how they explain him being away for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else to say about this episode?
Let's see, I gotta take this.
Oh, it's just a Titan comes back and takes over. And that they're testing Mark's DNA and they're not finding a way to destroy it, so they have no way of countering Omni-Man still.
Yeah. It's weird because that's kind of a setup for the thing that they do in the comics, but that's deep in the comics.
Alright, I guess we could finally move on to the next episode.
But Eve's saying, but Mark loves you. He'd be here if he could.
Yeah, there's less
Leaves Amber
issues with
confused.
episode 5 than I remembered.
Yeah.
But episode 6 is the big one. Well, one of them.
Yep. The ending, we definitely will have a lot to fucking say about the ending, for sure.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is the big one. Oh, God, the college.
Oh God, my least favorite episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this one or the final one is the worst, but they've both got.
This
a
one
lot
was
of-
just boring. The other stuff aside, like the college one just feels so fucking. I don't know. It feels like there's nothing.
Yeah, nothing
It's
really.
not like attached to everything else. It just felt so pointless. I did not like it, even when I saw it the first time, and my view of the show was still really high. I did not like the college episode because it was just so fucking dumb.
Yeah, the whole thing. Taking aside any issues, it just felt boring. More boring. Like, yeah, I can't put it any better than you did. It just kind of sucked. This Randy gets kidnapped.
Yeah, he's hitting on these three, and he gets fucking kidnapped.
Then he wakes up in the. So this is something that's really different from the comics. The guy doing the robots or the cyborgs, he starts off trying to revive the dead. And once he realizes how powerful they are, due to his modifications, that's when he goes after live targets. And even then, he doesn't go for these guys right away. They go for William's friend. So.
Yeah. And the other thing about this, what's a big change, is he's doing it to get a military contract because he thinks in his own twisted way that he is helping people.
Yeah, and that's when he does make the murder bots intentionally. His original intention is literally to revive people so, someone can see their grandmother again or whatever else. It's originally not to be a military program, but then he turns it into that once he realizes how strong they are.
Yeah, and he realizes he can make super soldiers, and that he can, since he can bring back the dead, nobody actually else has to die in war and stuff like. But he has no ethics. That's the problem. He just has no fucking ethics at all.
Yeah, which is an interesting way to do it. In the comics, in the show, he's just kind of a dickwad who does it because reasons.
Yeah.
That feels a bit reductive. I don't remember what his exact reason is. But
Oh
it doesn't
God,
sound
I
that
forgot.
good.
I forgot when Monster Girl is convulsing in her girl form, they leave her head perfectly stationary. Go back and show that again.
Oh shit.
And he's not holding on to her head or anything like that. It clearly shows he's not holding on to her head. And then he grabs her head as if like they remembered.
Yeah.
Like somewhere in the animators remember.
Oh,
It looks so goofy.
It does.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, that doesn't. What the hell? Her head just doesn't move. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird. Just skipping ahead a bit. Cecil's talking to Dadman about Mark, I think. Or he's asking more about the Guardians, maybe.
So, Mark never told you he was taking on Machine Head all by his lonesome?
Yeah, he told me. Told me he wasn't going to take the bait.
Okay, and then
Okay, he told
in
me
the
he was
show-
going to take on Machine Head. Didn't tell me he was going to take the bait.
Yeah, I knew you'd pull through. Grounds. How long was I?
So, Mark is talking to Amber, invites her to go to the college with him and Will.
Which,
Sorry,
oh boy.
We're just trying to cut through the fluff and the fat and to the more significant parts, because yeah, there's a lot of stuff to get through to get to the big issues, I guess.
Yeah. I basically already dumped you that night, I know. I thought a lot about that these last couple of days. Remember, okay, yeah, here we go. So there's more evidence. Remember when I first called you after you made Todd give me your number? Yeah. It's like, dude, that should have been right there. The moment you know what she did was completely fucked up.
Yeah. That would be like the biggest warning. We said this earlier. That would be the biggest warning sign ever. Holy shit.
Yeah. She literally blackmailed a dude so that he could give you her phone number. That's pretty fucked up. Oh, and then she does that weird phone role play of, hey, handsome. Hey, handsome Mark Grayson. It's like,
Oh, yeah,
oh wait, you're at the part. I think you're at the part. They have a great social justice program line. It's like, oh my god.
Not quite yet. That comes in later. They're already at the campus.
Okay.
Actually, I might have. No, yeah, they're just getting out of the car there, and Will is.
Yeah, it's after they kind of like explore around a bit, and they take a break to sit down at the bench and talk.
Yeah, then there's a scene of them cranking up Will's gayness again by having him look at someone's ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just constantly thirsty for the one dude.
Yeah. Go grab the super chat quickly. $10 from Crumb. Thank you. Hey guys, I'm back. They finally got my grandma out of the house. I don't feel sadness, anger, nothing. All I feel is exhaustion. I miss her. Luckily, your Discord community allowed me to vent. Thanks, Owl. No problem. And again,
Yeah.
man, sorry you're dealing with that. There's no words I can really say to. That's just a really horrible thing for anyone to have to deal with. Yeah.
Rick Style, incredible. A perfect combo of street and prep. Did I mention his teeth? Yeah, this is when you really realize he's fucking thirsty for him.
Oh, yeah.
Little white bricks of joy. He's literally talking about the dude's teeth in the car ride over.
Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. Eve dealing with her parents again.
Yeah, and then this is when Nolan gets, like, he's like, why is my wife being such a douche to me?
Yeah.
Then he opens up the bag and sees that it's not his thing anymore, and he knows that she took it.
Oh, wait, he opens up the bag.
Yeah. He sees it up there, and then he's going to leave it alone, and then he thinks again, and he goes back and he opens the bag.
I'm just skipping back to that.
So now he fucking knows that she knows that she has the suit for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, I must have missed that earlier. Yeah, it's just a blanket now. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good detail. That is a really good detail, despite the entire thing being fucking stupid. That he hid it there.
Yeah, that's one of those why did you hide it there?
Yeah, that's one of the things that bugs me is that
we get it, you're in love with the guy.
There's good ideas sprinkled in among the fucking stupidity. And this is a combination of two scenes from the comics. So there's a robot attack on the college twice, not once. Once when Will is there with Mark, and once
by themselves.
Yeah, by themselves, and once with Amber, and they go differently. So Mark shows up both times, and that's when, Invincible shows up both times, And that's when Will realizes, hey, he's invincible.
Yeah.
When he's with Amber, a similar thing happens in the show where he disappears and Invincible comes in, then he leaves. Then he comes back as Mark, and Amber gets pissed at him. In the comics, she thinks he abandoned her. We're not quite at the part. There we go. And yeah, the cyborg creatures seem intent on killing themselves. In the show, for some reason, they're attacking people based on noise. Which is weird. Because part of the problem, part of why he does go to live subjects, is because they're killing themselves. And only once the helmet's torn off in the show does this thing kill itself. Because he realizes what he's become, even though... I don't know, that should be kind of obvious, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
They fight. Creature sees itself. And then kills himself.
Yeah, and again, in the comics, the way it plays out, the creature literally knocks one guard out of the way and is running towards what Invincible thinks it's going to attack this woman.
Yeah.
So he gets her out of the way, but then it literally runs past her and jumps up and kills itself.
Yeah, it lands on the spike. So now we get to a part leading up to the part. Mark shows up, Amber gets pissed, and yells at him for, again, abandoning them. Happens similarly in the comics here.
Yeah, which would have been understandable if that was it. But when she starts saying things later, you realize, oh, you are a complete piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, William realizes that he's invincible. You are invincible. Shh, please. Can't tell anyone. So they kept that plot point from it.
Yeah, they kept the plot point, but changed the outcome, I guess.
Yeah.
Debbie is having the suit analyzed by Mark Hamill. And they realize, Nolan struck first. Again, didn't happen in the comic. Again, not an issue. I keep having to point both out, but just to show where some of the changes are, and obviously Dadman is aware of it.
I tried to get security, but there wasn't anyone. You lying piece of shit. Wait, no. This isn't what it looks like. You took off. You left us here with that thing. Amber, no, that's not what happened. You said you wanted to start over. You promised, and she's getting all the waterworks. Again, keep in fucking mind, she knows who he is.
Yeah.
The
The show explicitly says
she knows at this point who he is.
Yeah.
Oh. Even Eve vouched for you, and then you do this? Eve was wrong about you. So was I. Like, this is fucking classic gaslighting.
Yeah, she's being an absolute manipulative bitch right now. Holy shit.
Yeah.
She knows that he just saved them.
This has a knock-on effect in the show, too, because the whole plot with the cyborgs is handled differently and separate from this. So Mark is, like, down and depressed because of what happened with Amber. And he ignores the call to action because of this. Now, that was already kind of an issue on its own, I think, but
I agree.
This is a direct result of her acting like a total cunt to him over something she knows. Like, she knows he's a superhero, and she's getting pissed at him in public for doing a superhero thing, which fucking obviously you're trying to save lives.
And because he didn't tell her his secret identity.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you lie to me? It's like, are you fucking for real?
Yeah. So when Will's friend doesn't come back, he starts freaking out and like, okay, something's wrong. Mark, you're a superhero. Can you go find him for me? And he ignores it, even though, yeah, it is weird that this guy isn't back yet, but whatever. And he goes to find Amber instead. Skipping the Monster Girl stuff here because it's not that important.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, but he specifically wanted a child body so he could relate with her.
Ooh, yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, that's creepy.
It's really fucking creepy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this pissed me off. When I watched this episode, like I already said, it was boring and I didn't like it, like, even the first time I watched it. But after it was over, I was still really annoyed to see that Mark was still being like, oh, no, I'm not going to be a hero. I just fuck everything up. And it's like, dude, the reason why you fucked up in this episode is because you ignored the call of action. You wouldn't help Will when he asked for it. You wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So that's why he ended up getting turned into the fucking robot. You should have learned your lesson from this, but instead, in the next episode, you're still acting exactly the same way.
Yeah.
It's so fucked on so many levels.
It's super frustrating. And he sees her talking with someone else, so he kind of gets put off even more.
Yeah.
Then he gets the call from Will again. Hey, something's going on. You have to help. And only now does he finally fucking get into action, as his friend is about to be fucking turned into a monster.
Yep.
By the cartoon villain.
Yeah. Who's doing this just for reasons? And again, he wants alpha males for whatever reason.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah.
We could skip most of the stuff with the robots. We just figure out that his friend was one of the ones that got turned. And by talking about how much he loves him and because I fucking had sex, is what kind of brings this robot back into like, oh hey, sorry, I keep saying robot, cyborg. Cyborg. That's what breaks through to him and gets him to fight back.
I do like how the enemy or the fucking villain guy is like, well, that's kind of personal, you know, like where he talks about, he says like when we fucked on the fuck or when we fucked in that park or whatever, he's like, he turns around, he's like, that's kind of personal. Let's let's shut you up.
Are you crying? Yeah. Oh wait! Hold on a second. I just think I saw an animation fuck up. Hold up.
Yeah, I saw it too. The wire colors.
The wire colors. Yes.
Yeah, they completely switched for some reason. Not a huge deal. See, that's
these are just funny things.
Yeah, they're funny. It's not. I wouldn't mark that against the show.
Yeah.
We're not funny to see them.
Then it's swapped. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyways, cartoon villain
like
gets
that really
dragged away.
goofy scene where it shows him flying through the city, but it's just like a still image of him like gliding towards a stagnant background. It looks really awful, but like we're not gonna hit the show for that. Like,
yeah,
they had to cut corners in some parts.
Hey.
We get it.
Yeah, to pay for the budgets, the insane budgets on the fights.
To not just that, to save some effort.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that cheap? Not really.
Yeah.
Well, he does say not really.
Yeah.
Anyways, do they show it in this episode, or is it at the beginning of the next one with Amber? Oh, here we get to the grave scene where, yeah, they shouldn't know where this grave is because they put in that line we mentioned earlier.
Yep, and as we mentioned, this is the security guard's son. For whatever reason, he's doing this.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Is they show. I don't even know if we care about the development of such a minor character, but they said earlier that he was on a better path, and now he's doing this. So.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and
it's
then,
literally a nothing character, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Did
was
they
literally
show?
only there to do the line about, she might be a good queen now, but she comes from a line of tyrants. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, I think they did show. Fuck, I can't remember her name. The wife of Nolan, confronting him a bit, drunk. Here, I think that was what happened just now.
Yeah, she's had tons of wine and shit.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
she
and-
threw the bottle at him.
Yeah. Then he gets mad and punches a hole in the wall.
And he fucking burns the suit afterwards. It's
Yeah, it's like wow. Yeah, a bit late now, dude. Should have done that. That like
Months ago.
first thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, should have been the
yeah,
first
the
thing you
moment
did.
you got it back.
Like you were already extremely lucky that they didn't do any forensic testing with it at all for some reason.
Yeah.
But like you're already extremely lucky to then not immediately get rid of it. Like you're just a fucking idiot.
Yep. So he's just got it laying there on the counter. She comes down. She's like, what's going on? Okay.
I don't think a whole lot happens early on.
Everybody's miserable in the car.
Yep.
Okay, and he says, Amber, I can explain everything, and she turns up the fucking music on him. Again, she's making him feel worse and worse, and she's known for weeks, okay? Weeks that he is invincible.
Yeah, this is literally just her being an immense fucking cunt. Because
Yeah, for no reason. She's
no
just
reason.
being a bitch.
Just to make him feel worse. Again, she's trying to manipulate him.
Yeah, all because you didn't tell me.
Your
You're not
secret
being
identity.
completely honest with me about your secret identity.
Bitch,
So-
you are a fucking high school romance. Get over yourself.
Well, not just that. A little advice for everyone who ever watches this stream. If you happen to be a superhero, never give a cunt like Amber your fucking secret identity. She's the last person you ever want to know
Yeah,
who
she's
you are.
already proven she's not trustworthy and that she will
Yeah.
blackmail you for shit. Like the most petty of shit, she will blackmail you for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, like, that's the thing I think a lot of people can miss, too, because, oh, yeah, she's doing it to a bully, so it's just, like, karma or comeuppance. But, like, no, she, like, regardless of who she's doing it to, that is a massive cunt move.
Yeah, that is an absolute, like, holy shit. I don't care how bad the person is. You don't, like, try to destroy their entire future. Okay? If you think they're that bad, get the fucking police involved and let them deal with it. You don't blackmail somebody to threaten their entire future just for your petty fucking, like, oh, I'm gonna make him give the guy he beat up my phone number. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
like I
that
don't
is
even care.
cartoonishly evil.
Yeah, like I don't even care that she kicked him in the nuts for that one thing. Like, yeah, he was literally getting physical with people. Like, yeah, fuck it, kick him in the nuts. But
Yeah.
this is ridiculous. But yeah, going as far as to like blackmail him after that, like, dude, that's too far. Like, you've already settled the score, basically. Why are you fucking going this far with it? Like, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Get out of my house. We'll talk later, and then he just smashes through the roof. God, but yes. Again, we're getting into where the show goes into major fucking problems.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where everything really goes downhill. We've been talking
Amber,
a lot.
and then she slams the door in his face. He's literally trying to tell her his secret identity. She slams the door in his face.
Yeah.
That's okay. And then he shows her. That's why I'm always late or why I don't show.
Well, we're just getting to that in a second. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
Alright, fair.
He's trying to be genuine and sincere and like, hey. Then yeah, like you said, she slams the door in his face and he thinks about it, then he comes back in full costume to
Yep.
explain who he is, and she acts surprised that he's in there at first. and he explains everything. Now, this is why we bring the comics into this, because
Yeah,
I know we've said it like
this
a
line.
couple dozen times. I've paused it for now. I know we've said it a couple dozen times during this stream, but change isn't bad on its own. It's a result of change. It's the issue. I think this would be a really good fucking time to bring the comic back up. I think it was issue like 22.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do
No,
it.
it's 23.
If I remember
No,
correctly,
it's the
in
end
the
of 22.
comics, doesn't
Whoops.
Amber leave him because she's like,
Hold on.
Well, no, she kind of leaves him at first because of the college thing. And
Yeah.
okay, here, I'm actually on the perfect page right now. So actually I'm a little late for something. So she ends up talking with a friend that, oh hey, Mark's been doing stuff, I think he might be dealing drugs, blah 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 blah. The friend says as a joke, oh well, maybe he's a superhero. And this gets her thinking. This gets the wheels turning in her head. Oh,
Yep.
keep in mind, this scene comes off a bit creepy. He said he'd be back because he stopped by to tell her, then he got called away. She's in a third floor here, and he just jumps out the window. And she's scared at first, but then she doesn't see him on the ground or anything, and she's like, okay, something weird is fucking going on.
Yeah.
So he comes back, and she's lying in bed, and as he's about to wake her, that's when she grabs him. Tell me you're invincible right now, or I will call the police. Then he starts explaining to her, and she's like excited that she's dating a superhero.
Well, you get to the next page where they start talking about it, and he's like, she's kind of wanting to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And again, Amber in the comics is a normal person with normal person thoughts. So she actually thought he was dealing drugs to help him and his mom out now that his dad was dead.
Yeah.
yeah, she doesn't like make awful assumptions about him and then gaslight him and all this other bullshit.
Yep.
So, let's see how the show handles it. I'm gonna mute it for one of these parts. He explains to her. And
Yeah,
she
I'm just doing that.
doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said?
Ugh, I know you're a superhero.
You know.
Wow. How does
I'm not an
one
idiot.
line... How does
Yeah.
one line crank the fucking cunt dial up to 11? That's it right there.
Yeah.
I know you're a superhero. After her massive freak out and trying to make him feel like shit and ignoring him and fucking everything.
In public, by the way.
In public,
She did this
yes.
in front of other people to make
Like-
it that much more damaging. This is what
Well-
these manipulative pieces of shit are like.
Well, not just that. What was he supposed to do in public? Like, in front of Will, assuming Will didn't know his identity, or in front of anyone else who was out there. Was Mark supposed to say, well, hey, I'm a superhero, I have to do this? This is just her being a cunt for the sake of being a cunt.
Yep. And this is what's even worse, is that, did you hear what I just said? She's like, yeah, I know you're a superhero. You know? You know? I'm not an idiot.
I
figured out weeks ago.
can play it.
Oh, okay.
You know?
I'm not an idiot. I figured it out weeks ago.
Weeks ago. Oh, God.
Then why are we?
Oh
fighting?
my
We're fighting
god.
because
And then
you
it's right
lied to
there.
me.
The fucking...
Yeah,
Fucking
sorry, you were
stupid
talking
identity
over it, but
bullshit.
she said, we're fighting because you lied to me. I'm gonna play a little bit more.
You made me feel stupid and unimportant.
It's a
And yeah, he
secret identity.
And because you...
yeah, he absolutely has the... Like, Mark is not in the wrong here at all. It's a secret identity. And this is something they bring up in the comics. The mother is, like, freaked out that he told Amber in the comics because, hey, what if it gets out and we get targeted because of it, you know?
Yep. Or what if, you have a bad breakup and she like vents this to the wrong person and they spread it around, and like, you need to think about this, Mark.
Yes, and that's something I've mentioned before is, okay, so this is someone you've only known for a couple of months. What if she turns out to be a massive vengeful cunt and has a bad breakup with you?
Yeah,
Man,
which you
that is
already
not-
have.
that
You
is-
already have evidence towards that.
Yeah, like she's
Yes.
basically already proven this, like wholesale.
Because
There's no reason to trust her. She's barely a fling. Like she's literally just a high school dating thing that he's only been doing for a short period of time. No reason to have trust her with this kind of knowledge yet.
And
she's getting so pissed off about it.
Yeah. And just so everyone knows, like, there's relationships that have been together for like 30 years that still has like really bad outcomes because of one side or the other being like petty and vengeful.
Yep.
Like, a couple months isn't a good enough time to judge whether she should be trusted or not. And this is something that you see in other media too. Like, in one of the Superman movies, Lois Lane doesn't know that Clark is Superman, and this is like after they've been together for a while. Like, it happens a lot in media.
Yeah.
It makes total sense that
I was just about to say something, and then I realized how poignant it is. I was gonna say, like, yeah, just look at, because you mentioned like 30-year relationships can still end badly. I was like, look at what happened with Johnny Depp and his wife Amber.
Holy shit!
It's a weird coincidence. But dude, this is like one of those things where it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's cute that you think that's enough, but because she's like, it's like,
I
we're
can play
fine
more of
because-
it.
Oh yeah, this just gets worse and worse. It just makes her even more of a vengeful little cunt.
You don't trust me.
I'm trusting you now.
Oh my god. I mean, it's cute. You think that's enough.
Just gonna pause again so we don't get slapped. But yeah,
But Amber.
Fly away, flyboy, or take the stairs. I really don't give a shit.
fly away, flyboy. What a bitch. What a massive, massive fucking bitch. This is over her personal feelings being hurt because he wouldn't reveal his secret identity to her. Like, you know he's out saving lives. That's the whole reason he's doing any of this. And
Yeah, she could fuck right off. She's literally just being a petty fucking
Yeah,
upset girlfriend that she didn't get told a very personal secret that she doesn't need to know right now.
Even better, she's a self-professed social justice warrior.
Yeah,
there's
that
that
makes this
line.
even
It is-
worse.
Oh, their college just has a great social justice program. It's like,
Oh.
oh my god.
it's so bad. Yeah, as much as I like other parts of the show and as much as they are flawed, this was the scene that was keeping me from watching it again because, my god, what an insufferable fucking little cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't stand. I can't believe they did this to this character. I don't understand why they did this.
I'm just gonna bring
If
up
this
the,
is if this is legitimately what they think a strong, independent black woman character is, then they are
Yeah.
fucking racist. Holy shit.
and just bringing up the comics again, Amber is legitimately fucking happy to find. Well, first of all, oh, you aren't a drug dealer. You're really gonna have to elaborate on this whole drug dealer thing.
Yeah.
But she's happy that he's a superhero because, hey, that's awesome. But in the show, nah, you're. I figured out weeks ago. You're an idiot, and I hate you because you didn't tell me, you asshole. What?
Yeah, fly away, flyboy.
Oh. Yeah. So it goes without saying.
The
that-
comic makes them look like an insect. You'd be surprised later on. That kind of comes into play.
The comic? Huh. Anyways, I'm gonna mute this again and... Oh wait, there is more to it. Let's see. No, he just leaves.
Hello?
Alright. So yeah. It, I don't know how much more clearly we can cover that section, but huge issues there. Jesus Christ.
And the fact that at the end, she just comes back
Yeah.
after what happens and he just lets her. Oh my god, dude! Fucking talk about whipped. Holy shit! You're
Yeah.
really gonna fucking go back to this bitch after that?
Yeah.
Fuck me, dude. And keep in mind, in the comic, Amber ends up leaving him because she can't deal with him being constantly fucking coming back destroyed and all this shit constantly. She can't handle it. So she ends up like breaking up with him for her own sanity.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that far yet, but I can
Yeah.
easily imagine that being the case. And we have more of Robot's plot going off here. I don't think there's too much more to comment on that.
We're professionals.
And we get to see the real robot again. He sees all their backups and safeties they put in the clone body that they have to remove. Oh! The robot gives them the schematics for a control collar. In the comic, they just kind of have it. So,
Yeah. Well,
again,
they try it. They don't know if it works. They think it's gonna work, and then it doesn't.
yeah, either way, though, I kind of have an issue with him giving out the schematic. It turns out to not work, but you don't know how far off it is from the actual one, so... Yeah. Because you'd think if he fucked with it too much, the Muller twins would have figured it out. They're not idiots.
Yeah, I love that scene. Fucking wakes up, Omni-Man!
Oh, we'll be getting to that.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, Mark is still feeling like shit because Amber is a cunt. And he's not wanting to do the whole superhero thing. Cecil takes the mother and they're talking to her about Dadman being evil.
Yeah, and he's up there on Everest again trying to...
Yeah, this is the part from the comic where he's trying to figure out how to break it to Mark.
Yep, there's the transfer. Again, is this the part where he says why it had to be a little boy's body?
I think he explains that to Monster Girl near the end of this episode or next.
No, but in the comics he said it's perfect. And they were like, why? And he said, that gets into phase 2 and you don't need to know.
See, the only reason I could imagine going with a younger body is simply for the sake of those few extra years, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so you don't die as soon. Like, okay, you could clone yourself a 20-year-old body, or you could clone yourself an 80-year-old body. Which one are you gonna pick?
Yep.
Yeah, in the show, he does like straight up state that he did it to relate to Monster Girl, and that was it.
Because he loves her. In the comics, she says, I just want you to know I ain't into boys. Fuck off. And she means as in young boys. She's like, no, that ain't me.
By the way, I do like the scene where they transfer them and the Muller twins are like, yeah, it's best to not know which one is the original. Because you do get into some, like, cool Soma shit here. The video game, of course. Where it's like, your mind was copied. You weren't transferred. And one of them says, looks like you won the you won the coin toss, kid. Because he got the better body, the one that's actually functional and all that. And hey, it looks like the problem took care of itself with the original dying. And then he coughs, and then they're like, oh no, here it comes. And
yeah.
like, I do like that. It's really good. It's, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't realize that robot kind of planned for this. Because in the comics, the reason the Mauler twins say it's best not to know is because the moment the one figured out it wasn't the clone and it was the original, it started treating the other one like shit.
Yeah.
To the point where they couldn't actually get any work done. They couldn't do anything anymore because they weren't pushing against each other.
Ah. See, I like that even more.
Yeah, so then the Mauler one that was the clone poisoned the one that was the original and killed him, and then he made a new clone. And then the new clone's like, yeah, but you need to understand, now we both know we are clones and the original is dead. And he goes, yeah, but here's where our new fight can be. Which one of us is the clone of the clone, and which one of us is the clone of the clone of the clone?
Yeah, see, that's...
And they're like, oh.
I hope they don't fuck that up in the show. But anyways, yeah, Robot tries to rearrest them after that, and that turns into a bit of a shit show. Like, again, they're trying to show that Robot is still a good guy after the shit he pulled in episode 3, I think it was.
Yeah.
3 or 4. Point is, like, okay, doing this now and trying to recapture them doesn't undo that.
Yeah. And then we get to Nolan on his fucking murder rampage.
Yeah, I think we could skip to, the start of that. Okay. So
yeah, because it's literally just the Muller twins see the big robot come out and they're like, oh,
yeah. So Dadman is trying to find Mark. He's at the house. No one's there. Except for the invisible agents of, what's Cecil's organization? Do we even know its name?
I'm not sure. They just say they work for the government.
They do say the name. I've already forgotten what it was, though. It's,
yeah.
Fuck, I can't remember. They do say the name. I just can't remember what it is.
It's not a big deal, but...
God, and then here's the gore for gore's sake thing.
Yeah. And even that, I don't mind, because I find this stuff hilarious, but my issue is more the fact that the reason for it happening can be dumb sometimes. So this is the part I was going to get to, and it really bugs me. So they just all got wrecked. She reaches towards the house.
Yeah, she like gives away their location, and it's like, what are you doing?
Like,
why are you
does
doing
she think
that?
is going to happen? She just got potentially everyone in there killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. And then this.
Oh my god.
And now this is where it gets a little bit like, now this is where he starts to cross the line. It's like, okay, they were shooting at you, you fought back, okay, whatever. But this here, what he does right now, this is insane. Like, yeah, no, come on, dude. You're literally sitting here saying you're gonna kill these people, and he shoots you once. So you're just gonna fucking like murder him. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, you're fucking evil, dude.
And then
no, it gets so much worse though when the rampage goes on.
Well,
oh yeah, this is just the start.
Well, now Donald is dead.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's that really fun character gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what little we saw of him in the show, I really liked, but now he's just gone, and he does so much more in the comics from even what I've seen already.
Yep.
It just seems like a waste of a character to eliminate him like that.
Yeah, seriously, he had some great lines. I really liked him as a character. Like, I would have loved to have seen more of him going further.
So Eve and Mark meet up. The Mauler twins are still fighting the robot.
Yeah, I'm just skipping ahead a bit here. Well, it's not... Well, technically it's a robot still, but we learn it's actually Rudy.
He freaks out.
Dadman confronts Will.
Yeah. It's like, where the fuck is Mark? It's like... Mr. Grayson. He also said that in the open.
Yeah, well, he's in a car.
Again,
there's no one around, so...
But here's a problem. Okay, so the way that they get all of this stuff recorded is because the father forgets that he has his earpiece in. So he reveals what he did to Immortal, who's beating the shit out of him at the time, and
Yeah,
it's only
in-
afterwards he realizes what happened.
In the comics.
Yes. So in this, he still has the earpiece in, and
But
he
that's
just said, William just said, Mr. Grayson, and we know that the thing gets leaked later, so they know it's the Grayson family.
Shit. Oh, that is going to cause issues in season 2. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because remember, they don't know who does it in the organization, but somebody leaks it to the media. The whole thing.
Oh, fuck.
Now, I want to make sure that I swear they do the leak thing too, and it's one of those like, what?
Well, they don't do the leak in the show, but that's something they could do in season 2. And that's going to cause so many issues. Oh,
Yep.
fuck. Why would Will even say that, though? He's more familiar with Omni-Man being Omni-Man, not Mr. Grayson.
Mr. Grayson, yeah.
I think he even says Omni-Man, then corrects to Mr. Grayson, which...
Yeah, it's just there to set up the plot. That's the whole point it exists. It's so clearly there is like, well, we got to have him say it.
Anyways, there's the stuff with Rudy and Robot and how fucking insanely unethical it is for him to take someone else's DNA and clone a body of them for himself.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Rex has every right to be pissed off there. Holy shit.
Yeah, he could have literally asked, too. I'm sure, you know, well, I don't know about this universe's fucking Rex. He might just be a fucking asshole and be like, no, fuck you. But
yeah,
in the actual comic, you know, it's like, if he had asked, like, he probably would have been like, yeah, sure, you can have some of my blood. You could, you know, whatever. If it means you get a body.
In the comic, he steals the blood anyways, so it's still just as unethical. But it still isn't nearly as bad as breaking out 2 supervillains from prison and getting a bunch of people
that's where
hurt.
it gets real bad.
And then Mark is talking with Eve about how we're coming up on a part I really don't like. So they use the orbital cannon, and Dadman is just like, you wouldn't dare. So we see how much damage and destruction this does, and at most it knocks him down for a minute. But that's not the thing.
Again,
that's not even the thing I have an issue with here. Well, first of all, it's still showing power levels, so yeah, that's an issue.
Yes.
But, like, the fact that he survived that with barely a scratch, yet Warrior Woman, like, half caved a skull in at the end of episode 1? What the fuck?
Yeah, it really fucking brings it in perspective where he says, like, $9 million.
Oh my god, go back, watch the birds.
No,
the birds are all the same exact fucking thing, just they're sliding.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hold on.
But Cecil's comment about, like, $9 million just to give him a nosebleed. And it's like, dude. So this gives him a nosebleed, but fucking a hammer to the face nearly kills him.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding?
I'm going to take down the copyright protection just for a second.
To show the birds thing?
Yeah.
It's so fucking bad because they did it at different speeds too. They literally just went to an editor and slid it along the fucking. It's so bad.
They're already. It's just a single frame, and then it's sliding down.
Yep.
Again, it's not a huge issue. It's not going to destroy the show or save anything. Yeah. But
yeah. It reminds me of like a really old, like those really old-timey video games where like the sprites that don't move just slide down the fucking screen as you shoot them.
Yep.
The point I really wanted to get to here was, okay, Dadman wants to get to Mark as fast as possible, right? So he's flying to him to do this. But now he wants to take out the orbital cannon. He gets there in like 2 seconds. From the surface of Earth into space to destroy this thing.
Yep.
And, okay, so if you can move that fast to take this thing out of orbit, why couldn't you get to Mark any faster? Because, like, guarantee getting to that is a greater distance than any distance across, like, America.
The planet, yes.
Yeah.
It is, my God.
And yeah, Cecil says something like $300 billion for the world's most expensive nosebleed.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's, oh my god, it really shows the fucking, like, it's literally just, he's weak for the sake of the plot when he needs it, but then he's also godly for the sake of the plot when he needs it, and it's so annoying.
Yeah. It doesn't make any fucking sense
And that
at
speed
all.
example just now was one of the best examples of that, because they needed him to take out the cannon. And again, I like that Cecil's being proactive, trying to stop him, trying everything to delay him. But it's still causing more issues as a result. So it's just an issue that the power levels are changing, because now we don't know.
Oh,
Now that we know he can go that fast, and it makes no sense that he doesn't get to Mark sooner.
yep. Also, we're gonna get to where Eve and Mark are talking, and Mark's talking about, I'm giving up the hero life and stuff like that because Amber was being such a massive douche nozzle.
Yeah, that's how much she fucked with him because of stupid bullshit.
Rex had nothing to do with this. Came out here because I needed to start over. Doesn't mean ignoring the world when it needs me. Get there, you're feeling shitty because Amber dumped you, but trust me, you'll feel worse if you sit here and do nothing when you could save lives.
That was
It's funny. It's funny that. Go ahead.
That was almost perfectly in sync. I skipped to the time code, and right as you were saying that, she was saying it on screen.
Oh, nice.
I think. It's hard to tell because the audio is off, but yeah.
Yeah. It's. Again, it ain't Mark's fucking fault. You gotta think about this. Amber is a fucking bitch, okay? Like, Eve, you should really be like, when Mark told you what happened, you should have been like, Eve? When Mark told you what happened, Eve should have been pissed at fucking Amber.
Oh yeah, for sure. Holy shit. And again, Cecil trying to save time, or get time here. I think he even says that as one of his things, like, I'm doing what I do best, delaying you for another few seconds. And I do like this back and forth, but man, I think it still causes more issues than it solves.
Again, the whole teleportation thing, because he has it, there's so many things he could have fucking done. This is just so stupid.
Well, teleportation is restricted to the wristband he has. That's. I think that is different from the comics. But
Okay,
don't
fair.
they know where Mark and Eve are right now? Don't they know?
Yeah, they literally could have teleported there.
Yeah, they could literally just teleport and like explain what's happening.
Again, they would be there in a matter of like milliseconds with the teleport.
Yeah,
and they could have been like,
especially since they've been stationary so long. But they actually come up with that plan just as Mark and Eve take off. $2 from Trico Trooper. Thank you. Distance to space is approximately 18 miles only. I mean, that's fair, but that's still 18 miles he's traveling in a matter of seconds. And traveling across the country to find Mark and Eve is like taking him way longer than it should.
Yeah, so if he gets there in a couple seconds, I don't know. I think we can do some math.
Oh boy.
Yeah, keep in mind he flew across like multiple locations across the world earlier, and it took him like 20 minutes to fly to Italy and all these other places for her shopping list.
Oh yeah, we could probably figure that out if we do the math on that. It would probably take a bit though.
So 60 miles. Oh boy. Okay. So what we say? He does like 3 seconds it takes him to get up there to the satellite and destroy it.
Yeah, that seems about fair.
And we'll say that it's literally just on the edge of space. So it's at the edge of space. So we'll do the 18 miles.
All right.
So if it's 60 miles per hour, that'd be 18 minutes. And then if it was okay,
All right.
my brain, it's hurting. I haven't had to do maths like this in a long time.
Yeah, this doesn't come up in day-to-day life. At least not for me. I don't calculate how many blocks my Minecraft castle needs.
Yeah, also I just looked it up. The amount of distance from space, like orbit, to like where satellites orbit to the like surface of the Earth is 62 miles.
62
Oh, it's 62 miles. Okay.
Yeah, 62 miles.
That's even worse. That
All
makes
right,
it
so
even
yeah.
worse.
So if he was going 60, it would take him an hour and 2 minutes to get there. He gets there in like 2 seconds. So
well,
that is 62 divided.
Don't do 2 seconds. Let's be very generous to the show and say that 62 miles takes, I don't know, 10 seconds. Because that's still an insane amount of speed.
There's going 6 miles per second, basically. So at 6 miles per second, he's going from. We don't even know where the real distance is, but he's trying to get to Africa, where Eve is.
Also, in the first episode, that speedster hero, Red Rush, was just barely faster than him to avoid his punch. I don't know how fast that one is, but usually they're near relativistic speeds. Yeah. Red Rush barely saved Immortal there from the opening attack.
So, if it's 6 miles per second, and it's roughly, I'm just doing roughly, we don't know the exact thing, 8,766 miles from North America to Africa. Again, we don't know exactly where, so this is all going to be obvious. Like, we don't know if they're literally on the coast or, we don't know any of that stuff. That is 1,461. I did 6 miles per hour per second. So that's how many seconds? So it'd take him 24 minutes, I guess.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I thought it'd be a bit
so he's
faster
actually
than
he's
that.
actually even faster than that. Again, that's if we did it took him 10 seconds to do the whole 62 miles.
Yeah,
which it didn't look like it. It looked like
he
it
was up there.
3.
Yeah, he was up there in like 3-4 seconds. So yeah, it would be much faster than that.
Wait, oh, hold on. I fucked up the math. I don't want to do it anymore. I realized what I fucked up. I converted it from hours to seconds instead of hours to minutes to seconds. Shit.
Oh.
Yeah, it would be way faster.
So 24 seconds. I probably fucked that up.
No, it looks probably say 2 minutes would probably be what it actually is.
2 minutes.
But anyone that watches this podcast later who knows math way better could do that. It's been a long time since I've had to do math, so
yeah, doing math with time sucks especially. Yep. Anyways,
I fucked it up real good.
Point is, the fact that he travels 62 miles in that time is fucking insane. I think it's supposed to take much longer than 10 seconds, considering the cannon time it took to recharge. I might need to watch the show again, though it's been a while. Well, they could be skipping time there, but he just zips up there and zips back in no time.
Yeah. And now I'm to where he's getting attacked by the robots, the cyborg things.
Oh, I've been paused on the Cecil part.
Oh, that's fair.
So I'm going to start playing again. And yeah, as I was saying, I do like this back and forth between them, but man, I don't know if this causes any more issues or not. I'm going to skip ahead a bit.
Oh, wait. People are writing on.
Huh?
So if it was 6 miles per second. Oh, yeah, you continue that. I'm going to think this one.
All right. So they send in the undead cyborgs to fight Dadman, and they're actually fucking holding their own against them for a bit. They're seriously fucking shit up. But it doesn't last. But again, it's more Cecil being proactive. He had tricks up his sleeve to try and take care of this when the time came, and it's just that nothing is working. They're trying everything, and again, another display of power that, again, this goes back to the whole Guardians thing in episode 1. I know we've brought it up several times, but it is an issue when the strengths of these characters are changing to be convenient for the plot. So these cyborgs have taken him out of commission for a few minutes, basically stun locking him.
Yeah.
And the Guardians did all this damage to him, so why aren't these robots doing... cyborgs! Why aren't these cyborgs doing damage to him? Oh yeah, and Cecil brings in the teleporters and for Mark and Eve, and fucking... they do it after they're on the move again. They're sitting there for a good deal of time and they don't zip in. We've seen how Cecil can use this shit before, and they just don't, and it's annoying. Because he could have easily gone out there and gotten them back, in all the time it took with him fucking around, teleporting around Omni-Man to keep him from doing anything.
Yeah, even before that, he could have went out there, teleported them back to the HQ to watch this shit and be like, "Hey, look what he's doing! Look what we have to deal with here. We're gonna teleport you out there soon to help deal with this."
Yep.
You know, like he could be there with his mom already,
Exactly.
watching this shit, talking this out, and then being like, "Okay, we're going in. We got to do something." But instead, they sat there and twiddled their thumbs for no reason.
Yep. The Muller twins are getting the Immortal back together and ready to put their control collar on. And then the Cthulhu beast shows up.
Yeah.
And Cecil even says, yeah, we pumped him full of drugs and other enhancements, and my god, is he pissed off. And he's going to be targeting you, Omni-Man. So...
Yep.
And this thing actually does delay him by quite a bit.
Significant damage.
Yeah, significant damage. This thing is fucking insane. Huh?
And every upgrade we have. He said we removed its pain center, we juiced it up with every combat drug we had, and gave it every enhancement we had. Good luck.
Because they're hoping it takes him out. Because he's a major threat at this point.
Yeah, and while it does do damage, keep in mind... You know, like the amount of damage it's doing is far more than what the League was doing, but it's still nothing compared to the damage they did to him at the beginning.
Yeah,
so
it's weird to describe it that way, but it's true. They were punching him and hitting him with weapons in at the end of episode 1, the Guardians, and they didn't do despite their attacks being so low tier. They're doing high damage to him. This thing is squeezing him, throwing him into the ground. Clearly extremely powerful. He's barely standing against this thing. But yet it isn't as damaging to him, which is really, really weird.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he's
And
just
again,
getting
this is the
right
whole
back up
power issue
again.
stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's literally just plot stuff.
Yeah. And that's probably actually the best thing to call it, plot stuff. Because, yeah, that's literally it. It's just plot that's holding him back there because they need him to be held back.
Okay, so apparently, if he took him 10 seconds to get up into orbit and attack the satellite, assuming it was 62 miles away, again, we're assuming that. Normally, satellites are further out than that. But if it's that, he was traveling at 22,320 miles per hour. I don't know if that math is correct or not.
Well, he would have been clear across the other side of the fucking country by then, so he should have easily been able to have reached Mark and Eve by then.
Yeah. Well, it's not even really clear where they are either because Mark has already reached Dadman, and they're in these farm fields in the countryside, but we don't know where they are. Like, he obviously was in America, and I guess they were in Africa, and they somehow meet up in the middle within seconds, so... I think we could skip ahead just a little bit, because this is mostly
Where's Omni-Man?
Oh, yes, we're almost there. We're almost there. It is so good. I actually kind of want to unmute for this. So yeah, they've got the control collar on the Immortal, and they're trying to get him to wake up, and it's not working. Then one of the Muller twins starts beating his chest, like it's gonna work. It may not work, but it still feels good. And then we get the flashback. The portal that gives him his power... Well, not portal. The thing that gives him his power. Being a knight. Being Lincoln.
Okay.
Being another superhero. And then his death at Omni-Man's hands. Okay, I'm going to unmute here.
Activate the collar.
Just immediately fucking dead to enraged beyond fucking belief. Where is he?
Immortal, you're gonna destroy Robot and the
Crushing
new
Omni-Man
Guardian-
and Invincible. Mach 3. Damn it, I told Eve to stay away. It's not Adam Eve.
of the
How fast
globe
is
for
Mach
us.
3?
People are saying it's 20 minutes, 25 seconds.
2,301 miles per hour is Mach 3. So somehow, Immortal got to Omni-Man faster than
boy.
Omni-Man got here.
Well, it's hard to tell because it could just be time skipping there. You know?
Maybe.
Because there are the scene transitions. I'm willing to give time there. My issue with the laser cannon specifically is that he shot up there in no time and came back. And it still takes him an incredibly long time to reach... well, he doesn't even reach Mark and Eve, but yeah.
Yeah. Omni-Man, you bastard!
Yeah, I'm just playing some of that now.
Where is Omni-Man?
Just the level of rage. Where is Omni-Man? Oh.
Yeah.
And the Mahler twins are like freaked out. It is so good.
Where is he?
People just keep flying through the roof. Oh god. Just him waking up completely fucking enraged like that is hilarious.
Remember, so they do the transition and they say, new thing approaching, Mach 3.
So that's the speed Immortal can travel at.
Yeah, so which is 2,000 miles per hour. It's 2,300 something. 2,301 miles per hour.
Hmm.
So he's 10 times slower than Omni-Man.
Also, the only hero who could come back to life and he didn't crush his head. Great thinking, Omnidork. Lots of thing. Even head crushing he could probably come back from. But
yeah,
here's
that's the crazy thing about Immortal.
Here's the big part between the show and the comics. Immortal fighting Omni-Man. Now in the comics, Omni-Man wasn't under threat of being found out. He was going to reveal to Mark on his own why everything was happening. And the Mulder twins still got Immortal's corpse and revived him. So it's a complete fucking shock out of nowhere. That Immortal comes up and attacks him because I guess fuck, I was going somewhere with that, I forgot. Point is, it was Immortal who revealed everything. Well, the encounter with Immortal. Because like Seth said, Omni-Man had the earpiece in.
Yeah. He totally forgot that it broadcast everything. Because, again, he was currently getting his ass whooped by Immortal.
Well, not just that. It was also completely out of his control. Let me see if I can find the page in the comic.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't say he was getting his ass whooped. Because, trust me, the Immortal versus Omni-Man rematch fight goes about as long as the Omni-Man murdering all the Guardians of the Globe goes.
Yeah, so... Yeah, okay, I've got the pages here so I can bring them up. Omni-Man just defeated this tentacle creature at the beach. And then... Oh. Sorry, it was already in action by the time we got there. Let me go back and see what page that is exactly, because... Yeah, he literally just does come out of nowhere. I mean, from Omni-Man's perspective, we know why it happened.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, he defeated the creature. And he said, I'll check up after you after I'm done. The creature's beaten up. Okay, it's over, everyone. Everyone is safe now. Then boom, Immortal just fucking comes in and checks him into the fucking ground.
Yeah.
And then immediately, why? Why did you do it? And yeah, this is what reveals to it being, this is what leads to it being revealed. It's not that Omni-Man made stupid fucking decisions, like hiding his costume in his house. And it's not that Cecil just magically figured it out on his own. Maybe Cecil enlisted the help of Amber to figure it out, because she figured out Mark was a hero on her own.
Yeah, somehow.
But yeah, from Immortal right here, why, damn it, why did you kill them?
Yep. And then
Omni-Man, I killed you once, I can do it again. So...
Yep.
And Mark sees this, and this is part of what, like, puts him against Omni-Man. And you see his death, and it happens similar in the comic similar as in the show, where he punches through the gut and then cuts him in half.
Yep.
So going back to the show, let's take that down. Let me just check quickly if we've been taken down. Nope, still good.
Nope, we're fine.
So... Yeah, it's not... You don't get the reveal from Immortal, because Cecil already knows. It's a shock to Cecil in the comic that Omni-Man is behind it.
Yeah, again, because Omni-Man wasn't present at the scene of the fucking crime. He didn't leave any evidence behind.
Yeah. And again, I don't even mind the change that Cecil figured it out. I just... My issue is they don't explain how he figured it out. It's just there. And then
Yeah.
stupid decisions Omni-Man makes. Yeah.
And then it's on to the big one where, oh boy, there are so many problems in the final episode.
Yep. Oh, God. So Mark takes down the tentacle creature with electricity. Why should it be taken out by electricity that easily? Did it kill it from power lines?
I don't know. I mean, those aren't normal power lines, to be fair. Those are the super fucking, the sketchy ones they got to repair with a helicopter.
Oh. I wasn't even aware of that.
Oh, I think there's some pizza nearby for me, and my stomach is hungry. I will be right back.
Fair enough. Anyways, this episode closes off with us finding out, or not finding out, but seeing a mortal get killed. Again. Something we'll probably see more of in the future. And Mark witnessing it. And he's like freaked out and confused, obviously, at seeing that, because his father just murdered a hero. Did they see the Buster? I can't believe I did that. Did they see the Ghostbuster Cthulhu episode and thought, electricity kills Cthulhu monsters? Oh boy. I don't remember the cartoon at all. I know I watched it as a kid, but right. I remember there was an episode with like... So there was this woman who I think had a haunted house, but she is really a monster trying to get rid of the Ghostbusters. I remember that. And I think that's the only episode of the Ghostbusters cartoon I can remember. Huh. Anyways, yep, that's the end of episode 7. Oh boy, just one left to go through. Still alive, Pagan?
Yeah, I'm just
thinking.
Yeah.
How are you feeling so far?
This show is a lot worse than I remember it being.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back. Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
asking Pagan how he was feeling, and he's like, "Yeah, the show was a lot worse than I remember."
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank
Rip
you.
Donald Bobby Hill, a true American.
Rip.
Yeah, he went out like a fucking badass too, honestly.
Yeah, I hate that they killed him, but at least he did go out like a badass. Alright, on to the final episode, and there's probably a lot we could skip through here as well. It's just that there's a lot to talk about in regards to Dadman and everything he does, and obviously comparisons to the comic.
Yeah, because this is one of those. How can you possibly even try to redeem a character after he intentionally and maliciously kills people?
Yeah.
Like, goes out of his way to kill as many people as possible.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to psychologically scar his son for eternity. Man,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up something about that, by the way.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Fuck. Just thinking about it is bugging me more and more because holy shit. So Mark sees Dadman kill a mortal in a pretty brutal way. Dadman is like, "I'm here, son." Blood dripping off of him. Mark is freaking out. And he thinks he's being controlled by some kind of entity, because that's the only way this can make sense to him. There's no way his dad, this protector of Earth, would do this. And Omni-Man just continues explaining that, yeah, this is the way, this is our purpose here. This is... Fuck.
Yeah, watch me transform my son into a blender episode, basically.
Oh. So he explains the true history of Viltrum, that they fucking murdered each other so only the strongest would survive and achieve utopia.
Yep.
I'm not sure that's how you get to a utopia. It seems weird to me, but okay.
Yeah, that fucking hyper Darwinist thing. You literally killed off half of your population.
And then they started taking over the universe because...
You might as well. You know, it was one of those, like, fucking weird.
Ugh. We could skip through some of this. We don't need to see every scene here.
Yeah.
Oh. We're getting to something there. Oh. That's just that he came to Earth and had a wife and kid, and he got a little too comfortable living here. There's two types of evil being done in fiction that I hate. One, unspeakable evildoers get redeemed by one act, and that act is oftentimes just to save a cat from a tree. And I guess he's typing the rest of that out, so I'll get to that when it comes in.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Look, the first one was pretty long, so YouTube probably would have been like, nope, bad, too long.
Yeah, you only have 200 characters to work with, but...
yeah, so...
Yeah, I agree. Some characters are redeemed way too easily, and I kind of fear that's what's going to happen in later seasons of Invincible, because...
Yeah.
You just can't take back the sheer level of malicious evilness that Omni-Man does in this episode.
Yep.
2, they're way too goofy and will always be the butt of the joke, but somehow they are a threat. Yeah, I can agree with those two. They're terrible.
Yep.
And Omni-Man says something like, "Oh, everyone you know is going to die. I view your mother as a little more than a pet." Which, holy shit.
Which, again, he does say that in the comics, and that gets brought up because of the earpiece. And Cecil plays the entire conversation to Debbie.
In the comics,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, because he's like, she needs to know. She needs to know. And, like, what were you going to tell her, Mark? Honestly, what, with a straight face, were you going to tell her?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing people in the chat. Daniel K. Oh, but you see, he only committed genocide against aliens, but he was sympathetic to humans. Clears he can be redeemed.
Probably
no, not in this episode.
Yeah.
Not in this episode.
No. I think what he's getting at is that's how some characters are redeemed that way.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Fair.
Yeah, that's fair. That does happen, which is stupid.
Yeah. Incredibly stupid.
Yeah,
so anyways, Mark holds true to his values that he loves humanity and Earth, and he's not going to let Dadman fuck it all up and take over. And this is what leads into the fight.
So be it.
They've got cameras tracking them through the whole thing. The new Guardians want to do something, but they can't. They're told to sit still. Actually, it happens in the last episode. You're our last hope against Omni-Man if Mark fails. And they're like, wait, we have to fight against Omni-Man? Which, yeah, that's a pretty big fucking deal. These guys don't stand a chance.
Yeah, and neither does Mark. They should really be sending them out to help Mark, not just stand by and watch until he dies. That's really stupid. That's a really terrible tactic.
I think the reason they did it that way, though, is because Mark is the only one who can even resist Omni-Man for what little time he has. Because it's possible that despite how brutal Omni-Man is being, he's just trying to make Mark see, and he's not going to be putting full strength behind his punches. If anyone else comes in, they don't stand a fucking chance, and we see that with these jets. Look at what they need to mimic even a fraction of our power.
God, that meme.
Yeah.
That became such a good meme.
Yeah.
No, my favorite meme of all fucking time, though, is definitely the think mark.
Yeah, think,
that,
Mark, think.
that
That was
is
a good
really
one.
So good.
My favorite one of that is the one where they replaced the dialogue with Cave Johnson from Portal.
Oh, yes!
It's so good.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
I don't know how they thought these missiles were going to do anything to Omni-Man.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
I think the entire point was it for it to be a distraction. Which
it doesn't work very well.
Well, kinda.
Oh, this is again, these are the things I talk about. This is how they made Omni-Man irredeemable. And this is only one
this
guy
bit
here.
especially.
This is only one guy here, but Mark goes out of his way to save this guy, and he's genuinely, thankful for it. And then,
yeah,
just fucking obliterates him because he can, and then he goes after the other jet because he can.
Instead, you saved him. So much effort. For what?
Yeah. For what? 50 more years on this planet? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
it's completely
dude.
irredeemable.
Yeah, and then it gets much, much worse. And guess what? The comics are so much better about this. They still have a fight, but as Omni-Man points out in the fight in the fucking comic, he punched Mark once and he sent him through a building. And he's like, look at how many people died when I punched you once.
Yeah,
he doesn't like go out of his way to then start like squishing them like little ants or anything like that. When he punches him down into the subway station and does all the destruction, he just points out, look at all the destruction here. They are meaningless, Mark. He doesn't then grab Mark and put him through a fucking train.
Oh. I'm just trying to get that in the comics now.
Yeah, so he can get a fucking high score combo kill or whatever. Like, Jesus. Again, this is what we're talking about. This is why we're talking about. This is gore for gore's sake.
Yeah. I'm just letting the show run in the background when I get to the comic page where he gets punched through the building. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. So this is the first this is the first page of issue 12. I'm just going to pause the show quickly. Oh shit, we're at that part. Jesus. Enable that. And there. So one punch to Mark sends him flying straight through a fucking building, which collapses immediately into another, destroying all the windows in it and causing untold damage. One punch. Something similar happens in the show with the building that falls over. Let's go back to that for just a second. I'm going to wind it back as I missed it. Oh. There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, one punch similarly throws Mark through a building and does untold damage. Oh, what a frame to fucking come to.
Yeah. So the difference between these and why there's such a huge difference is Omni-Man in the comics is trying to justify what he's doing. He's fighting his son, and people around them just happen to be getting hurt. He doesn't like actively try to jump between them and squish them to be like, look how meaningless they are.
Yeah.
He's just pointing out that this fight between these two are just this happens.
Something I want to mention here: the animation of some of the people in this scene seems a bit weird, like janky 3D models.
They are janky 3D models.
Yeah, they are janky 3D models.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Or the cars and everything too. That's why they have weird, like the way they fly up.
Yeah, the way they animate. It's always bugged me when some animations do that because it's so out of place.
yeah.
I think Hellsing Ultimate did a similar thing. It just took me out because of how fucking insanely distracting it was.
Yeah, and again, the whole point is you can already see that the father in the comics, he's rationalizing what he has to do, and that's why he wants Mark to he wants Mark to confirm his bias.
Yeah.
But when Mark constantly refuses in the comics, it makes him angrier and angrier because he's getting madder at himself. And then finally, oh fuck, here's the train one. I can't watch the train one. Oh, that one just makes me sick.
Well, I don't have it up on screen right now.
I've got it on mine because I'm doing
right,
mine as well,
right.
so I can skip around and tell you stuff. But, oh boy,
Yeah,
I'm not watching that part.
well, I've got the train one up on the comic side. And yeah, he just crashes him into the train underground, but that's it. He doesn't hold them through an entire train for blood and gore's sake.
Yeah, to kill women, men, and children and shit like that, just because.
Now, let's
Yeah,
hop back over to the fucking animation side, the TV show side, because Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, in the comics, it's just them fighting and him being like, look at, like, us not even paying attention to them and
Pointlessly
just fighting.
destructive.
Yeah, look at what we're doing when we're just fighting each other.
Yeah, Mark goes up to the building to try and save that woman, and the comic collapses immediately, but...
And here it has to show that the mother and child are both going to die in gruesome death. And then his dad's like, no, that was your fault for being stuck.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, it was genuinely annoying. That's your fault for resisting or fucking whatever.
Again, there's just a huge fucking difference
there's
in
the
the
severed
level
arm.
of the level of maliciousness in Omni-Man in the show is absurd.
Yeah, and this is building on top of the fact that he just fucking genocided an entire race in that other episode in their own dimension.
And again,
fuck.
it's finally when Mark's like, it doesn't matter if I lose everything because I'll have you, Dad, after. And that's what makes him finally, like, admit to it, and he fucking leaves.
Yeah, here's the train
And
part.
he didn't kill...
Yeah, you literally see a child on that train, so...
Yep.
Guaranteed children died on that train when he held Mark through it. This is just entirely needlessly excessive.
Yeah. It is pure malice. And they want this character to be redeemable.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. The way that they handle this, especially since my favorite part of the comics was Omni-Man. His redemption arc through the comics was actually done really well. I really liked him as a character all the way to the end. You know, but the show completely ruins it. Like my favorite aspect of the comics is now, you know, basically done in the show because there's no way you cannot redeem him after this.
Yeah. That's just an insane level of brutality and evil. Like, you clearly saw in the comic where it's total collateral damage, but it's just him not caring about people. It's not him going out of his way to purposely fucking slaughter an entire train full of people.
Yeah, it's him fighting Mark, which causes collateral damage. It's not him intentionally going through and being like, oh yeah, these people die. That's not what he's doing. He's attacking Mark, and it happens to end up in these places where these people die.
And then he then starts moving Mark further and further away from society as well.
Yeah.
Except when he does kick him into the mountain, he does cause an avalanche. But
yeah. And even then, the show goes out of its way to show more people there getting killed, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, like, it's just fucking insane that they want to keep the same redemption arc. Like they actively again after he pushed him through the train and turned his son into a fucking blender.
Well, do we know they want to do the same redemption arc?
Well, yeah. Look at the end of the fucking thing. Look at the end of when Omni-Man literally leaves the planet. He is doing the teary cry just like he did in the comic.
Oh god, that bit right there too, where you got the like father reaching for his daughter, and he just like steps on him and crushes him instantly, and it's just like like you're going out of your way to make him look as awful as possible. Like you're ruining the whole fucking point of this scene.
Yeah, because when finally it gets revealed later, Omni-Man was like, "Mark, you were right, and I can't come back to Earth because I've done horrible things." He did way less in the comic than he does in the show, but he still he got a bunch of people killed and everything like that.
Yeah.
Through negligence because he didn't care. And then he started to come around, especially when Mark kept pointing out like how much he really did care and everything like that. And he fucking leaves Earth in fucking tears.
And even then, keep in mind, even after he leaves Earth in tears in the comic, he still has the idea to like go to another world and do the exact same thing and then create like an army to come back to Earth. But during that time, he ends up realizing that Mark was correct and gives up on that and ends up making another family.
He goes to another planet where the people live for only 9 months.
Oh.
And which even a human would be like, that is insignificant.
Yeah.
But he goes to this planet, and because he thinks, okay, these people are so much even further beneath humanity, I can give Viltrum this planet, and it'll all be fine. And then he falls for them as well because he starts to care about these insignificant insects that live for only 9 months. And he starts to care about them.
And they are insects, by the way. That's why I was saying like the insect thing would come in later, because Mark actually ends up getting like
let's not go too heavy into that. I was just
that's the part I actually left off on. In the comics because we were starting the stream. I was literally reading it before we started.
Yeah, okay. I'll just let you get to that then. But the insect thing does come into play.
Just quickly, $2 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. Train go brrr. Yeah. And
so here. We'll be able to contrast this here.
Hold on. They also added the scene of him intentionally crashing through a cruise liner or luxury ship.
Yeah.
Obviously that thing is gonna sink and a lot of people are already dead, but oh yeah, that panel. I'm definitely gonna get that panel up on screen once we get to it, or when we need it, because
again, they do it in the show as well.
Yeah.
It's like after everything you just did.
Yeah. The amount of destruction, the pointless destruction is fucking unreal.
And it sucks because the animation is so bad when he's leaving the planet. Oh boy, I just can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right there. They had to add in that little bit of people like, you couldn't have just had it be a fucking avalanche that hits Mark. No. We have to make it so that a town gets wiped out by the avalanche as well.
Well, again, that is in the comics. You just don't see all the people out there.
Yeah. And also, he doesn't put it through a fucking cruise ship intentionally.
Oh. Yeah, Mark goes into the ocean. I think he got free of his grasp and fell into the ocean, if I remember.
No, he pile drives him into the ocean.
Ah. Still, though, it's not through a cruiser, which is just, again, showing the amount of malicious, pointless, unneeded destruction.
Yeah, again, what Omni-Man does horrible things in the comic too, guys. We're definitely not saying like he's not done bad things, But
Yeah.
there is a level of malice in the show that he has that he doesn't have in the comics.
Yeah. So when we say he's redeemable in the comics, we're not saying like, oh well, what he did was forgivable. No, what he did was still unforgivable, but you could still be like, okay, but he's clearly like changed his mind. He wants to help.
Yeah, this character
Now
can still be
he's
redeemed.
he's never going to be forgiven, but at the same time, you can like people can
Whereas in the
understand where he's
show-
coming from. Whereas here, it's like no, he is
No,
just straight
he
up
is-
evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, that there is not only is there no forgiveness, there is no redemption for that.
Yeah,
kind
there
of
is
shit.
no redemption
None.
for Omni-Man now.
Especially because Mark has a moment where he thinks he kills somebody, and that traumatizes him for a long time.
Are you talking
So-
about the show or
In the comics.
okay?
And yeah, so turning him into a fucking blender, and he gets to watch as he literally his own limbs massacre, like what, probably 100 or more people. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
oh fuck.
I mean, if we're being generous to the show, 100 or more people, some like subway
I was just
trains
thinking
can
through the
get
train,
super
yeah.
fucking packed
Yeah.
in the city, especially if you're in like rush hour or something. Like those things get packed.
And then this whole thing here again, they added this where is the baseball game to be like, oh, he's actually a really good guy. It's like, no,
yeah,
you don't get to have that.
If you remove this scene from the context of what just happened for this entire episode previous to it, it's a
Yeah.
good scene. But now it's supposed to be like, oh, look how good he is. He's learning about humanity. He's not so much on the Viltrum side, and more on the humanity side. But no, you just killed untold. Does the show say how many people died?
I think they do.
I think they do. It's in the thousands.
Oh.
So yeah. Now watch very carefully when he flies off and see if you can tell he's crying, because he is actually crying, but the animation is that bad.
Yeah, I'll try to take down the copyright protection. I'll just pause more when it happens.
Yep, here he goes. He's about to fly off.
Yeah. It's such a meaningful line from Mark too. What will you have left in 500 years? You, Dad. I'll have you. Oh. It's such a good line.
Mhm.
And that's what breaks Omni-Man. Alright, we're about to see him take off. There we go. So I'm going to take off the copyright protection.
Yep, just for this thing.
I'm just going
And
to...
then we're going to compare it side by side.
Yeah, I'm going to do some playing and pausing here, but... Okay, I can barely see the tears in his eyes, just on this frame, but it's really hard to tell. And just again, everyone, it's going to be a bit choppy on your end, just because I'm repeatedly pausing it, so we don't get copyright struck.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's extremely hard to tell he's tearing up here. You only see the tears floating in space, which I kind of think they added in, just because it's so hard to tell here that he's crying.
Yeah.
There we go. You see some tears coming off as he's...
Now show the comic page.
Alright, let's get back to that quickly. What page was that in?
I linked you
fine.
the thing, because that's literally the entire page, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, grab link. And image. Yeah. So again, done way better in the comics. And again, I know it's an argument, or not an argument, but a point we'll have to bring up repeatedly, but it's not, the argument isn't the comics are better because they're the original, or the show is bad because it's an adaptation. It's just the differences in how these things are handled are what matters. They could have had a lot of the changes in the show and still have it make sense. Like I said, I like a lot of the changes. Cecil being proactive and trying to stop Omni-Man.
Well, I only like that change because they made Omni-Man stupid, which is a change I hate.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm getting at is I like the change, but not what facilitates the change, which is another change that is really stupid.
Yeah.
So now the rest of this is just wrapping up season 1, I guess.
Yeah. But we do need to see if they specifically mention, if they specifically mention the death toll.
Okay, you'll have to let me know because, again, I don't have audio on my end.
Yeah, I'm just doing the subtitles on the.
So they rescue Mark, and he's put into hospital for a while. People are upset naturally. Muller twins get caught by, like, 300 soldiers here. They're about to, like, fight, but then more appear out of nowhere, so they just give up. Amber, the fucking mega cunt, is, like, super concerned and upset, even though she's the mega bitch that she is. God, I fucking hate that cunt.
Even though she gaslit Mark and was a total douche nozzle to him and everything.
Yeah. The Guardians team help clean up the rubble and try to save people and find survivors.
Can't begin to explain the devastation.
Mark wakes up in hospital. I think it's fairly clear sailing from here on out. Cecil explains that Nolan's book sales are going to help the family. They've been selling a lot more since he died, which is the official story. The mother isn't as torn up at the end of the show as she is in the comics. She's fucking demolished in the comics.
Yeah.
Like, she becomes a drunk and she doesn't know what to do with her life and she's fucking miserable.
They say the cost in lives is incalculable.
Yeah, so needless to say, higher than just hundreds, I think.
Oh yeah, much higher. Yeah, we can be thankful that the danger is behind us.
Yeah, some of the team is back to, the Guardians team is, I guess, friendlier with each other, or they're working as a team more.
Yeah.
Will and Eve visit Mark.
Art burns his photo, or no, he doesn't burn it. He throws the photo of Nolan in the trash.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much to comment on after the fight, because that was like one of the big things.
See, here's the weird part about how the timeline is so wacky in between these two. Is Mark goes into the White Room with Cecil immediately after, just like he did here. But again, because his father, the whole battle happened in issue 12. There's plenty of fucking time for them to build up off of it, and then we start getting the robot going to do his fucking shit and everything like that, and it's
yeah. Oh, and Mark gets back together with Amber.
For some reason,
I don't know why anyone would after what she
fucking did.
She's proven herself to be. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like it's bad enough they fucked Amber, or they fucked over the original Amber and turned her into this, but then they fuck up the best thing they did, which was
Yeah, she
breaking
literally.
them up with her and then getting rid of her. But now she's
Yeah.
back, so now we have to deal with her again.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just kicks the door open, jumps on him, and kisses him real quick. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's somehow that is enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna take you back. Like, fuck off, dude. Like,
What about, looks
how?
like I wasn't the only person being lied to. It's so fucking, how selfish are you? Yeah, so you were getting lied to as well. Now you know how it feels, and it's like, oh, fuck off, you
Yeah, shut the
fucking
hell
bitch.
up.
That's
Fucking
right.
whore.
I thought of something else too. We're at the L and the alien part, but there's also the diner before that. I wanted to bring up something that really bugged me. They treat Amber Eve like a complete fucking joke here. She reveals to Amber and Will that she's a superhero too. She was part of Teen Team. And they're like, oh, you're the one who can make copies of yourself. And she's like, no, that was Duplicate. And then they were kind of like, oh. It just ends on like a really awkward moment for no reason.
Yeah.
Like, why did they treat her like a throwaway joke there?
I don't know. I don't get it.
Cause,
Adam
cause,
Eve in the comics is one of the most powerful beings.
Yeah, because she can reorganize objects on a God, I keep fucking everything up.
Yeah,
Molecular level or an atomic level, I forget which, but either way.
Yeah. She can literally create anything she wants because of
we
how she
literally
can
see
manipulate
this in the
atoms.
show too, because she made her little treehouse out of nothing.
Yeah, which it's weird that they did a treehouse, by the way. I don't understand that change. Again, it's a nothing, meaningless change. But in the comics, she has like this really nice, modern, like all glass house that she built out there herself. And then they made it a treehouse in the show. Again, that is not a criticism. That's just a why sort of thing. I don't get why you would make that change.
Yeah. Anyways, we get to the L and the alien fight. Well, not fight, but the second encounter with him, where he talks about the coalition of planets, and they're here to resist the Viltrumites, and it's actually big fucking news that one of them has abandoned their post, and it had an offspring that has no loyalty to the Viltrumites. So, that's interesting. That actually becomes a big plot point later on. I haven't quite reached the part where it does, but it's very clearly building up. And then there's a bit of a montage showing what we'll get in the next season. The squid things on Mars.
Yeah.
Oh, we get the Muller twins going back to jail. And yeah, that guard from earlier didn't die. More of the Flaxons or Flaxions or wherever the fuck they were called, who still want to get back at Earth. The seismic guy leading an army of rockmen, Titan. Yeah. Oh, and these guys who we haven't seen before, these random purple guys who... Oh, War Beast or whatever he's called. Battle Beast.
Yeah, Battle Beast. Okay, so now that we got through that, I think I'll just come out and say it. I think the show is a 3.5 out of 10.
Oh.
I really do.
Yeah, my score is definitely lowered since we gave our first impressions before. I would definitely say like a 3 at this point.
Yeah, I said my initial was 7.5, and after rewatching it in preparation for the stream, it was a 5. Fuck. The problem I'm having is I do like a lot of the changes, but also a lot of a lot of
A
the
lot
best
of the changes I like come from changes that I hate. And hate in that they ruin characters.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much what I was starting to say is a lot of the things I like are facilitated by fucking stupidity. And it is annoying as hell. At best, it's annoying as hell. At worst, it's very damaging to the characters and the world and...
But if you need time to think, I can do the super chat real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just...
All right. $5 super chat from Trico Trooper. Thank you very much. Rewatch the duplicate scene, and you'll see Eve evaporate some of Will's food to joke back at them.
I didn't see that, but I'm not that invested in it, I guess. It's just...
Yeah,
I'm kind of leaning towards the 3 like you guys, but like I said, there are things the show did change for the better that I do like, which is kind of bringing me back up to a 4.
Yeah, Mark struggling with his powers is really good. I really like that.
Yeah.
There are good changes and there are good scenes in general in the show. Like there are moments that make like that I really do like from the show.
Dude, that
but I just
baseball
feel
thing would have been great if it had not been in the show.
Yeah,
Well,
I just feel that the things it gets wrong, it really gets them wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, the baseball scene. If you kept like the way everything happened originally in the comic for the whole...
I think that would have worked, yes.
Yeah, it would have worked really nicely. It would have fit in there really well.
If you get rid of Amber's bitchiness, what would you rate it? You physically can't. It's tainted everything.
Yeah.
Again, because she actually causes so many problems and woes because of being an absolute cunt.
Yeah, it literally has a knock-on effect on everything else, and that's why it's such an issue.
Yeah. She gets Mark to want to stop being a hero because she gaslit the fuck out of him and then, bitched at him for, you didn't tell me your secret identity and you already know that I'm up to, I'll fucking blackmail people to get them to do what I want. And it's like, oh my God, you are such a fucking wanker.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great. And again, Mark in the comics never really loses his drive to help people. Mark in the show loses his drive to help people. He literally says it's not our problem anymore. Like, he actually fully rejects the call. After he answered it, he now fully rejects it and doesn't want to do anything ever again. And it takes Eve badgering him into, standing up and actually at least checking what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give it a 3.5. And that's the worst.
010 last asked, do you guys think media of any kind is worse today than it was 50 years ago? I think so. Don't get me wrong. I've seen great modern shows / movies, but today's media mostly sucks.
I think
I was going to make
yes and no.
I think it depends on where you get it from. Go ahead. Go like Creetosis.
Yeah.
I was tempted to make a dumb joke about how video games are obviously better today than they were 50 years ago. But then I remembered there are actually a lot of video games out 50 years ago. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's back in the day there were some real bad movies, don't get me wrong, and games. Like there were some real fucking bad ones that people seem to forget that a lot of this stuff was really bad. It's always been a mixed bag. I just feel like now it's not really so much as this stuff is bad because, a bad writer got a hold of it. It feels bad because they have to insert some sort of like agenda into it that just has permeated so much shit. And it breeds this like bad writing because these are the kind of people they want in the industry.
Yeah.
So it just adds up more and more.
There's hopeful spots. Japan doesn't give a fuck for the most part about any of
Yes,
this crap.
thank God. Yeah, thank God Japan is
I
like.
can't believe I'm suggesting watch anime, but there you go. It doesn't give
Yeah.
a fuck about this nonsense.
Yeah, it does not give a shit. They actively mock it over there, which good for them.
Dude, tangentially reminds me. Did you see that the Digimon show? They had a a Mon who was the bad guy that was called Social Justice Mon, and he attacked with cancel culture.
What? I did
Yeah.
not see this. What the fuck?
Oh, and the cancel mob went after them.
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's oh boy. And yeah, I know some companies are starting to care. Like Namco Bandai is starting to care for some fucking reason.
They
Like,
shouldn't. It's more
why?
profitable
You really,
to not.
yeah, you really shouldn't. But yeah, that actually fucking happened, and it's hilarious.
Oh yeah, manga and anime are doing way better than Western comic books. Western
Dude, my
comic book
favorite
industry
part-
is basically gone.
Yeah, and my favorite part was this lady who was known for like her hardcore social justice politics and all of her comics was talking about how like, well, comics aren't actually doing all that well right now, stuff like that. And as the guy who was responding to the video paused and said, "You killed the comic book industry at the height of superheroes. Superhero media and entertainment is the highest grossing it has ever been, and you fucked it up. That's a you problem, not a people are moving on from superheroes problem."
Yeah, exactly. Like you cannot look at the Marvel success that they had and say like, oh well, people just aren't interested in superheroes, right? That's all it is.
That was the
No.
insane part. It's like, no. But yeah, there are still good things that come out there. And again, there's a weird phenomenon with human beings where it takes twice as many good things to overlook the bad. It's just we are getting a fuck ton of bad, and the good is coming less often.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's becoming less frequent.
Yeah. So,
I'm hoping it ends soon. I'm hoping we get better media soon. But part of the problem too is it's not going to change as long as people keep applauding garbage. Why put the effort in to make something really good when, oh hey, look, Skyrim is the most popular fucking RPG of all time, even though it's not a fucking RPG.
Yeah.
And shit like that.
Technically as an RPG, which is what makes it more insufferable.
Ugh.
Yeah, why make something that actually took time and effort when you could just make cheap trash that everyone will buy and make you tons of money anyway?
Well, look at all the Marvel TV shows and how garbage they've been. WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki.
Dude, I cannot wait. Okay, so this is what made me want us to do that video. I was like, oh, fucking video, who cares? We're just going to do a discussion and breakdown. And then I saw the pinned comment on that video.
Well, we have been going for nearly 6 hours now. Do you think we have time to tackle a 12-minute video?
No.
No,
I'm being entirely
don't.
honest. I don't think we have
Yeah,
enough time.
I don't think we do either. I'm with Setch.
Yeah.
Alright.
I remember a part of the pinned comment, so spoilers for the chat.
Well, hey, grab the pinned comment and I can throw it up. It'll be a preview for next time.
Fuck, I'll need to go find it.
Okay, I can find it fairly quickly. I could just search myself in our chat.
Here we go. Got this. Hold on.
Oh?
Got this. I've
already got it.
Just taking a screenshot right.
No, I've already got it.
No.
God.
There.
God damn it.
Take it.
God fucking damn it.
Watching you two fight over this.
No, take it.
Okay, I'm using your link. Uh-oh. It's not showing up. Why is it not?
Get rid of the asterisk at the start. Hold on, I see there's an asterisk there. Hold
It's not in my link, though. It's not what I pasted.
There. I fixed it on the thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't change it on my end. I don't have the asterisk.
At the start.
It's not at the start.
Huh, weird.
Fuck it, I'm going back to mine.
Yeah,
You
just
might
use
as well
yours.
since it's literally broken.
Ah, fuck.
I have not seen the comment yet. I'm waiting for you to read it. I'm gonna get my live reaction to it.
Oh, can I read it? Can I read it?
You could read it. Let me just get it up on screen. Oh shit. Reset. And let's make that big enough so the audience can read. And go.
So yeah, I obviously fucked up in part of my explanation. To make things clear, I don't think most people hate characters inherently because they're people of color, women, or LGBT, but it's no coincidence that most hated characters fall into those categories, and fandoms usually don't hold straight white male characters to the same standards.
Oh.
Fuck you. Typically, straight white male characters are allowed to make more mistakes and have flaws that fandoms would absolutely not allow female LGBT and characters of color to have. That's your side that doesn't allow them to have any flaws. Why they're fucking Mary Sues, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, look how much shit sorry, I almost fucked it up.
Palpatine.
Ray Palpatine.
Does, yeah. To make it clear, I do not think that all criticisms of Amber are due to her skin color, but I did a very piss poor job of making that clear. Granted, I've been on the internet long enough that I should have anticipated that people would just latch onto that and run with it. Obviously, though, nobody that disagrees with my take is going to give two shits about this addendum. But I still wanted to get my extra thoughts out. Feel free to just call me a beta soy boy bitch cuck. Well, I mean, if you insist, you're a beta soy boy bitch cuck.
Oh, fucking merciless.
Wow,
yeah.
what a comment. Holy
Indeed.
shit.
What a comment.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The problem with these types of characters isn't that we
It's
don't
that
let
they're
them have
badly written.
Yeah, they typically don't have flaws, and even when they do, the show doesn't address those things as flaws. In fact, they go out of their way to
be
make
like-
the flaws look like good things when they're
Yeah,
not.
like I said, they had to justify Amber in this show being as evil as she is by saying, oh, well, he was bullying people and pushing them around, so it was fine. She kicked him in the nuts and then blackmailed him. Oh, and she also went and built a school one time for needy people. Yeah, so she's a good person, guys. It's like,
Yeah,
fuck
they have to make
you.
excuses for all of the bad shit because they're like, no, she's not allowed to be flawed. She's not allowed to be wrong.
Yeah, she has to be correct, which is
she
so
can't
dumb.
be corrected by someone else. So therefore, we have to make all of her flaws look like positives. That's the problem we have with these characters. It's not because of their race or anything like that. It's just when these people write these characters, these gay characters, these minority characters, they have to make it so that they're 100% right about everything. They can't have flaws because then they feel like, well, no, the gay character or the black character or the woman character, they can't be wrong. We can't do that. We're not allowed to do that. We can't. And it's
Like I
like,
said,
that's your side.
That's your side that does that.
Yeah. Well, again,
Our side is desperately asking you, please give them flaws and make them actual realistic people, for God's sake.
Yeah, seriously, please make them relatable some way. Like, make them flawed. Make them get corrected sometimes.
Make them grow as a... It's amazing how many of these people don't have a fucking character arc.
Yeah, Ray Palpatine is literally one of the greatest examples of a Mary Sue. Even when she does things wrong, it results in the optimal outcome every single fucking time.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I blew up Chewie. No, wait, he's fine. Oh no, I released the squid creatures. Oh no, they're killing the bad guys and we got away from them safely.
Yeah.
There's probably others I don't fucking care to fucking remember them right now. Oh no, I cut this rock in half during my training and it fell, but oh, it didn't hurt anyone, it just destroyed their cart.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and like Daniel K says, that weird obsession that they have about being wrong makes you a bad person.
Yes.
I fucking hate that shit. What
Like
the
I said,
fuck?
that is a fucking schooling issue. They need to stop teaching people that being wrong makes you bad. Being wrong is a good thing.
Yeah, it's an
Fucking hell.
opportunity to learn and grow.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and The Force Awakens. It's amazing how many people think The Force Awakens is good. Mahler has
Oh.
a great video series on The Force Awakens being just as shit as everything else.
Yeah. I think it gets by most people because you go for the rehash of A New Hope, and it's like, okay, yeah, I could see where there's something similar here to the previous ones, and but then when you actually look into it, oh my god.
Yep. It's
Never flown
really
before,
sad.
but she's an ace pilot fucking immediately.
Dude, she is a scrapper and salvager, but knows how to take apart and modify the Millennium Falcon on a whim. What the fuck?
I could have excused her ripping that part out of the ship like it was a good thing if it was that stupid fucking robot from Solo.
Yeah.
For these people, bad movie is 4 out of 10. I don't know what these people would consider to be a bad movie, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, they have such weird standards for things. Because keep in mind, they thought New Joker was bad.
Yeah. Well, look at how a lot of their writing turns out. The heroes turn out more often than not to be the villains, and the villains seem to be more sympathetic than the heroes.
Fucking Batwoman.
Oh,
where the main character, the hero, is more villainous than the villains.
Yeah, oh my god. Oh, that fucking show is so bad.
Well, the reason she's not a good mechanic is she just tears things apart and sells junk. That doesn't intricately make you know how the engine operates. If you literally, like, if you go out into a scrapyard and you just take the parts off of engines, that doesn't mean you immediately know how the engine works.
Yeah, you didn't fucking build it or put it back together. You just ripped some chunks off of it and sold them.
Yeah, it's so beyond fucked.
Anyways, do we have anything else to talk about, or should we wrap this up here?
I think we can wrap it up here. It was definitely a different stream compared to what we normally do. I kind of liked it as a break, but as I said at the start of this was going to be painful.
Yeah, and we'll be doing this again when Bebop Flix comes out, and
yes,
I'm sure there'll be other things in the future. This is also kind of a test run for us doing this because we've never covered a show on stream like this before, so. There's a few moments of like dead air and trying to find where what we were going to talk about next, but overall I think it went well.
But that's what she does. Went to Halo 3. That's what she does. She gets ripped off constantly, anyways. 1/4 portion. Again, that's kind of like showing that she's getting ripped off constantly. Again, you would eventually figure out, oh, that shiny thing I turned in gave me 2 portions, so I'll just look for more of those. You wouldn't know intricately, oh, that's a flux wave capacitor for the induction chamber. You know, you wouldn't fucking know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, he only offers her a good deal when it comes to the fucking droid.
I have a question.
Wants to shower her and things.
I have a question. Have you guys watched Star Wars Visions? No.
I have not, no.
Not yet.
Based on the preview, the trailer for that show, it seems to contain a lot of the fucking anime tropes I hate. Like, everything is overdone and exaggerated to an extreme degree, and like the fucking lightsaber umbrella thing, and
I don't really mind the exaggerated stuff if it's still well written. Now, I have heard from a couple of people who are somewhat trustworthy that it is better than a lot of the other stuff that has come out. I can't
Well-
confirm that. I don't know if that's true. I am going to check it out for myself at some point. But from what I
Well-
have heard from other people, it is decent from what I've heard.
Yeah,
Not sure,
But Pagan,
but
a 2.5-hour movie of a naked fat guy alone in a room playing the Star Wars theme on a tuba would still be better than what we've gotten from Disney so far.
I know, but
Yeah.
but the people I'm talking about are saying like this is like on par with other good stuff. So I'm willing to give it a chance. I at least want to see what they're talking about. If it is good, I'm gonna say, hey, finally we're getting something good, you know. But if it's shit, I'm just gonna outright say it's shit. I'm gonna come back to you guys and be like,
Well,
yeah,
here's what I'm
I was
hoping.
about to
that
say,
it
you're going to
isn't
be the
just-
canary in our mind, because I am not watching that shit until I hear from you.
Here's what could be happening though. It may be a drop of water in the desert again. Like people thought
It could be.
Mandalorian was
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
good.
yeah, I
That
know. Well, the
too.
thing is, the person who's telling me that this is good or at least somewhat decent does not like the Mandalorian, so
Oh,
that
and
at least gives me a little bit of hope. But we'll see because he has been wrong before. But we will see.
All right. Well, I'll try to keep somewhat of an open mind if you check it out and it turns out you think it's good.
Yeah, exactly. I'll definitely keep an open mind. So if you're like it's good and be like, okay, well we'll sit down and we'll have a watch and we'll have a thunk on it.
Yeah.
Anyways, I suppose that's all for now. We've already got a video planned for next STAG stream. It was the one we were going to cover today if there is time, and clearly there isn't. I guess that's it. Have a good night, everyone.
Yep.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.